1, 2. Yeah. Impeccable Group War Commission. Clean your ears out. Scaramanga. Godfather Don. Word. Word up. You know what I'm saying? Word out. Yo, money. Understand this right here. Besides favors, I supply majors, hustle sideways from John Baker to Clive Davis. Hope connected by fly pages, I-caters, the millionaire alumni players. Your operation just run by haters. Son, my page for long like the Mississippi. You war clip, keep ice chips, real crispy. Dimes wanna kiss me, don't just lift me. I'ma kick these pro lines to long dictory. Indie chicks winning 3 whips. Motorcade black, coach made payments, spent for 3 bits. Hop on the evening, breathing fully. Ice sleeve, mean a woolly. Round the neck and act like a bully. My ear itching, carrot Spencer got a 50 piston engine from Magnum. Now the jag stay racked up, cat stays packed up. But when cats act up, get clacked up and cracked up. Got the brick wrapped up at the act with up, relaxed it up. Mac with a half like Farrah. Ari Cara looking like type height. Difference between us, she like the glass pipe. I like the dude tailpipe. V12 with mean rough, the power has kept her high by the hour. I'm the manager. I separate the power from the hand of the innocent when the intent is to experiment. Resuscitated Karen and Erica from a thoroughplay of heroin. The game has never been illuminated as these times. 99 crime and the subconscious mind. You a conscious mind in the populace. On the metropolis, I clock monsters dime. For real. Group War Commission, scaring brass, counting money. Did you get it? Roll with it. My soul did it. For cash, I'm cold with it. You glow for a minute, I glow for a minute. Hoes like ice, and the wide body 6 double O tinted. Chrome rented, back ticket, that big end in it. It's my hygienic, identic 5% swimming and 5 live women. I'd rather get high living, that's my mission.
I see my worst side counting is green, loud in your team, busting out of the scene, shouting my team, foul styled out and you clean. My dogs love it, the way you rip yours, fuck it, get all public. Lands come with the snub quick, hold you down on some thug shit. I spit it in your mug, sick with roughness, you get it twisted. This kid gets ballistic, we standing over your ass screaming, it ain't my fault, like this mystic, right type hieroglyphics, light hydro wicked, with some hand and your mic title with it, get it? Motherfuckers, niggas running for cover, ducking something to suffer, suckers get licked when it tastes good, so I make hood, give me spec like 8 shook, snakes could lick mine, niggas wanna get mine, get 9, hold up in your spit iron, you with 9, used to call me Godfather, call me Brass, talk off of my cash, got rappers wanting part of my ass, on some gay shit, we can do this, what you play with, you niggas writing rhymes better understand the basics.
Garrett Godfather done a die-harder one. Some ice platinum front blunt opener. Do you know who's scoping your only flow with my fellow heirs? Mellow debonair, Fred Astaire, type millionaire, billionaire, inherited, plaque official, merited, derringer, straight direct there. Compared to the sun, I hurt your eyes, covered them, bubble from, holding new chips, blowing new whips, out at 170, wings heavenly, pumping my melody, remix, be with motherfuckers y'all never be with on PCC with a fiendish dream. Just to scheme till you believe it, achieve it, chance get left sleepless. I eat with pig sharks and elephants, but hard I never been it out. My tank cloud with man been out. I spin out like a NASCAR, as far as Vermont. My square one gets hurt on, work on y'all slept on, works on the posse cut. Even bitches envy my riches, I'm a flossy nut, so copy cut, so y'all can copy us. I do this for in God we trust, the live be dust, y'all slop the guts, my job the bust, and that painfully obvious. Poppy plus I never rock this unless it's properly crushed. DWC got hot property monopoly, love, you know it's first, last, and third, yo, it gotta be us. Garrett Brass, counting money, did you get it? Roll with it, my soul did it, for cash I'm cold with it. You glow for a minute, I glow for a minute. Hoes like ice and the wide body 6 double O tinted. Chrome rented, back to get that big indented. It's my hygienic, 5% women and 5 live women. I'd rather get high living, that's my mission. GWC, can no younger figure in the game tell me nothing. You get fit inside, recognize, group or enterprise. Flip the bigger dinner pies. You in the dinner spots, brass and scarab, be the synagogues with 100 you, sunning you, running crews off the NY dirt. Can I work? Word up, you know what I'm saying? Do this for speedboats and Genos. Word up, word up. Wanna shit a shout out. My man Big Lance, my man Head, you know what I'm saying? My man CD, Chris Dog, you know what I'm saying? Group War. Word up, spit yours. You know what I'm saying? Official. Word up, hit yours. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, what the fuck happened? I went to go do a fucking fire, bro, and you got bombed. Yeah, I got bombed out here. Yeah, but it's a common event out here. We're kind of used to it by now because
How'd they
we
get on?
cover certain topics and shit. It just so happens that certain people get up on.
You didn't
Well,
do a blocker, bro?
I did do a blocker, but I didn't. I
He
didn't like
waited
make.
though.
Huh?
He waited. He tried to try to feign like he was interested, and then
Yeah,
he
he
did
was
it.
on some shit. I mean, I didn't really make him cam up and wave or do any of that shit, but I'm gonna have to start making everybody cam up and
I
wave.
gotta.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's gonna have to be the thing now.
Do you
You get.
authenticate through YouTube? They have the where you got to authenticate to come into the StreamYard and you got to log in, right? So, like, if you see me log in onto my YouTube, you know it's me. But, like, if you see a YouTube that's like random, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, if
like
you,
they gotta have the YouTube name attached. Like when I click the three dots, they gotta be authenticated. I know what you're
yeah.
talking. Yeah.
And so, if they're authenticated as like the other day, I saw Neuro come in, right? I didn't even have to check them. I knew it was Neuro's account. You know what I mean? And bada bing,
Yeah.
That's not
bada boom.
necessarily true. Even if they can still authenticate under, if they're good at what they're doing, they can still make another screen name.
These
I
dudes
Like,
ain't hackers, bro.
mean, I really
like
don't see
no,
many
they
people
just
that
got to make a screen name like Joe Cool. Make them like a um, what's that called? Like an imitator account, and
I
then it'll
guess.
authenticate back to Joe Cool, right? Unless you know his email address, you're not gonna really know.
I don't know. Maybe. But
Yeah, that's how it works. So, but that laugh, that little giggle, was very familiar, and it was.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I think I know who it was. So if you we can get into that.
Who do you think it was? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, dude. Let's get into
I
it.
think it was a buddy of Exiled that was on Rant's stream last night, Liberty Bird.
Liberty Bird
I
wasn't
know
on
I
there.
know his legal name if you want, but
Liberty Bird wasn't on my channel the other day.
no, Exiled's buddy.
Exiled was on the show.
But you know Liberty Bird, don't you?
No. Exiled comes from Pops's channel. We like when I stream, it goes to 2 channels.
Mm-hmm.
So that comes from Pops's community.
I have no idea who any of these people are. It's just funny that a lot of different groups try to come and attack my stream because I've been attacked by a few different porn bombers, and I mean I kind of think like they're not in the same camps. I start to get to think like they're all in different camps of people who all have a problem with me, either because of people I talk to on here or certain information that I've covered on here. So it is what it is, you know, but yeah. We're gonna re-premiere this shit tomorrow, whatever we covered, because we did cover a lot of information. So it does so happen that we will be premiering most of it tomorrow. It's like 8 hours in or some shit. Let me see how many
Yeah.
hours. Yeah, it was like 8 hours in. So yeah, I'm gonna put that up tomorrow for you guys. So we'll have it tomorrow anyways. So no worries. We'll go ahead and play that back for you guys. Once we get a chance. But all we really lose is the live chat. I don't necessarily lose views because when I get up in the morning, almost as many people watch the restream of this shit than watch the actual show. You know what I mean? And then on some real shit, like, you know, more different people get to watch it too because it's at a different time period. So different
Yeah, not in the
motherfuckers get
dead
to.
of night.
Yeah, not in the dead of night. So it gets traction from different types of people. So I mean, to the people who continue to do that, I really don't see, what the goal there is. I'm not going to really take a substantial loss, in terms of, people are just going to see more of what I've already put out there. So, it is what it is, and if I'm not, and if you get me taken off of YouTube, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to come up on different platforms. I'm already on like BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey. I'm already on all that shit. So, you know, I mean, it's not going to be a problem for me to get off of YouTube. I'm not worried about gaining traction. I'm just worried about creating a body of work, you know, that people can draw from in the future. So it's not really a problem for me personally. So anybody who wants to come in and, you know, but you know, I'm more interested in the reasons because we do cover an extraordinary type of, you know, topics or themes, you know, and I noticed last night that you know, on Rand's channel, you know, they were covering some dope shit last night, man. I was watching that shit. That it was off the chain, you know, honestly. Let's see if I can find this video that they had.
Yeah, what part did you find interesting?
Be careful with the Super Bowl video. The fucking video got struck for that.
Oh, is that what it
I
is?
told you.
That's why I can't find that shit.
It's on.
Yeah.
It's still on Pops's channel.
That's
They didn't
so
strike
funny.
it off him.
That's so funny because that's exactly what I was just about to go
But
to.
they struck it off me, and I don't know how they do that. But the stream before they struck it off Pops's, but not mine. So
You're
it's
talking about
weird.
Rihanna, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's an algorithm, right? Here's the thing: if it's an algorithm, how is the algorithm only detecting it on one channel when we stream? And like his video got copyrighted for 2 things, but neither of those blocked the video. Mine got copyrighted for 2 separate things. One of them blocked the video, and I got it in dispute right now. But that doesn't make no fucking sense. And it seems like if somebody was, because like, see, we're doing all this shit as a study. If somebody's sitting here reporting my videos, right, they're going to be getting copyrighted and flagged for certain things, you see. And I think what we have going on is we got an infestation of straight disinformation agents that are out here trying to gatekeep the truth. And at the same time, right, we have private content creators waging war against everyone else just for personal gain simultaneously. So now what you have is just a war. This is a war. I walked into a war zone, bro. This is a cesspool right now, YouTube. This is a fucking snake pit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I got this out here, you know, with this you know what I mean? Group wars, you know what I mean? Straight up, you know,
fucking war, spiritual warfare daily.
Who was advocating for civil war last night?
Nobody. You were trying to push that agenda. Mitchell.
Right.
Yo, Mitchell, you're a fucking snake.
I was trying to push that agenda.
Yeah,
I was trying to push that agenda.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you to your face. You're a snake.
What agenda was I pushing? Go ahead. You were just words like a big man.
You only came to my show to try to sit there and find something that you can go back and report back to whoever's dick you're riding.
Right. I didn't spend hours trying to have a good conversation, didn't I?
You spent hours like a snake sitting in the grass.
Yeah. And I found
Did you get what you wanted, Mitchell?
I got what I needed. Not what I wanted, but I got what I needed.
You know what, Mitchell? We got what we needed too. We found out you're a serpent. Actually, we knew you were a serpent. It was just confirmed.
Well,
serpent confirmed. Of course you're not. You are one.
Right.
Snakes love to hang out together in a big pile under a rock because they're all fucking cowards. You know what I mean?
Snake?
Snakes hide under a rock together. Okay?
How am I a snake? Because I'm reporting back on your bullshit.
No, I'm saying you go to channels with the intention
for war, calling for violence against
Who's
the government.
calling for violence? You're fucking retarded, bro.
Your father, and you witnessed it.
Yo,
and now you're denying it.
Pops is off the wall. Okay, this is apparent sometimes. I literally listen. Shut the fuck up while I'm speaking and listen.
No,
shut your mouth and listen. You wanna throw out bullshit accusations.
Like that never happened. What's bullshit?
You want to throw out bullshit You really did. You really did sit in my stream like a serpent. That really did happen.
Yeah.
You right? So here's the thing.
Me trying to talk these guys out of calling for violence against the government.
Calm the fuck down. My pops was saying something. My pops was saying something.
As domestic terrorists. Just go
read
the DHS memo on domestic terrorism.
Are you done?
I'm not going to let you sit up here and lie.
Are you done? Because the stream is still up on Pops' channel. If you want to go rewatch it,
look at it. We don't have to sit here and argue about it. We can go look at it.
Do you have the timestamp in your notebook, Agent Mitchell?
Nope. It'd be easy to find though. You guys are astute.
Here's the thing. Pops was talking about fucking confronting fucking people. Like, he's like, yo, this isn't the old times where people go and fight with swords and shields. And he's on a different level. Pops doesn't even understand the dynamic of what he was saying. So I said, no, we're not advocating for violence. And then he said, yeah, we are. Because he doesn't even understand the dynamic of what he's talking about. He's trying to describe one thing. He's not on what you think he's on. He's just an old man who's pissed off at the Satanists. He wants to go to war with the devil, okay? He doesn't want to go to war with the government. Pops is on something else. Your read on him is wrong because you have your own bias and you're looking for something.
Use his own words.
The thing is, you could use his own words. You could say whatever you want. I corrected him on the stream. He doesn't understand what's going on. You got to realize Pops is an old man. All right. He's not an internet fucking debater that's familiar with all the terminology and the way that the world is moving with this fucking.
Do that for now so we can move on to what makes me a snake.
What makes you a snake is you came to my stream not as a genuine man trying to have discussions, but as a fucking listener waiting to hear any kind of piece of information that you could use to try to figure out a way to make us look bad.
For most of the time, I was up there.
You did at one point get triggered, get emotional, get all crazy.
No, what about way before then?
We was trying to have conversations, and I think everything was copacetic. But at the end of the day, Mitchell, you don't know me from a hole in the wall. You interact with me for 2 minutes.
To have an intellectually honest conversation with you guys, and you guys proved yourselves of who you are, and that's all I need to know.
Mitchell, you don't know me from a hole in the wall.
But if these guys want to know, they're more than welcome.
Mitchell, the only thing you proved is that you're a serpent. That's all you proved.
To be my word versus theirs.
You prove you're a serpent and who you serve, Mitchell. I don't have nothing else to tell you. What do you need to know?
Who do I serve?
You're a serpent. You serve the devil, nigga. Who do you think you serve? You serve Satan, bro. You're out here deceiving.
Right.
I don't come here on deception.
Who am I deceiving? What is my deception?
You're out here deceiving yourself, for number one.
How?
Because you're out here looking for something that ain't there, and you're eventually going to find it.
What's the deception? What am I doing to deceive people?
Think about it. You're out here finding flaws in people because that's what you want to find.
Right.
Instead of trying to build, instead of trying to grow a community, instead of trying to put something out.
Sit up there and try and reason with bad-faith fraudsters, right?
You'll get it one day, Mitchell. You'll understand.
Get what?
You'll find out.
What?
You'll find out. You'll learn.
Find out what?
You'll understand.
You scared to talk about it? You scared to talk about it?
I ain't got nothing else to say to you, Mitchell. You're a serpent.
Fuck your veiled threat, pussy. I ain't scared of you.
I don't argue with females.
Right, exactly. You're the one arguing with me.
I'm gonna put you right in the basket with. I'm gonna put you in the basket with Jack and Host State. You could go right in the same basket.
You're a fucking lying-ass fraud, and you just lied again. And you tried to wiggle your way out of it and gaslight me all the way through it.
All right, Mitchell.
All right. More ad homs because you have no argument.
I don't argue with women.
Right, exactly. More ad homs because you have no argument. Logical fallacies.
Let's let Machine Lies get back to his show.
You say you come up here. You're the one that's a deceiver. You say you came to YouTube because you feel like you have a certain skill set that people deserve and need, and that you're up here trying to help people, and you're out here virtue signaling like
you don't deserve it.
Like you're doing this.
I don't teach serpents.
I'm not saying I deserve it.
I'm not a snake charmer.
You got.
I'm not a snake charmer.
You're a fucking fraud.
You want to be charmed. I'm not going to play you a melody and put you in a basket.
Turn the narrative on.
You want to be in a basket?
And blame me for what's wrong with you because you're a fucking cowardice little pussy.
Is that what I did?
Be a man of your fucking word.
Oh.
Now, are we gonna pull up the video? That was a dope video, right, Machine Lies? It's still up.
Why are you angry, Mitchell?
Which
I ain't angry.
video are you talking about, Mitchell?
That video from last night.
Oh, I think they said it got copyright struck or whatever.
No,
It's still up on Pops's. It got
Oh,
struck off
yeah.
me.
That's so fucking. See, this is the type of shit that's weird, man. That doesn't even make any damn sense.
That's what I'm saying. And it happened to the last stream we did. It got struck off of him, but not off of me. And both videos is still up. It's not an algorithm, okay? It's not a fucking algorithm. Algorithms don't just like do different shit to the same video. It's the same input, exact input. And so they said they detected it with a signal that they said they put in the video, right? But I was playing it without audio. So it's a virtual signal that's in the actual fucking pixels of the video, right? Okay. So how didn't it pick it up in his? It's the same fucking StreamYard. It's not even a different software, bro. It's one StreamYard streaming to 2 channels at the same time. How is this possible? There's people reporting it live. They're sitting in your fucking thing to report your show. The same reason why they're porn bombing you, because you're striking the truth on something, not the whole show, but there's something that you're touching on, and they don't want you touching on it.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's the part I wanted to pull up. You know, when you and Lanza were first talking on the show, I think you guys were making some salient points about the panel dynamics, you know, about who's like sitting in the community, how they sit and wait for certain trigger words, and then they finally correspond to certain topics, because I have seen that type of shit you know, go down. Like I remember when we first started out, you know, me and Jack would cover these specific topics, you know, and after that we got a specific set of attacks from, you know, highly specified groups of people, like corresponding to those same issues. So it's like every single time I touch on a particular issue, you know, it's like I get, you know, attack, like look, like today I had the modernism thing, you know, Islamic modernism, and the dude came up with the Muslim name and the face of the the type of face and name of somebody I would have in my family, like making me feel extra comfortable, like Zahid. You know, it was like this name, like, you know, so like they either research my family, like I don't even know if they like research my family, but I do have people in my family with that name. You know, so it's just funny, you know, like that they would use like something, you know, very, try to establish some sort of closeness with me, and then on this one issue, you know, and then on the other issues, you know, when I was talking to Truther Cop, we were talking about certain communities online when I got P-bombed, and then the other show I did was about some hot political issues, you know, Zionism and that sort of thing. So every single time I seem to cover, and it's more of those streams where I really cover a lot of a variety of different topics, where it gets hit up like that. So it's like when I'm going for a long time, and it's just full range, just I bring a lot of energy to the table. It's like that's when I get like really fucked with on that shit. You know, so I mean, it's just interesting the times they choose to do that shit. It's when it's always when I have a heavy drop of information, you know, to behold. But yeah, you know, I mean, I notice certain patterns with this shit for real.
Well, what do I got to pay you to switch the topic to the conversation where I hopped in? I didn't catch anything before uh, the conversation of when I hopped on that stream from last night.
Well, it's easy, sir. That'll be $0 and 0 cents. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, what specifically you're talking about the stream? Bring up the exact period of the stream. You want me to bring up the exact time? Yeah, I got you, dude.
Yeah, if you want me to get a timestamp, I will. No
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, do it up. Yeah.
And I'm happy to contribute to you for definitely.
No, dude, don't worry about it, dude. Don't worry about it. You know,
More reasons than just that. You've been a big
Yeah.
part of my journey. So
Thank
I
you.
appreciate what you do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I appreciate to anybody who would like to donate or whatever, but I'm not specifically doing it for that reason, just so you guys know, I'm not bringing forth information or topics or anything. If you guys want free information and topics or content, just go ahead and email me, or if you want to have a personal conversation with me about any of these things, there's no problem. Full access to me. You don't have to pay for my friendship. I offer my friendship freely to all mankind, who want the same type of, you know, um, things I do, which are very, general, honestly. As long as you want kindness, you want respect, honestly, I really don't have a problem with many people.
I hope you don't ever feel a certain way. Like, I don't necessarily donate money to people that are out here streaming because I don't
Yeah, no
ask for
worries.
money. But
Yeah,
at
no
the same
worries. Yeah.
time, I try to give my time and my knowledge to, you know what I'm saying?
That's
Try to
that's what I
contribute.
yeah, that's what I do too. That's what I do too. But in terms of
Something, you know, a
in
like,
terms of
click the like
in,
button, right? Something.
yeah, yeah, in terms of
Everybody can do something.
in terms of if people do donate, I know that, I put that shit to good use. I put it in terms of equipment or hiring people to build a studio with me or build a library with me or something, so whatever you do, if you do decide to contribute, you're contributing to the show basically, because it's just all whatever you want. It's just like, if you put $20 on some shit, I get like a few books or some shit. If you put fucking $10,000 on some shit, I'll build like a fucking, like, soup kitchen or a library or some shit. If you put $100,000 on this shit, I'll be the next motherfucking CNN. It is what it is, and I'll be broadcasting information, but I'm not gonna like stop what I'm doing here. It just is the capacity and the range I want to do it in. And I will be releasing like courses and shit, on some material like philosophy, like Greek philosophy, and different types of things that people could pay like $5 for or some shit. You could pay like $5 for some shit, because, it'll be like some shit like that instead of, or an audio book. You pay like $1 for like like borrow audio book for like a month or some shit. Like, I don't know like what it like how it comes down to, but I'm not really looking to go into a university and become a college professor. So I'm looking for some type of alternative means of maybe, like selling books or maybe selling videos or some shit where I could, you know, get some type of money for teaching people something, because it is a lifelong craft. It takes a long time to read Kant and fucking Spinoza and like all that type of shit. So I appreciate you guys, because basically, studying theology, writing these books, all this shit. I mean, I am pretty broke, because I mean that's why I'm broke. It's because I just sit here and study this shit. So it is what it is. But yeah, if I get enough money, I mean, from people, or contributions from people who think that I'm doing a good job doing those things, yeah, I will build a studio or a library. Put that information out, get all the books and shit, and have pamphlets for shit. Have a building where y'all can come and hear me speak or some shit like that. Some fucking shit, and hear any of the people on this panel speak or some shit like that. Or build like some sort of community center. We could like fucking grow herbs and mushrooms and shit and fucking give it to the poor people or some fucking shit. I don't know. I'm ready to do things like that. I'm especially looking at like soup kitchens where like we can make like maybe like get like lentils and mushrooms, because I could get those very cheaply. I eat a lot of lentils and mushrooms. I make a soup with the.
I just want to comment on the lentils right quick. I'm gonna be real with you. I went through this period in time where I was trying to go like Ayurvedic or whatever, you know what I mean? I don't know what you call it. You know the name of it? Like Ayurvedic eating.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but
Yeah, Ayurvedic. Yeah, that
okay.
is how it is. Yeah.
So I was getting real deep into like the like, after I'd gotten out of like the essentially Judaism phase of my understanding of like belief system when I was moving into like out of that. I was reading into like all the hermetic mysteries and fucking Gnosticism and all kinds of shit, and like so I was going into doing being a vegan, right, for a minute, and I started eating nothing but lentils, right. And I'm gonna be real with you.
That's a lot what I eat. Yeah, this shit clears your brain. That's some brain fruit for real.
But yo, here's the problem. After eating nothing but lentils for like 6 months, bro, it like fucked my body up, dog. Like, I started falling apart. You know what I mean? And so I had to start eating fucking just straight steaks again. You know what I mean? I can't explain it.
Yeah, it would happen to some people. You gotta get like, you gotta eat like probably meat like once in a while. You can't just do like just vegetables all the time. But probably like, meat once in a while. You'd have to get some shit like that, But like the thing is that, in terms of protein and shit, I haven't really looked into like the nutrients and shit like that. But I know like when I get like lentils, like mushrooms, like sprouts, and incorporate that shit into my diet as well, I do see like significant changes. Like I get like vitamin D, like hemp milk and shit. Fucking get like dates and shit. So I appreciate like fruit and shit, like herb tinctures. Like I appreciate like THC, like tinctures. You know what I mean? Of like the
Right.
actual oil you get, from the shit, and take that Simpson oils and shit like that, So, and coconut oils and shit, olive oil and shit. So like people don't understand the significance of that shit because you get like omega-3 and omega-6 shit that your brain eats. Your brain eats different food than your stomach, and your stomach eats different food than your gut. So different parts of your body are eating different things, and I want to kind of pretty soon, or I want to do like a food cast or like a food like tell people about, the food system, the politics of the food system, and where the modern food system originates, and just show them just how fucked up it is, monoculture and mass industrial farming and all that shit, how it's really causing people to become engineered products, you know, you know, due to like all of these chemicals and all this shit that they're putting on that shit, especially the shit that causes endocrine disrupting chemicals, to fucking change people's hormones and shit. That's a real thing, so it's causing,
Oh yeah.
men to
What
become feminized, females to become masculinized, et cetera, et cetera.
what about the shit that's in women's fucking razor strips, the moisturizer strip that's been causing endocrine disruption and cancers, thyroid cysts, all kinds of problems in women, poison of the blood. And it's because women
Yeah,
be shaving their armpits with them razors that have the moisture strips, right?
yeah,
So like my wife always be using my razor, and I use essentially, I don't know if you ever seen them old school joints where you just fucking buy the blades and you pop them in the top, the safety razor. I've been using that for like 10 years, bro. It's well, I mean, obviously you don't be shaving that often, you know what I'm saying? But fucking, the old school razor where you got the top. All right, so it looks like a razor with a razor on each side, you know what I mean? And you unscrew the bottom and the top opens up like wings, and you put a double-edged blade in there, like the razors that people be chopping up, like, you know what I mean, shit with. It's got a razor on both sides, double-edged, right? And you put it in there, and it comes down on it. Now you got two razors. You know what I'm saying? It's a safety razor. But yo, I buy it. I use them because it's $1, right? You get 5 blades, right? And they use like, you know what I mean? So like a month costs you $1 to shave. You know what I mean? I've been using that for a minute. So my wife uses that. She don't spend all that crazy money on them fucking stupid women's razors, and she don't get fucked up. That's probably why I have mad kids. You know what I mean? Cotton underwear. You wear polyester underwear, bro. You ruin your fucking fertility rate as a man. Plastics on your balls, bro. No good.
that's how it is. They got all sorts of little modern shits and things that are fucking you up based on technology, how they use these things. And you got to be an expert on like 9 different things out here. That's really how the system works to corrupt you, because see, the devil is in the details. So it's these little things that they get you on, things that you never considered. You know what I mean? So like, and you get like 100 of these, you line 100 of these things up, little factors, little changes, little variables, and it causes a big strife. You get hundreds of small inconveniences up, and it creates a large strife. That's just what it is. Everything works incrementally. Change doesn't really happen instantaneously. Real change is happening 0.0000006%. You know what I mean? Just movement. And nobody actually sees that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is, man. You got to be very, very steady out here. In the center of the chaos. Stillness in the center of chaos. I mean, that's how you really see how fast shit is moving. It's through stillness. It is what it is. But yeah, they got fucking soaps and shit. They got all types of shit. I mean, I use neem and shit. That's what I do. I use fucking neem oil, coconut oil, and shit. That's what the fuck I use. Use olive oil to cook. We get that shit from the Indian store. You know, um, Not even from the American store. But yeah, I don't even know, man. You know, there's ways to live out here. I mean, we're all getting infected with this shit. I'm right here sitting on this laptop was fucking radiated, with the lithium battery and shit. I mean, this shit's causing, they got, you know, the shit will microwave your RNA. That's the problem, is when your RNA gets microwaved, it gets motherfucking very slow to subdivide the genes. I mean, it causes an effect on it, so there's an increased chance of mutation. Not that it's going to happen, but there's an increased chance of getting all sorts of genetic of your RNA fucking up, duplicating the genes. And that's how the electrons get fucked up in the microwave. The water molecules, the electrons in the water molecules vibrate really fast. That's how the microwave works. Well, that radiation has an effect, prolonged effect, long term, it has an effect, you know.
Don't torture the water, bro.
Yeah, the torture water. Exactly, that became a meme here, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, brother?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, dog? Your boy said he has the video and he wants the court of public opinion to decide who's in bad faith.
Oh, shit. Is that what's going on in this private chat? I just noticed 22 messages in the private chat. Shit. Yo, all right. Yo, okay. Y'all talking about some shit out here. Okay. I see. Okay. I'll catch up to this at some point. But yeah. Fuck. I should have looked. Oh yeah, my last private chat wasn't shit. But yeah, where's the video, Mitchell?
Oh yeah, I didn't grab the link, but it's
on
I
your
can do that.
camera.
Well, you could just tell me the timestamps. I got you.
Oh, it's 3 hours 46 minutes is when I popped on.
Okay, 3 hours 46 minutes.
Like, the thing with Pops is, Pops is very passionate about how much he hates the devil. Like, for example, if you ask Pops, what do you want to do with your life if you had the ability to do anything? He's going to tell you, I want to be a demon hunter. Okay? Like, that's legitimate. That's what he's going to tell you. If he dies and goes to heaven, right? He's explained that his intentions is to tell God he wants to go back and hunt demons. I shit you not.
I get religious. He's a religious extremist.
No. He wouldn't actually do it. Okay. What he's trying to say And it might sound crazy, but what Pops is trying to say is that he believes that humanity needs to fight back and stop taking it. Like, he's sick of watching people submit and just fucking go along with shit. But like, he doesn't know how to exactly word it. You know what I mean? He's just
Is he
pissed
trying
the
to
fuck
be an
off.
influencer? Is he trying to be an influencer?
No, he's just trying to wake people the fuck up. He wants people to start thinking.
So he is
wake
trying to
up.
be an influencer.
I
So
mean,
no,
look, if you want to frame him as an influencer, look, I don't, you know what I mean? You guys understand. You guys live in this world, in this
would
YouTube world, in this
influencing be
YouTube world.
synonymous with waking people up?
Listen, you guys need to understand. You live in this YouTube world.
Let's define some terminology
This is
so
not
we can
reality.
communicate clearly.
Right? You talk
Let's
about
just
reality. This is not reality. Okay?
Let's define some terminology so we can
Yeah.
communicate effectively. All right.
Yeah.
So,
Well, people define terminology differently, and so, you know what I mean? It really don't matter how you define
that's
it.
why we need to define. It does matter. That's why
really
if we
just
want
an
to
obsession
communicate
with
effectively,
definition.
instead of just put forth some bogus ass narrative, we need to define our words and terms that we use.
Well, you got to go
If
with the
there's
public
any
definition.
confusion.
Your definition
No, if
doesn't
there's
matter.
any confusion,
It's
we're
the
talking
common-
about our
It's the
communication
common
right now.
understanding of a word that matters.
Yeah,
It's
I
not how
can't
you
believe I'm
define it.
explaining effective communication to a grown man.
Because we're not like in a court of law. So what I'm trying to say is
It's
that
not, I'm
people,
not saying this is. I didn't
right?
say this was a court of law.
Yeah,
Another
so that's
false
what I'm trying to
equivalency.
explain to you. Right?
Right.
I'm trying to. If you just fucking listen instead of keep talking, you'll understand what I'm
No,
trying to say.
you keep talking. You're
What
just
is
as
more
guilty of the things you want to accuse me of.
What
You're
is
a
more
hypocrite.
important? What is more important, to be obsessed with words or to convey the message
I'm
properly?
not obsessed with the words. I'm trying to communicate effectively, or as you say, convey the message properly. And that's why when there's confusion on terms and words being used, then we should be able to clarify that. That's simple.
Well, you're doing a bad job of communicating effectively.
No, I'm not.
Well, you're not effectively communicating.
That's subjective, and I don't give a fuck about your feelings. So if you want to talk objectively instead of your fucking feelings,
yeah,
then
no, we're not
we can
talking
do
about
it.
feelings.
But
You're
I'm
just
not your
bringing
fucking
feelings out of nowhere.
therapist. I'm not here to talk to you about your feelings, buddy.
Well, I mean, you seem to be the one that's in your feelings.
Right. Well, don't worry about me.
Okay.
I can handle me.
All right, let's roll the tape.
What's the minutes again?
3 hours and 46 minutes is when I popped on.
Okay.
And I like how I sound a lot better in 2 times speed, but do what you do.
Okay, I got you.
I kind of annoy myself. I feel like I talk slowly when I listen to myself. Or whatever. No, I don't care. But
double. Yo, that should.
I annoy myself with how slow I talk in a normal street.
That might be too fast. I'm
Go
gonna put
to
it
double. It don't matter. We still have to find the point in time.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what it is.
So you want the part where Pops is talking about violence, bro? Is that what you're saying?
Also, Pops.
No, I want the part that shows that I came on in good faith and tried to have an intellectually honest conversation with no cooperation, so it failed miserably.
Just because you participated in the beginning as if you were one of us doesn't mean that your intentions were.
No, I never identified as one of you. I identified as myself and was trying to share my perspective.
What I mean is one of us is like as a genuine human that's not there with ulterior motives.
You're not a genuine human.
Okay.
You're a fraud.
Let me ask you a question. What was your motives for joining my show yesterday?
To have a conversation, share my perspective.
And what was your intentions? What was your goal? What did you aim to obtain from these conversations?
I didn't have one.
So you had no intentions of going there, finding any type of information or reporting it back to whoever it is that you work for? No.
I don't work for anyone.
Okay. Well, I'm going to find out, Mitchell. I'm going to look into it.
Okay, you find out, but why don't you fucking look at me eye to eye and fucking say it to my face instead of on the internet where you're insulated like a little cowardice bitch, making bad faith, false claims, just like everyone else on your panel, except for Neurojack.
We're going to find out, Mitchell.
All right, so let's roll the tape. Please. I'm happy to contribute to you for putting you to work.
But yeah, there's no sense in having Machine Lies listen to a whole long conversation if it's just to demonstrate that you came in good faith, because that's not demonstrable by that.
He said he enjoyed conversations. If he saw this part, I'm happy just to hear his perspective. That's all I want is his perspective on it.
You know?
If he saw this, then sure, he can fucking cut to the chase, you know?
Well, what perspective are you trying to obtain? Because if you're trying to say that you came in good faith because you had like an hour of conversation before you started, you know, finding information, I mean, you would have to sit there and have conversation until something came up.
It's normal. It's normal human behavior to disagree on some things, right? So the problem was I disagreed with you guys, and when you couldn't manipulate me into fucking biting on your narrative, that's where it fucking became extremely controversial, and I became all these terrible fucking things.
No one tried to manipulate you.
Servant of the devil and all this bullshit your father's trying to manipulate. And your father's trying to kill the devil, so obviously, you know, he's trying to be an influencer, which you have a hard time admitting. And so really he's trying to influence people to kill people like me.
You are dense, bro. I hope you know that.
That's the reality of it. If you want to fucking be logical.
You're deluded and dense.
All right. So you guys are out there fucking sowing chaos and acting like you're trying to bring peace. You're frauds.
That's exactly what we're doing.
You are, and this will prove it if anyone cares to see it.
Yeah, that's the evidence right here.
This is great evidence. It's undoubtable if you ask me. But hey, that's why I'm here to get someone else's opinion. Maybe I'm biased.
Yeah, well, this is the moment where Pops comes in. So let's see what happens.
Well, if you started at 346, I mean, I think that eliminates any confusion. That's where I came in. And
you want me to play that? Okay.
Yeah, that's where I came in, and I think that's where the conversation for me started. So, I mean, I think that's context, and that's important.
If you want to watch the whole thing, you can, but it's not going to prove what you're trying to prove with it. So it's kind of like a pointless, you know what I mean, demonstration.
What am I trying to prove?
You're trying to prove that you came in with genuine intentions because you had genuine conversation before being
I would never claim to say I know another man's intentions, right? And that's what you did. And then you backpedaled a little bit and said, well, I can't prove it, but, you know, that's what I feel. And I told you I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Let's talk about reality, right? And that's what we're doing. So let's look at the conversation and see where it went wrong and what I did so bad that's serving the devil, and how you guys are so righteous.
Okay.
Well, the conversation is not that long, and why are you so scared of it being played?
I'm just saying this is a 10-hour stream, right?
Well, the conversation is not 10 hours. So you want me to find out where it ends?
So what I'm saying is, if your whole point in playing like 2 hours of conversation is just to prove that you were being genuine, then it's not worth it. But if you have something else you want to prove, then I don't have any problem with you playing the whole tape. This is why it's still on the internet. You know what I mean? And this is why I told you where it was, because it's not on my channel. So if I had anything to hide, it'd be gone, which I don't. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of holes in your understanding that I feel like you should have realized.
That's why I'm willing to compensate. But he said he was interested in the conversation.
How about this?
In a way was promoting it to other people.
Demonstrate your point however you see fit. I'm going to be quiet and smoke a whole fat bowl of G13s.
No, there's no point in having to be my word versus yours. Here's what happened. We don't need to argue about it.
That's what I said. Demonstrate it. Show him with the tape however you want.
I don't need to investigate you. I know you're a fucking weak ass fraud, and you would never fucking talk your shit to my face. And if you did, you'd be fucking dealt with. So fuck your veiled threats.
You know, look, Mitchell. All right. I feel like you're a little angry right now, and you just need to calm down and prove your point.
No, I'm just saying I'm happy to defend myself and my honor and my word. So
you don't know me from a hole in the wall.
You want to fuck? I don't care. I don't care to know you, but I know you're a fucking weak ass bitch making false claims.
You're about to talk a
putting me in harm's way because your father is calling for violence, and you're calling me one of the people that your father's calling for violence against.
I mean, if that's how you feel, you know, if
No,
you're gonna
that's objective, and
connect
that's
those
what we're
dots,
gonna witness if you guys are willing.
if you're gonna connect those dots, Mitchell, then you know I can't stop you, but I can't tell you that that's
That's
true.
objective reality. If you're willing,
if my dad wanted to
see,
do
you
violence
can
against
see with
you, he
me.
would
Did
tell
you
you
see any
this.
of this,
You know,
Mama? Did you see any of this, bro? Come on, man.
like did we not keep you on the show the whole time? Because if we didn't like you, I would
Don't
have
let us
kicked you
sit
off
here
my
and
show.
argue for fucking hours. We could just fucking watch the shit.
You were with me to the end of the show.
I saw the first part where they were talking about the Super Bowl and shit.
Well, this is pretty good. Nero Jack comes in and he participates. He really enjoyed it. I
wanted to
even,
watch it. Yeah, I wanted to watch it because of Neurojack, but I watched this earlier part, and I'm not gonna play this Super Bowl shit because I don't want to get fucked up.
Don't do the Super Bowl
but
thing.
it did last a couple hours, man. Fair warning. I mean, it got pretty heated.
Yeah, I watched the beginning. Yeah, where Lanza came in, and then Joe Cool came in, and then they were talking about Super Bowl shit. But yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I just feel like I really genuinely tried to have. I put some of my best efforts into having an honest conversation with these folks, and it's interesting the fellows that are around there in that community. It's
I don't
really
believe
interesting.
you. I see through you like
the
glass.
ideologies that they're putting forth, and so if you're promoting them and that content, you know, I think it's good to kind of have an idea of what's going on over there, because you know it's easy to say, yeah, you saw some good things and didn't see any of the bad, but the dots are pretty easy to connect, and I don't feel like I need to convince anyone. Here's what happened, and I just want your guys' perspective on it. It's some great conversations. I mean, from my perspective, to start with, and it got down to like -18 or -17, I think.
You got heat in that motherfucker over there?
Oh yeah, I got a heated bed. My bed's heated. I got an oil heater and a little space heater for when I'm connected to power.
Okay. Be careful with some people be running propane cook stoves and shit in them motherfuckers, you know what I mean? And you could do it if you got a window open, but it's not great. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
If you get a little buddy, you know those little space heaters that run on propane? They give you the full combustion and you won't fucking kill yourself most of the time.
Yeah, my little oil heater that works the best. I mean that pretty well keeps me warm because it's such a small space. But when it gets real cold,
joints, the 110 radiator heaters, those are good, yo.
I will say that's a nice camera.
Oh, thanks.
Is that a phone?
Yeah, it's a phone.
Fucking awesome, bro. It's better than my computer camera.
I heard it called the law of incommensurability one time, and that's basically a lot of times we're arguing over we're saying the same shit, and we're just arguing over, you know, lexicons that don't overlap or whatever, and just it's an interesting thing. I basically don't trust anyone who says that they know the truth, and you know, I think that we need to be able to communicate about what we're experiencing, and that would help us become more aware.
Oh shit, Mitchell philosophy out here. See how it is?
But is this that bumper sticker philosophy? Or have I graduated that bumper sticker philosophy you like to reference?
Bumper sticker philosophy and pop psychology. Yeah, that's right.
Basically, truth has become a very lucrative industry. You know, being in the truther industry, I call it the truther industrial complex. You know, because there's people that want to have some sort of hierarchy on intelligence or knowledge, And yeah, I don't know.
I see a weird blend of channels that all promote like quasi like truther like type of narratives. They talk about like Illuminati and stuff and the government secrets and like Operation Paperclip, and they have like hundreds of thousands of views. And when you click on these videos, they merely scratch the surface of these topics. They simply just sit there for hours, slack jawed. It's so fucking weird. It's fucking odd. It's odd to watch. The people have like no human style, like even on these like non-philosophical shows, like sports commentary shows. The people they don't even seem human the way they're communicating. It's totally fucking weird. It's like, they're like talking
It's
at each other.
when
They got
it's when
makeup
they
on.
don't believe it. It's when they're just
Yeah.
like an actor of a system that's sitting there reading a script and teaching a topic for like the History Channel and like whatever Operation Paperclip, right? But it's designed to bore old people and also make them think they understand it, so that when their grandkids go, "Oh, Operation Paperclip," they're like, "Yeah, whatever. I heard about it." You know what I mean? And they just dismiss it because they think, you know what I mean, they have the History Channel version of it. You know what I mean? Like the History Channel has like a thing on every conspiracy you can imagine. But it's all
Yeah, I
wrong.
noticed that. Yeah,
It's all wrong, bro.
that's so funny you said that. I actually bought the History Channel magazine, the book on conspiracies that they have. They had a special edition on secret societies. I bought it, and yeah, it's exactly as it is. It's like the surface level information
It's the
about all the
smoke
secret
screen
societies.
channel, bro.
Smoke screen shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just a straight smoke screen, the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, and it's crazy how they get into aliens, they get into supernatural topic. It's like, why are they covering supernatural shit on the History Channel? It is a weird type of thing. I mean, they're programming people on a religious level, through quote unquote history, but their quote unquote history is just like fucking surface level alchemy shit.
You really can't separate though history, religion, science, like these things, and like even philosophy.
Right.
Like you can't
Yeah.
really separate them, but we try to.
Yeah, that's one of the main topics on
But
this
you
show. I'll
can't.
tell you what. Yeah, you can't really separate those things.
They're
That's
so
why
intertwined, bro.
we call them architectonic. That's one of the things I was talking about on this show is that there's a history of philosophy, there's a science of philosophy, there's a philosophy of science. There's the history of science, there's a history of philosophy. There's a religion of science. There's a history of religion. And there's all these fucking shits. I mean, depending on which religion you follow, you have a different history of the religions. I mean, it just is what it is. Religions are histories. Religions also contain within them philosophies. That must be expounded upon. So yeah, it's absolutely. These things are architectonic. You can't follow them up with anything. See, just building off of what Mitchell's saying. That's all we're doing. Leading us to these deep thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man.
I feel you, bro.
Yeah.
No,
I agree. I think that's why we shouldn't poison the work that we do for God and the truth with financial gain. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I think good work should be rewarded and will be. And that's been my experience. I haven't had to sell out and take money from strangers. And I'm making a kind of a speaking tongue in cheek.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it depends on how poor I get. I mean, I have one skill in this world that's like reading philosophy books and reading theology books. So I don't really know unless I get paid for it. I really don't
What
know.
you do is different though, bro. Like what I'm really trying to break down here is when you got people like I've seen a dude Archaics, right? And he'll be out there selling like thumb drives of like fucking, you know what I mean, like fucking bullshit, like, and trying to like have like members only topics, and like you got to pay a subscription to like hear the truth. You know what I mean? Like the truth should be free, right? And like
exactly, yeah.
I don't personally put donation links and shit, but some people, if they're really gonna do this at a capacity, then the people are trying to support that. But I'm saying you got people that just come out here and pander. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I won't put shit up right now like that, but the thing is that, you know, in terms of donation, I'm willing to do this for donation only, as long because I'm also producing books and other materials. So as long as I start moving on different levels, because I have a multi-layered hustle or whatever. I'm trying to make like books,
If you
music.
sell books, it costs money to make a book. So like you can't you can't give out a book for free. Is You'd have to pay for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's some shit like that where it's like,
Digital
but
copy.
that's the
Yeah,
thing. It's like you don't really make money off of a book. Like just writing a book, like you make almost no money doing that. So the thing is
it's
that
true.
you gotta like promote it. You gotta have like secret courses. You gotta have like members only courses or some shit. So like I get like I'm still trying to figure it out because I am not a tech savvy person. But in terms of I see universities dying out because you go to the university and people told me that, why don't you become a philosophy professor? Well, these philosophy professors are teaching on Zoom calls, and what they're doing, people are paying to watch fucking YouTube videos of people like me explaining this shit. So what the fuck am I paying? What am I going to be teaching people? It's going to be fucking crazy. I mean, so
Crazy.
yeah, so so I'm like, if I'm gonna read philosophy or if people want me, I have a friend named Chad Haig who dropped out of the university. I played some of his videos in the beginning, and this dude, basically he's read tons of philosophy books. It, you could pay him to read a philosophy book and break that shit down, and like he'll
But when
do
it
a
comes to philosophy, also like you're also doing a little bit different things where like I'm speaking specifically on like the truth of God, like the existence of God, the understanding of
oh
God.
yeah, there's
Like
no way. Yeah.
this in specific, like this should never be dealt with money.
Yeah,
You know what
you
I mean?
can't. Not only can you not deal with that with money, but
Because
good
it
luck paying.
corrupts it.
Yeah,
You
but
know what I
good luck
mean?
paying somebody to get that type of knowledge either. If you thought
I
you could
feel
pay
you.
somebody and get some knowledge like
It'd be
that, you're a
worth it.
dumb
If
fuck. Yeah,
if they actually had the true understanding, it'd be
yeah,
worth it.
yeah. If
Now,
they actually had the true understanding, they'd give it away. Because they'd gain power through that. So it's interesting. Like if they actually had the true understanding, why would they ask for money for it? That's another, just total quagmire. It's like, you know,
the biggest problem arises with any kind of like preacher, priest, swami, whatever the fuck. Whenever your livelihood, right, is directly tied to the spiritual messages that you're preaching, and if you were to change that spiritual message, you might lose followers and you might lose out on revenue. That's what I'm trying. That's the biggest problem. That's the poison. You know what I mean? That's the biggest problem.
yeah, really.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
yeah, we got Mark Passio. That's the satanic priest, isn't it? No.
Mark Passio
He
was a Satanist, and then he started coming out and teaching like natural law and trying to like fight the Illuminati. I don't know.
Yeah.
Could just be bullshit.
I think he came on the scene at the same time with this other guy. What's his name? He was also ex-Satanist. He's a bit out of the scene at the moment.
You know what's funny though? I met another guy who was an ex-Satanist, right?
Mhm.
Also military, who knew Mark Passio. And
Uh-huh.
so it seems like a lot of these guys are ex-military, right? Ex-Satanists, and now they're trying to put out the truth. You know what I mean? And so
That's what me and Neuro were talking about, like where like we were encountering all these Orthodox Christian communities, and all the people who inhabit these communities were ex-military, ex-Satanists, and they were like talking about Orthodox Christianity and stuff. And
Mhm.
yeah, and by and by they just make jokes about like Illuminati shit too. So we were
Yeah.
like, what the fuck are these people? You know what I mean? So
It's like when someone tells you they're ex-CIA, right? No. There's no such
Right.
thing, bro.
Right, exactly. Hollywood or the mafia or the fucking the the government organizations or the Freemasons or any of this shit. Like, you just get out of you just leave these organizations after they tell you all their secrets and shit. Get the fuck out of here. Come on, dude.
Don't get it twisted. In certain aspects of like the criminal underworld, right? You could actually, put in enough work and time and have enough authority and status to just walk away, right?
Right,
If you don't owe anybody
but
anything.
but that's like you got the job done. Like, you're still under their protection, so to speak. So I mean, to think like they're not gonna watch you after that,
It's different.
it'd be foolish.
So if you always operated on a status where like they were under your protection, you know what I mean? Like, you don't ever need to worry about being under their protection, even when you walk away.
Yeah, I mean, in 1950, of course, but like in 2020, they're gonna watch your ass with the cell phones and all that shit. They're gonna look up your accounts and shit.
Oh no, I'm not talking about like the government. I'm talking about like criminal underworld.
Oh yeah,
shit.
even criminal or even.
Oh, you talk. I mean, like, is there any difference? You're not talking about the government. No, I'm talking about criminals.
To a certain capacity, you have to understand that even the criminal underworld is divided into different factions, and not all of them are willing to participate with the government.
Yeah.
And that's why they like get persecuted constantly.
Yeah.
And then there's other ones that are, bolstered by the government and they let them get away with murder. It's like it's a control system that operates even at the lowest levels, because there's people that are willing to do crime, but morally are good people, you see?
Yeah, I hear what you say. Yeah.
Like, there's people that are willing, right, to rob like a drug dealer, but they're not willing to rob an old lady. Yeah. There's people that are out there doing the work that the cops can't do. You see?
Yeah, it's like in The Prince of Machiavelli, this guy puts this Master Orsini, who's a criminal, in the position of power, because his basically
To appease the mafia.
Yeah, to placate his opposition, so he put a unworthy ruler in power so that people would stop opposing him once he got rid of the ruler. So that's the thing, is that sometimes the rulers or the state and the Freemasons or the secret societies, the religious institutions, in this case the church and the state, set up criminals so that as a false opposition. So they set up the cops and the mafia to go against each other, but they control both of these organizations.
Right.
So that's the ultimate move. That's why they call it problem, reaction, solution, because you create the problem and the solution in one
Hegelian dialect.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on this show.
It's actually the Masons that created all the street gangs that you find that are the most popular.
Yeah, they created the Bloods and the Crips, the Prince Hall Freemasons, and all that type of stuff.
I've personally gained access to the secret knowledge of most of these large gangs. And I can tell you that after studying the secret knowledge of the Masons, it's all based on Masonic teachings, but no one system is the complete Masonic system. They are simply set up to be a very, it's like kindergarten Masonry, set up to make you want more and lead you into Masonry from these street gangs. And then if you don't proceed, if you don't see the riddle within the knowledge system, then you just fail the test and you remain in that street gang and you just get used for whatever purpose, you see? But when you read through the knowledge, if you figure it out, everything's a puzzle with these motherfuckers. And if you're smart enough, then they accept you. If you figure out the riddle, then you'll eventually end up in Masonry. But see, I seen the riddle, and then before just going into Masonry, I was one step ahead of these fools, and I did research on their shit because I saw what was going on, and then I started figuring out the Luciferian octopus with infinite arms Hydra system that they got out there in the world, where they got all these different systems that directly don't lead to Luciferianism, but they lead like dominoes into different systems, and like a vortex, it operates all into this one fucking world religion that they're trying to form. And they know that if it just carries on long enough, everybody will eventually cycle into that one world religion of Luciferian Satanism. You see? That's how they designed it. Well, I don't think they did. I think, Lucifer designed it, and I think he's way more advanced than we can imagine. Not in comparison to God, but in comparison to man. You know what I mean? There's a big fucking difference.
Yeah.
The gap in knowledge is enormous. And the fact that he's so hidden makes people so vulnerable, because they don't even have proof that he exists or his fucking army exists, yet they rule over us.
Yeah, but there's
through our
no
understanding of reality. These are
there's
the
no
architects of the Matrix.
I mean,
They're
there's
not
more
the architects
proof.
of this world.
You said it's hidden, but there's more proof of the devil existing, like you said, because we are ruled by his army.
Yes,
Then
there's
there is
more
no
proof of the
God.
devil than God. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
I think Prince said it. I know there is a heaven. I know I know there's a devil because he talks so loud. Right? Yeah.
What did I tell TML when I first broke it down? I was like, I became into the understanding of God because I met the devil, essentially. I don't know if I ever broke it down, but you know what I mean? Like, that's how it really was. I was fallen when I was younger, bro. And when I knew the devil existed after I rejected Catholicism, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Then I knew that.
But
there
I
was a
mean,
devil.
but there's also ways to prove God, even by philosophizing. Even just by reasoning, by deducting, you can also come to God. And many scientists prove God, the existence of God. So it's not like only the devil can exist because we see him talking so loud. There's most certainly there's proof of that.
No, you could definitely see God. I'm just saying that when you're fallen, right, you're more likely to meet the devil before you meet God, because God withdraws his presence from around you. When you start fucking doing evil and shit, you don't have the protection of God. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's how it's always been with me. I always feel the presence of evil when I'm doing evil. You don't feel, you know what I'm saying? Until you turn around.
Yeah.
I really don't know what I'm looking for here, but
You care, I guess, but just like some people will convince somebody on welfare to borrow money from families to support them, and they're doing better than, and they're always bragging about doing better than everyone else. So it's like, what good is that going to do? And it's because they see themselves as high value. And what I see is using that sort of knowledge or whatever understanding to, for purposes of control. And
I'm personally poor. I like being poor.
Yeah.
Pops.
Yeah, same here. I like being poor too. But yeah, the thing is that, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily, I just like simplicity, solitude, these types of things,
God gives you what you need. The devil gives you what you want. As long as you have everything you need, if you want more, you know who you're starting to work for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got another one too. It says, patience comes from Allah and haste from Shaitan. You know what I mean? So that's another one for you guys, But yeah.
Facts.
Yeah, it's me.
Are you sure? Are you positive it's
Yeah,
Pops?
what was your soap? Oh my God, it's fucking me. Yeah.
That's him.
No, it's Cage.
Nobody else walks like
Why
that.
does everybody hate Cage so much?
Bro, I got to make sure. You got to understand. We're making a lot of enemies right now. But
yeah, Cage is the real deal. I was on Cage's show the other day, and yeah, I like the way he breaks down certain information or exposes people to certain information.
Yeah. So why does everybody hate him so much? I don't get it.
Look, I like Cage, but here's the thing.
I don't know what
Cage.
is. I don't dislike him. I like him more than I dislike him.
Cage is a good dude, and he has a
Yeah.
lot of knowledge, but he tries to basically push like this pseudo Masonic understanding, right?
Oh.
At its core. And so like it ends up in like manifesting reality, and like essentially it ends up in like becoming your own god, like if you really dig into it. And so usually I'll talk with Cage.
Yeah, he's pretty open with that shit. He's just like, oh shit. Well, he says he's a Freemason, but it's kind of like his own version. It's his own version of Freemasonry.
He's Cage though. If you know him, he's been doing this for like years.
Right.
Like this is
Yeah.
He's never changed. It's the same dude.
Yeah, he's chilling. Yeah. I
I
like his style. Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's not. I don't think he's a bad dude. I just fucking, you know, I had to kick him off the fucking show the other day, bro, because I was really trying to get to some kind of truth. Like I was just, well, I was kicking everybody off, bro. I was trying to get to like a core understanding of what the truth, you know, like let's really have a fucking conversation here today about something. You know what I mean? And so I was basically kicking and banning anyone when they just were going on fucking tirades about nonsense, like putting lithium in the fucking soil or some crazy shit, bro. I was just like, you know what? You know what I mean? It wasn't gonna be a chit chat and panel. All right. I let everyone know right off the bat, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be some shit.
I'm trying to get to this part where Mitchell accuses Pops of treason or whatever.
But yeah, I do like Cage. You know, I don't think he's an agent. I just think he's fucking has his beliefs and he's been preaching the same ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah.
Yo, you got to stop with this banner in the background, Mo. It gives me a headache.
Oh, I understand it gives you a headache.
But anything else, put anything else on, but flashing fucking lights.
I'll put something else on. But here's the thing. It draws viewers to the stream from the fucking feed because it updates the thumbnail and makes it really nice. How about this one?
No, that's doing it on purpose to push people to the point of no return. I mean, if they start coming around locking people in FEMA camps, maybe not in our time, 20 years from now, when they really got total control, they'll start doing FEMA camps and shit.
What's up with all these
people? But why worry about the what ifs when we can barely?
All these agents with the lisp. What's up with that? I mean, is that something that's like that got trending like late 2023, like with Tommy and everything? All these people.
I don't know.
Why all sound a bit like they come from a cartoon character?
I think they're trying to mask their voice. You know what I mean? Like if you try to change your voice and it's not your natural voice, it might sound fucking funny, you know?
It sounds funny to me, but people take them serious. I mean, I don't get it.
Who are we saying has the lisp right now?
Yeah, well,
I'm saying, who are we talking about?
This you can't fool Pops.
Oh, you think Pops has a lisp?
Kind of voice.
It's because it's sped up.
Oh, okay.
What happened?
Push the wrong button, I guess.
We lost TML.
Or a computer breakdown.
That's it. They got him, bro.
Yeah, his internet cuts out periodically.
So what is everybody doing tonight?
Well, for me, it's noon. So I'm pouring myself a beer. Belgian beer. That's what I'm doing.
Belgian beer? What kind of Belgian beer?
Duvel.
I never heard of that one.
It's called Devil.
You drinking the devil, bro?
I'm drinking the devil's piss, bro.
He's drinking the devil.
Yeah. That's one of the best beers. And it's easily available.
I don't drink beer often, but when I do, I'll get something like a Guinness double stout.
Uh-huh.
I like them warm.
Wow. I never tried that.
Yo, drink a stout or a double stout, like warm, right? It's amazing because you get a lot more of the flavor.
Yeah, that would actually make sense. Like blue wine, like a warm wine. Have you ever drank that?
It's like, I mean, Coca-Cola or like Pepsi, like sodas taste like shit if you drink them warm, but you drink them cold, they're delicious, right? It's because it's hiding all the taste. So, you know, if you drink a beer cold, it's hiding all the taste. That's why you could drink nasty ass beer and it tastes good cold, but you drink that shit warm and you're gonna puke.
Unless you have a real good beer. And
well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, if you drink like Budweiser Light or some stupid shit,
dude, that's that's piss. That's
you're
really
gonna,
piss.
you know, try to drink that beer warm. You'll throw up. It smells like urine when you smell it warm.
No, but you can drink this beer. You can drink this warm too. I'm sure.
Of course, if it's a good beer, you should be able to drink it warm.
You could drink this warm. I'm
if
sure.
It tastes good warm, then it's a good beer because
well, these are the beers that I drink too. But I think Guinness, especially, I'm not such a fan of Guinness, but I think it's got some cinnamon.
So like what it is Guinness
aroma.
Is carbonated with nitrogen instead of carbon dioxide, right? And I like drinking it because it puts me on a mellow, you know, a mellow level because of the nitrogen going into your blood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I didn't know that.
Fucking in America, there's not many good beers, like, you know.
I don't think so either. No.
Like,
you might find these beers though, but you'd have to go to a specialist more or less.
They're all thin beer that's basically piss water, you know. And the best thing I could really get at a bar is like Guinness, if I could find it, you know.
Yeah. Well, this beer is actually still. I don't know if it's still brewed in a monastery, but that's where it stems from. It should be a decent factory by now.
I used to drink a beer that was made in a monastery out of fucking like plums or some shit, right? I forget what it was called, bro, but it was good.
Yeah.
It's called like Blind Monk or something like that, bro. It was one of them, you know, like when IPAs were big. I used to drink Elephant Foot and fucking that monk beer, bro, with plums in it or something.
Sounds good. Yeah, I think they call this an IPA too. But you know, I drank it since before it was called. These things were called IPA. It's always been around, and it's one of the few beers that's not been how do you say conglomerated with all the Wall Street companies. So it's like InBev, you know, that actually InBev actually owns all the soda companies and beer companies, and it's not inside of there. So Heineken, Amstel, all these, it's all InBev. That's the main investment company or investing company. I don't know how you call that in English.
But
and
yeah, bro.
And so they're still out of that loop. So it's not easy to
good beer
to
is hard
stay
to come
out of
by
the
in
whole
US.
system. Sorry?
Good beer is hard to come by in the US, you know what I mean? You guys have it good out there. They enjoy their beers.
Yeah, people think that the best beers are made in the Netherlands, but it's not. It's in Belgium. They make the best beers.
Welcome back.
Yeah, people think that the best beers are made in the Netherlands, but it's not. That was not the wrong button. It was a computer crash.
Yeah, total fuckery on this thing.
We filled the dead air with a beer infomercial.
Yeah, I'm glad that I put in 8 hours before this shit, you know, because it was good. It was good content. I don't know, you know, if you know what time I'll repost that. It'll be like sometime tomorrow, possibly around noon or some shit. Look out for it, guys. You know, but yeah. Oh shit! I gotta turn my TV off. But give me a second.
Okay, well, we gotta
I agree with you, but they're pushing us to the limit. Like, I'm not saying that I think that's the good strategy.
I got to step away for a second.
Are doing it on purpose to push people to the point of no return. I mean, if they start coming around locking people in FEMA camps, maybe not in our time, you know, 20 years from now, when they really got total control, they'll start doing FEMA camps and shit.
I'm not going to worry, but why worry about the what ifs when we can barely even process the what to do right now.
I agree with that too. I agree with you 100%. I'm just bringing it up like just as talk, nothing to bring up like to be nervous about or scared about. But you're right. We got to worry about right now.
Yeah, because
Like,
that's
what can
part
we
of
do?
that's part of the program, that fear-based mind control. That.
Yeah. I think the best way to fight them right now is just don't comply with their shit.
Well, I would even disagree with that. I would say to conditionally accept every offer that they make you, and then take back your control. And when you're able to assert yourself appropriately, they really have no control and they have no power. And when enough people are peacefully assembling, which is the tricky part, because
So you're saying like kind of accept it and sneak in there and then twist everything, turn it around on them?
no, definitely not. You don't want to even talk like overthrowing the government. I think that really.
No, what I'm saying is be an actor, like play like you're with them and try to like, we get some people in Congress and stuff that are really like double agents.
You can't use the Matrix to fucking change the Matrix.
Right.
So what's the plan?
Matrix.
Tell me, Mitchell, I like
Separation.
the way
You got to separate yourself, but that's kind of the idea of becoming independent, right? And if you separate yourself from them, then they can't really hurt you, and that's where we identify with them and we're disappointed and we become belligerent, and that's where shit gets real ugly. And I think that the thing that we failed to realize is if we reestablish, the republic where the people are the government, then the people will have enforcement over that, what we perceive as government today. And that's really the resolution. So I think that, we can beat them with paperwork essentially, and you don't have to fire a shot.
I think once we do,
How you gonna hold on?
I think
hello. We got somebody new on the panel. Hello.
Well, let him
By
show
taking
himself.
Sorry.
I think though, when we do gain control back, I think we need more representation though in the government itself. Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, we need one congressman for every 50,000 people. You can't.
No, you just gotta you gotta separate yourself from evil and let evil destroy itself. You cannot fix that system. It's not possible.
We need more people up there. Like 450 people are running the whole United
No,
States.
that's a suicide mission. There's no reason.
So what do we got to just separate? Like each state, we got to kind of separate from the government.
Right, and it's already memorialized in law, but we've failed. We basically fell asleep after the Civil War, and that's where we lost control. We don't have, because we want to identify with the corruption. So the only way out is to stop identifying with that system and stop utilizing it to the best, without being persecuted, there's an appropriate way to get your driver's license, from my opinion, and shit like that until there's actual enforcement of the people, that can enforce a habeas corpus or whatever, but that's all written law. It's not.
You want to hear the real way to deal with it?
Each township. Go ahead. I don't want to speak over you. Go ahead. You go first.
Yeah, you got to take control of your own thoughts. If you're not in control of your own thoughts, then you cannot have any sort of physical control outside of yourself, which many people are not. Are you in control of your own thoughts? That's number one question right there. Of what you speak, what thoughts are coming into your mind, and what thoughts that you project out.
Yeah, well, nobody's above mind control. I think we're all affected by it to some degree, but yeah, I think some people are in more control of their own thoughts than others, but I think that's what we're practicing here right now. So yeah, thanks for stating the obvious. But
now in the Constitution, there are townships doing it. Like, there are, I forgot how many counties. It's counties. There's like 5,000 counties. Let's just throw a number. I think it's 3,800. I forgot the number. But anyway, if you're a county, with the Constitution, they can actually have a jury and start indicting people. They can have their own jury. They're
the
allowed
only
to
way
do
that
it.
this is possible,
And other
I don't want to
counties are
interrupt.
doing it.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but the only way that this is actually possible, I get that this, the true republic, the people are being called into session, the true Republican government, but it's not assembled. And the only way it can be considered assembled and recognized as a legitimate de jure government by the de facto is if minimum of 45 people in 2/3 of the counties in all 50 states, which is not a lot of people, but I don't know exactly what it is, but there's like 3,000 counties.
Right.
So
a little over 3,000. I think it's like, God, let's look it up. Let's Google that. What the hell? How many counties are there?
So 2/3 of those, you need 2,000 counties times 45 people to assemble, and then the people can be recognized as the republic government that Ben Franklin said. When Madam Secretary asked Ben Franklin what kind of government we have, he said, a republic if you can keep it, and that's what we failed to do. We failed to.
Yeah, there's 3,143, and then there's 100 in the District of Columbia, which we don't count because that's like its own. It's like the Vatican. The District of Columbia is its own.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, thank you, Reddington, for joining the panel. Yeah, I have no idea what we're looking for here. So,
I think before all of this, Pops was like he said he was calling for violence, but not like in the way that I'm pretty sure Mitchell thinks he was calling for violence. You know what I mean?
well,
It was before what we just played in the timeline of the clip. I think that's how
I
we missed
see.
it.
Yeah.
But then like he went into this whole discussion. Like Pops gets fucking fired up sometimes, bro. And he's you know what I mean? He's real pissed off about the way the world is. And he fucking wants people to stand up against, you know what I mean, this fucking tyranny. That's what it really is.
Yeah, I feel that.
And he himself wants to stand up against it, but he doesn't feel like enough people have his back, and he couldn't do it by himself. You know what I mean? And this is what that comment stems from. Like, he wants some backup in standing up against fucking tyranny, and he's willing to physically fucking, you know what I mean, fight against the satanic system. But like, Pops loves this country, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's a weird dynamic to kind of understand where he's coming from. But he's not calling for violence in a sense that like fucking, he's not Alex Jones or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, he's not, not even Alex Jones, because he didn't do that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not out here being a fucking Pride Boys or nothing like that. Pops ain't that route. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, even if he was, I mean, this is literally the channel that talks about like Ted Kaczynski and shit. So, so that shit, we already be on some shit out here. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
But the clip that
I don't think it really gets more radical. Yeah.
Then it was earlier in that show where he said it. It was like a specific. I think it was right before what we just played.
Yeah, it must have been somewhere near that section. But yeah, I mean, it sounded like they were on board with the dissolution of the current order of things, at least. So it sounded like that was a concerted opinion. And that's what's interesting about a lot of these three ideologies that we studied out here, with the Jewish nationalism, Jewish secularism. They are talking about this, even, people like Ben Gurion, he's talking about this federated court, of, the prophets that exist in Israel, that is going to be a federated states of the world. He talks about a world government, in the Islamic modernism. It's kind of this notion of this, this theopolitical state, the coming of the Mahdi or whatever, and in the Christian nationalism, either way you go, it's kind of about the dissolution of the current order of things. Meanwhile, it's talking about a traditional outlook. So it's funny how they marry these two things, together. I mean, it's kind of interesting, It's like positive and negative charge, you know what I mean? Really. but yeah, man. I'm gonna have to shut this down at some fucking point. But yeah, possibly now. I have been up all night, but yeah, I guess I don't think that Mitchell's here. And I will have to re-premiere this tomorrow, unfortunately, because of the shit that happened earlier with the porn bomb or whatever. But yeah, we've been getting hit up on this channel a lot, and I think it's because we're over the mark in the type of information we're covering out here. And please look at our recent shows that we did. Some of them are extremely important. We did a show on the philosophy of language, the difference between logic and rhetoric. It was one of these Friday shows. We talked about Aristotle and that type of thing. We read some of those things, how they encode messages and stuff, the difference between the existential and the predicative, the empirical and the analytical, and logic and rhetoric, and we talked about math, the philosophy of math with Voy here, Voy, give him a closing statement here, brother. What you got for him? Are you there? Oh no, Voy's even there. Must have stepped away. He hates giving this closing shit anyways. So it is what it is. He actually hates that shit. But yeah, dude, I know Rant's got some words of wisdom for us. Mitchell's gone. I bet Mitchell's gone. But yeah, Rant, what you got for us, brother? Yo, Rant, are you there? Am I just on this panel alone?
What happened?
Yo, you got some closing thoughts for everybody?
Hey, yo, you know what I'm saying? Fucking, it's a crazy world out there, bro. We have to discern bullshit from truth, and it's hard. You know what I'm saying? So keep all three eyes open.
Yeah, bless you guys, man. And thanks for being out here with us. We'll definitely have rants and pops, and Rant is Bunny, not Jim Bob, by the way. If you guys know,
Facts, bro. I'm not fucking Jim Bob.
So yeah, we'll be bringing it to you guys tomorrow. But yeah, have a blessed night from everybody from my end. I'm gonna play some of this trad culture interview. Check some of this interview out. And I guess I'll sit here and watch it with you guys. And just chill with you guys. But yeah, have a blessed night, everybody else. Thank you, Rant, for being here, brother. And I'll get in contact with you soon, my friend.
Yo, you ready to know? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure, my friend. Thank you so much, man, brother. Bless you, and your family, and everyone. Thank you to Void. Thank you to Mitchell. And yeah, we're gonna look at some of this video here for a couple hours of shit, or an hour, maybe, if I can, chop it up with you guys. This interview with Trad Culture. Maybe he'll drop in. Who knows? But yeah, we got a little bit of the show left, for you guys. Bless you guys, man.
People in the Amazon rainforest, I started noticing that a lot of what they did seemed to gel with me very well. So like when I was about 17, 18, I heard about, I just read randomly like a National Geographic article about a tribe called the Tassidae, or the Tassidae people who live in the Philippines. And they were said to be the most primitive people in the world. They were Stone Age people. And nowadays there's like some controversy about how isolated they really were. But there was this idea back in like the olden days of like the 80s, 90s, 2000s. These people were oftentimes held up as a model for really like what our human nature, what people would have been like aboriginally prior to, the development of agriculture, the development of like modern technology, things like that. And I was quite pleased by what I heard. It was like, wow, this isn't, the typical Hobbesian image of the brutal, brutish savage. This is like, actually sounds like a pretty nice sort of story about our human nature, where we began. And it seems almost like the more you read about what traditional societies living in this state of nature would have been like, the more you're actually quite positively impressed with it. It almost starts to look like modernity is the thing that's killing us on the inside. So by the time I was, old enough to start going to college, I was like, oh, well, I'm now armed with this arsenal of ideas, this arsenal of beliefs that I have based on all these articles I've read. And there's this constant theme of we seem to flourish best when we're in the state of nature. And as we increasingly fall away from it, it seems as though things are like our own lives, our own brains even begin to decline. Our own understanding of the world around us and our own ability to live in harmony with the world around us begins to decline. It starts with agriculture. As Jared Diamond, one of the most popular writers of the last 30 years, he actually called the development of agriculture the worst mistake in the history of the human race. And when you look, when you study, when you understand the path that society's taken, you understand that to a large extent there seems to be a good deal of truth in that. And you see that, like, it's almost, rather than the progress narrative that you're taught by like the sort of 90s era neoliberalism that I grew up with, what you actually start to see is almost the opposite of progress. It's almost like we seem to be devolving as a species. And this is in line with, the beliefs of somebody like Jared Diamond, the beliefs of many people within the field of cultural anthropology. And you notice it even within actually like a lot of Eastern philosophy. They'll talk about the Kali Yuga, right? They'll talk about this idea that we actually seem to, in many ways, be deteriorating as a planet and as a species. And looking at the world in 2024, I have a hard time really making a good argument against that. Like I've heard the arguments, I've heard Steven Pinker go up and bloviate about like how this is the best time in human history and we should be so thankful that we are living now. But I don't find any of those arguments convincing. I think that you can blow on those arguments and they'd all fall apart. Like they're that bad.
Now, this may sound quite simplistic, but how much do you think that us disconnecting from Mother Earth, grounding, playing with the dirt, being a part of nature and animals, how much do you think that's taking us away from what our true essence is supposed to be here?
It absolutely is. And this is why, I'm uniquely in a position where one reason why I understand things maybe on a different wavelength than some other people is that, like, I sort of grew up at a time in my local area when there was still a semblance of connection with the earth. So I grew up in rural Appalachia. I grew up in the sticks. I had to, when I was a kid, it was still very much true in my area. Now, I don't think this was true in most of America, but like I grew up in one of the more isolated, backward parts of America. So when I was a kid, there was still this sense that the rural sort of life, the rural sort of natural living had a certain essence to it. It had a certain cachet to it, right? Like that there was something positive about being able to say, well, I live off the land, I have real life skills, I know how to, grow crops or raise chickens or something like that. Like a lot of the people that I grew up around would have had those real life skills. And you do lose something when you go away from that life, when you move to the cities. I even felt it, I didn't live in a town really until I was about 18 and I went to college, and I instantly saw like the difference. And I wasn't even a huge town, but I instantly saw the difference. I instantly saw that it seemed like things were my own ability to adjust to this mechanical ersatz sort of world. It was a major culture shock for me. A larger culture shock because I've lived in other cultures as well. I would say that my culture shock going from rural America to urban America was at least as large as my culture shock going from America to, say, China, where I lived for a year. And I really do think that, like, the sort of urban industrial way of life, it is not really natural to humanity. I think many of us delude ourselves into thinking that it is natural, but it's not. You're muted, by the way.
Now, when you put together so many different people into one area, does now these societal constructs obviously start to come into play? And if there's like the tougher, the dominant ones, and the ones that are being bullied by, they get bullied or bully the weaker ones, like, does this start to come into play? Like, people are trying to dominate others in smaller areas, opposed to if it was vastly spread, you wouldn't really have that type of, I guess, mental issues.
We see almost everything becomes more and more of an issue. The greater the population density. So population densities optimally should be kept relatively low. Once you start having a large population density, you start getting an explosion in any sort of problem. We get disease. Your disease.
Yo, hold on. We got a special guest here for Mitchell, so we're gonna cut this for a second and let Mitchell speak. But we don't have that much time. But yeah, go ahead, Mitchell. You got free range to speak, and we're also coming back on Wednesday. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I won't take much of your time. I just
No, it's no worries. No, it's no worries. We're coming back later too. So but yeah, I'm just on a little bit of time right now because I've been streaming all night. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, go ahead, brother.
Right, and you guys sat around and bullshitted, with obvious detractors that have shown themselves for months.
You talking about Bunny?
No, like when Boy, yeah, so we were trying to have this discussion and fucking get this shit addressed because, your buddy that you're promoting is up here calling me a Satanist, and his father is literally calling for me to be killed, and so, I think that shit's kind of.
You told me to play this stream, just to be fair, but yeah.
What? Yeah, I did, but what's that relevance?
Because you said I was promoting it.
You were promoting it. You were saying that there was good conversations over there, and you were saying go check out his channel.
Oh, you mean like in that way? Yeah. Well, I was just saying that I watched it personally. I thought it was good. I even thought the parts where you talked were good. I was even complimenting you in that, by the way. But yeah,
Okay, so but you didn't see the shit where the controversy happened, and I get it. If you want to skip past the conversation and just fucking get into the controversy, but then you didn't even let that happen,
Yeah, I was wondering where it was at. We could, we could really hash it out next time. I'm sure everybody will be back next time. But yeah, we'll hash it out. You know what I mean? Because I didn't really know what part it was at because I told you the timestamp, but I couldn't really find out where the exact disagreement took place. But yeah.
Well, I didn't know that that's all you wanted until it was too late, that you only wanted to see where the controversy was and not the conversation.
It's not too late. It's just that if I don't cut the stream off at like 11 hours, then I can't save the video and shit. So it's
well,
just
you're at 1 hour and 47 minutes, so I think we're good.
I know, but I'm gonna have to add it to the 8 hours and 30 minutes that I just did. So I have to factor it in. Yeah. So it's gonna be like 8 hours and 30 plus like 2 hours. That's gonna be like 10 hours and 30 minutes or some shit. And then I only got like an hour and a half left to cover this shit.
So why are you gonna add that shit to what relevance does that have anything to do with your presentation or whatever?
Add what?
So why you gotta add this to that?
Add this. I mean, it's just one show that I did tonight. I mean, I'm just gonna repost everything I had. I just put all the content up. I always do that. I just put everything I have up. Whether it's shitty, it's good. I don't care. I just put it up.
Right, but your reasoning, your logic is you need to end this before 11 hours. You did 8 hours before. You're at 1 hour and 49 minutes now, and
right.
You got to add this to that, and I just
So I'm gonna have to make an 11-hour video. So if I get
you don't have to. That's just what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? But that's my point. I guess.
No, it's literal storage time. Like you have to make like an 11-hour video. If you make a 12-hour video, it won't save it. It's literal storage like capacity.
Okay, well, my point is we're not pushing the 12 hours for one, but the other point to that is you don't have to add this to that. So there's all these excuses, right?
I don't have to add this to that. Why wouldn't I add it? I always add every part of the video. I just said that. What do you mean I don't have to add this to that? You're not making any sense.
It's a separate video, so you don't have to edit it to where it's one compact video.
What are
But
you
even
getting
if you,
at? What are you getting
but
at? I'm
even
gonna add
even if
every
you did,
part of the video.
even
What
if
are
you
you
did, it would be less than 12 hours.
So what? So what? So what are you quibbling over the fucking time of the video? What's your point? I don't have all
No,
day.
you are quibbling over the time of the video, and I'm just
fucking
addressing
point?
your
What's your fucking point?
illogical bullshit.
The fucking time of the video is illogical to you? I don't understand the complaint.
No, your reasoning for needing to cut this short is bullshit.
What do you, the reasoning to cut what short? What do you want to bloviate about, sir? What is your complaint?
That your buddy that you're promoting up here is calling me what his father is calling for killing of.
That okay, we'll have to get to the part where his father claimed that, but so far we didn't find that part of the video. But we'll discuss that next time. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, so let me just fucking hang on and let this shit fucking brew. You had an hour and a half to fucking communicate effectively that that's the only part you wanted to see.
What?
Instead of the context of the conversation, I was very clear with disclosure from the beginning and said the conversation. I said the conversation was a couple hours long. I said the conversation was a couple hours long, and you want
to fuck up for a second, bro. Shut the fuck up for a second, dude. It's not the Mitchell show. You shut the fuck up for a second while I'm talking, all right? Okay, be quiet for a second, all right? You're spurging out for some reason. I don't
yeah, because you're a fucking pussy ass bitch.
Okay, all right, dude. All right, dude. You want to be a little bitch and talk about timings of video and talk about a topic that you say this video is not about, talking about how I'm editing the video to suit what? And you want to call me names?
Yeah, I didn't say edit the video to suit anything, and I'm not the one talking about the time. You brought that shit up. You said you need to condense this in within 12 hours. You said you're on a 12 hour
fucking time of the fucking video. What's your fucking point, numbnuts?
And you have no fucking reason.
What's your point? What's your fucking point about the video, bitch ass motherfucker?
My point is you got excuses for days to fucking deflect from your
something. You claim somebody said something that they didn't say, bitch ass motherfucker. You're lying about people in broad fucking daylight. You cocksucker.
Now articulate the lie, you fucking fraud.
Oh, that people want to go kill people. You said you wanted to overthrow the government in the fucking clip you wanted to show. Dumb fucker.
Yo, I said, where did I say I wanted to overthrow the government, you lying ass fraud?
Go back and watch the fucking shit. And I'm tired of dealing with your cocksucker ass, motherfucker. Fuck you.
No, you're the one who made the claim.
No,
you gotta...
you're the one calling me names on the fucking internet, little bitch.
Because you're a fake ass bitch.
Good day, sir. You had a chance to make a point. You had a chance to make a point, Mitchell. You a troll ass bitch complaining about Neurojack, calling everybody a fed. Go fuck yourself, bro. Go jerk yourself off somewhere else. Numbnuts. Have a good day, sir. Next time, talk with some fucking class, motherfucker. I'm teaching class in this bitch. You dumb cocksucker.
Disease has a very difficult, especially contagious diseases, have a very difficult time spreading in a highly mobile, low.
You know, drop that link. If you guys want to come watch it, we're just waiting for this shit to start. Let's see what's going on here in the chat. with these motherfuckers. Is there any more delays? We're gonna be watching Adam Green versus Andrew Wilson. Hopefully, they don't cancel it. 38 minutes left to say. 86 people waiting in this bitch, yo. Yeah, I debated on this channel before. You know, it went pretty, it got pretty dicey last time Adam Green was on there, man. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, I'm gonna nuke this stream afterwards. You know, I might sit here and play music. Nobody comes up here, you know. But yeah, man, you guys hop up here, you know. You guys already know what it is. I'm especially looking for my dude Neuro Jack, if he has time, of course. But yeah, bless you guys, man. You know, let's see what happens. Try to get these guys out here debating. Let me pin this link over here for you guys. Yeah, if anybody wants to come up here and watch this debate with me, go ahead. I won't stop you, no matter who you are. No matter who you are. We'll watch this debate together. I'll watch it with my enemies if I have to. But, you know, it's hard to tell who's a friend and an enemy, really. You know, we've only been doing this for several months. You know, but bless you guys for being out here, man.
For the vast majority of human history, we didn't have to deal with like most sort of viral diseases, because even if a virus maybe hit one area, it would just be contained in that one area and wouldn't spread to the rest of the world, because we were living in highly mobile, very, very spread far apart groups. And many people, or some people, even in the modern age, lived in those sorts of groups and they didn't have these problems. So pathogen issues, especially viral pathogens, they greatly increase in scope and power and ability to harm us when we transition to an urban industrial life. All sorts of other problems: breakdown of trust, breakdown of social solidarity, breakdown of group orientation. All these things that are really natural to us as a social species, they all start to break down in a situation where the population density gets too high. So Robin Dunbar, who is an anthropologist and an evolutionist.
So this is actually a salient point, and it's because of the technological progress that cities can support the modern population density that they can support. So, you know, the hub of technological innovation is the city, you know, and you have urban sprawl. The more things get technicized, the more you have urban sprawl, you know, and you have the desertification of the land as well, due to the monoculture and the constant spraying, you know. So you got all sorts of these problems. So the problems are related to A, the development of agriculture, B, the development of cities, you know, and what they cause is a effect on the psychology and the flourishing of the populations there, you know. So he's actually referring to some salient factors here. But yeah, you know,
evolutionary psychologist, he talks about this. He talks about this idea that we can really only have a successful functioning group with roughly like 150 people or fewer. Because
yo, Mitchell, when you want to talk about the truth or talk about the issues that I'm covering on my channel, what this channel is about, like I've been talking about Islamic modernism or any of that stuff, you can come here and talk about that kind of stuff, you know. But you've shown no interest in anything that I'm doing here, you know, not even one shred of interest. You know what I mean? So, you know, if you've personally benefited, as you were telling me just earlier, you've personally benefited, you know, then an hour later, because of me playing a video that you told me to play, you're going to call me a fraud. You know, sir, you don't know what you're doing here. You're too emotional to play this stupid fucking game. You know what I mean? and nobody gives a fuck what you think. You know what I mean? Like nobody.
That's the number of people.
Go open up your own channel and talk about that. Sorry, bro. Yeah.
Where we can really know. Once you get to a community that's too large, that gets significantly beyond that number of 150, all of a sudden now we start to see the emergence of hierarchies. We start to see the emergence of like violent crime, as people they no longer really know each other, and they no longer really are able to trust each other. So you start getting like the underclass and the upper class, and basically the whole society just starts getting restructured around.
Yeah, Mitchell, I might be a fraud, but you can't claim what I'm frauding people about, and you just lied in front of everybody. You lied on air in front of everybody. You said somebody made a claim in a video. You said you had the timestamp. You didn't have the timestamp. You timestamped it. The video we played did not prove what you were saying, did not make the claim that you said you were going to make. You said you didn't have a chance to talk, and you did have a chance to talk. Put you up full screen, and you said nothing. You said nothing. That's 2 lies in one night. You want to keep going? You're a liar, a bitch ass motherfucker to people's face. You lied right to my face, buddy. You're a faggot, loser, lunatic, fraud. Like, dude, like, and you go channel to channel doing this, and people keep calling you on your bullshit.
There, and it's no longer adaptive. It's no longer all about meeting the needs of the members as much as possible. Now it's about basically competing to be in the top echelon versus.
Yeah, this is wild shit right now, man. It is what it is.
Yo, I just wanted to clarify. Pops did literally say the words, right? That he is calling for violence. So I'm not denying that. That you will find in that clip somewhere. But what I'm saying is Pops doesn't properly understand what he is exactly saying. And so I did not even agree with Pops when he said it. And he went back and corrected me. It was like, no, we are. And then we went into a long discussion about it. And so I did even point out that, yo, the timestamp you provided, what you were looking for was right before that timestamp. If you did want to look at it. And I was not hiding anything. It's still on the internet. There's nothing being hidden. You have to understand that. You said that we was calling for people to kill you. That never happened, Mitchell.
What I'm saying is quite clear. I said very clearly that your father is calling for violence, right? And you're saying that he wants to kill the devil, and you're also calling me a devil worker.
I said, if you ask my Pops, the way
So
that he operates,
that's the equation.
Pops,
Does that make sense to you? Can
no,
you concede that?
No, it doesn't, because you're sitting here improperly framing
that didn't
the fucking
happen?
No, it didn't happen the way you framed
All right,
it just now. Let me give you the proper
what happened.
context. I said, if you asked Pops, he would tell you he wants to be a demon hunter. Okay, that's what I said. When Pops was calling for violence, he was calling for violence against the satanic system that overrules humanity. Okay.
Hey, by the way, threaten me again and call me names again. And
what's up, pussy? Say it to my face. I'll be in Southfield in March.
No, shut the fuck up for a second. If you threaten me and call me names one more fucking time, I don't have to have you on the show. I don't have to talk to you at all. So be careful what the fuck you say, motherfucker, to me. You're saying right? Because you're a little bitch ass motherfucker if you think you come in here, just say whatever the fuck you want, clean off your dirty ass shoes, your dog shit on the fucking floor, and just have me clean it up, motherfucker. No, you ain't baiting people out here, motherfucker. I will ban you from the show. So watch what the fuck you say next time, bitch. Don't fucking talk that shit right now. I'll ban you from the fucking show. I have no reason to talk to you. I'm giving you extra time right now to express how the fuck you feel because I'm a nice person.
No, I don't give a fuck. I don't need this time. You ain't giving me shit. I'm doing you a favor, motherfucker.
About accusations.
Then click the link and sign off if you don't need to do this shit. What the fuck you doing here, bitch? You need to be here. That's why you're talking. Don't fucking act like, don't play games, little motherfucker. Don't play games. You don't want to be here, then don't be here. Don't fucking play games and act like you don't want to be here. I will ban your ass for talking shit, bitch. So say it again, motherfucker. Go ahead. Just talk your shit. Say what you want to say and get the fuck on. Move the fuck on with your life, all right?
Nope. Ain't getting rid of me.
What?
Not until you come correct.
Come correct with
Ain't
what?
my fucking burden to bear.
I don't got to talk to you.
Yeah, I didn't make any false claims.
I don't have to address your claims. I don't have to talk to you. I have no
I
reason
didn't
to
make any lies. I didn't lie. You did.
I don't care about what you think I lied about. I don't have to talk to you at all.
It ain't what I think. It's subjective truth.
Yeah, you
Objective
claimed something
reality.
in the video that wasn't in there, and you're the one who lied about it.
You didn't even watch it. How do you know it wasn't there?
You gave me the timestamp, fam.
I gave you the timestamp to the beginning, as I very clearly stated what I would do.
I'm not obligated to research the video and watch the video. If you make a claim about a video, come correct with the claim, or else you're lying, bitch. That's how that works. You don't understand what the fuck a lie is all of a sudden? Come on, Mitchell, don't play games.
And yo, TML, I'm not even saying that it's not in the clip. All right, so I want to be honest here. It is in the clip at some point where Pops calls for violence, right? And I'm like, no, Pops, we're not calling for violence. And Pops is like, no, we are calling for violence. But what I'm trying to say is Pops is calling for violence against the satanic overruling system. He's not calling for a government civil war uprising.
He wanted him to die. He wanted Mitchell to die. That's a claim Mitchell just made.
Then Mitchell said that I'm calling for violence against Mitchell because I said he serves the devil. And I said that he serves the devil because he's serving the devil in deception. But I am not calling for violence against Mitchell.
Okay, so that never happened, Mitchell. You're lying.
No, he just stated exactly what I said. I didn't lie.
What?
No, but you did. Because I never said, I never called for violence against you. My dad called for violence against the satanic system. I said you serve the devil by being a deceiving serpent. I never called for violence against Mitchell. You're just putting things together that don't connect and claiming that it's true. That's called a lie, Mitchell.
I don't have time for liars. That's called a lie, motherfucker. I don't have time for that shit. You tell me.
Sorry, I had to come back up here.
You're a bait, motherfucker. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's just this dude sitting here baiting me, talking all this bullshit nonsense, motherfucker. You just lied in front of everybody. Come on, dude. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Fucking little bitch ass motherfucker.
Is
this one, Adam Green versus Andrew Wilson. We had Adam Green on the show before, you know, and I debated Andrew Wilson. Maybe we'll watch some of that right now. You know, hey, what's going on, Flo? What's
What up?
Came to watch the debate with me. What's up?
I'm down for whatever.
Down for whatever. Let's do this shit, man. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a debate on end times. You know, I had Adam Green on my show. Did you ever see that, Adam Green?
I don't think so.
Yeah, his views are too
I don't know who that is. So if I did see it, I wouldn't really probably know it. It wouldn't register.
Too spicy for YouTube. His views. He got kicked off of YouTube. He was one of the old ones. You know.
Adam Green is like the
truther's truther.
Yeah, he's like a truther, extreme truther. Plus, really doesn't like Jays, and he really thinks that Christians are being fooled, essentially. So.
Well, I think that I at least agree with the second part.
Yeah, he says that Christianity is a Jewish psyop, and so is Islam. It's very interesting. He says all Abrahamic religions are created by Jews.
I don't know his views, but that sentence seems to make sense at surface level.
Yeah, he's also has hardcore atheistic kind of like, he's very atheist, like in a lot of ways. You know, he's got like kind of atheist views, you know, on a lot of his things. But yeah, one of my actually my most watched episode is when he came on the show, you know, really. So, you know,
yeah, I'm just out of the loop on basically anybody who's a celebrity or like any. Yeah, I just don't know. I didn't know Vegan Gains was a big channel until after I was done debating him.
Yeah, he debated there too. He debated
I
on the
thought he
cruise.
was just some fucking dude in the audience who had
Oh
weird
my
diet
God,
habits.
he's debated there tens of times on the Crucible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's. I don't like him, but I think he's a good debater. I don't like watching him debate, but I think he's good at it. You know.
He does shockingly well at for how absurd of a position he takes. He is pretty good at carrying the absurdity.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's pretty much exactly how I feel watching him. And that's how I feel about most of the people in debates and most of the debate circles I've ever seen. Like I stopped watching debates after 2015 or so because it just got so ridiculous. It was just I couldn't even watch it anymore. Well, they pretty much stopped at a certain point. I sent you that video, by the way, machine. So if you wanted to preview, not now, but anytime between now and the beginning of the debate, it would be very it's very salient to the point of the debate. I mean,
Sure.
yeah, sure.
I've been keeping in contact with him and expanding. Actually, you'd be interested to know that this channel is actually the thought child of Dr. David Skrbina. This is actually like Dr. Skrbina's like channel, for lack of a better term. You know, he's the one who
So
inspired me. Yeah.
specifically the Jesus hoax aspect of Skrbina, or
Oh no, oh no. The main issue that Dr. David Skrbina, you may know, covers is actually concerning the philosophy of technology. So
Right.
that's why the name the machine lies.
Okay, I got it
yeah,
now.
so that's
So
the main
you're an
topic we cover.
anti-tech guy.
Yes, exactly.
That's why
I'm
you got
anti-
your boomer tech microphone and stuff. Just kidding.
well, I'm
Yeah.
just, well, I'm also
Skrbina, I'm
just
like, oh, do you have Audible? Like, and I'm like, oh, have you tried Chat GPT? And he's just like, oh, I hate tech. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot.
I might indulge myself in that project because I do have because he sent me the new second edition to the Jesus hoax.
I
There,
like
you know,
that graphic. I'm trying to use my AI to make a Jesus like shattering like that, disintegrating, evaporating in air.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know. It kind of flashes in
Yeah,
and
you
out,
can
but
see
yeah,
it.
that's
I meant to tell
there,
him
yeah.
that. I didn't say it when he was on last.
Yes,
Yeah, I've
I'm
interviewed him a
excited to
lot,
finish.
probably like at least over 5 times.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, I've only interviewed one person on this channel, so you're
Yeah.
you're the
You
second
interviewed him in
person.
person, didn't you see him in person?
Well, yeah. He comes over to my house all the time. like we
Oh,
talk about.
really? You guys are
Yeah,
boys. Okay,
I
that's
live
cool.
right next to him. So since
Okay.
I studied with him at the university, I mean, he's a good
What
friend of
the
mine.
fuck?
Oh, cool.
You know, for like 10 years. And the main thing we talked about, you know, it was 3 issues really because he had told me that the view of that we're separate from nature came from the Bible. And I thought, okay, we're gonna get up in. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I guess that is a salient point. The view that we're separate from nature comes from the Bible. That's one of the things that Skrbina teaches in his classes. It's kind of interesting. There's a lot of similar views to that in Nietzsche and Julius Evola and those kind of guys. You know, the neo-pagan kind of guys. But yeah. But yeah, I gotta go down to look at his where he tells us his opinion.
Not that it's their Torah fulfillment.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, he's getting cooking now on his views.
Yeah. Or
Yeah, I
they'll
see
go,
that.
it's just secular and Europe and Britain, that creation, like not that it's their Torah fulfillment agenda.
Yeah, that's a little bit of the argument I make in my book. That's gonna disagree with you and Dr. Skrbina a little bit. But it goes more with
Gonna disagree. How is your book gonna disagree with me?
no, I'm talking about the secular the role of secularism in all of this. You know, I think it has a potentially large role in terms of you know, you see like the rule of today, you know, like it's hard to say that like I mean it's hard not to say that the objective factor of control in our age is you know, like science and technology, and that a lot of this science and like technology came right out of the Kabbalah, like you know, kind of understanding of the world, or like they wanted to kind of subvert Christianity, and that's kind of the thing that Nietzsche says. So in my announcement, and that's the thing that got me with Dr. David Skrbina was when because he had these different ideas, and some of them I was like, well, first was about the Bible. God damn, do I ever shut the fuck up here? God damn, let this guy talk. Jesus Christ. I have this guy on. I'm like talking. Like, shut the fuck up.
About right.
Kikachu.
I hear a Jew in he's the best way to serve the prophets, the Hebrew prophets and the Hebrew scriptures and the God of the Jews in Israel.
Yeah, 3 months ago, posted by Slowboy. Slowboy Whiteboard is one of the great haters of this channel.
Yeah, well, fuck him. Never heard of him.
Well, yeah, that person hates this channel. Yeah, it's interesting. Jay Dyer's producer hates this channel and has clipped me in the past. So I don't know. Yeah, didn't they clip you too, Neuro? Or I think she clipped both of us.
Oh, you're talking about me? I wouldn't be surprised if they have already quit me back in the past, but for whatever reason, I don't think they know my channel, which channel I have right now. So because they seem to like my channel. But actually, I was gonna say like my two breakdowns of you and Adam Green and the aftermath was like it's so much more interesting to watch it now than it was when it first happened, but. Because it's actually related to the video I made for today's upcoming debate.
Where's the video? Where did you put it?
Oh, the new one I made is it's in your Discord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But no, but it's like it like I think it'll give you a good preview of Andrew's argument. I think they just went live, but I don't know if they like actually started the debate yet. But I think Flo will find this. If you really listen to what these dudes are saying, I think it'll be I think Flo will find it very interesting. Let's just put it that way.
Good, interesting, or bad, interesting? Or you're leaving it intentionally? You don't want to lead the witness.
Well, I don't know what your general worldview is. I think that you and I probably have a similar like background of understanding as far as like the alt right and that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like we've kind of seen like everybody get fooled in different ways, and so I think that you'll kind of see the pattern.
We're gonna just let me know if you guys want to pause it at any point, and anybody want to hop on the panel.
Yeah, please feel free to pause it. It's not, you don't have, it's better probably to like take it in pieces than try to.
We'll just pause the shit out of it and just talk. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, but yeah, I've debated on this channel. The debates are very entertaining, and raucous debates, despite it not being very intellectually engaging. Although, it is what it is. I mean, it's the internet, so it's
and like just to tell Flo, like part of the reason I'm so sensitive to him is like dealing with these people where they like change the definition of words every 5 seconds is like I'm just so used to that at this point. Like the last 6 months has been like people like say something and then they change their fucking definition over and over and over again, and then they like try to trick you, and it's like, dude, am I in a courtroom or what? Or am I in a like interrogation room? Like, what the fuck is this about?
Sure.
You can't even have a conversation with these people.
Do that, but sometimes they also do the define, push the burden of definition. Both ways can be a tactic. I get what you're saying, though.
Yeah. It's not to be like I try not to be a dick about it, but it's like after like the 100th time in a row, it's like somebody doing the same thing over and over. It's like, what? Why are all these people doing this to me? But anyways, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, remember that shit on the Crucible? I did 2 debates on the Crucible, and oh my god, I'm talking about like, these cats. I'm talking about like disagreements with over 200 people at a time. Isn't that right, Neuro? It's like, oh yeah, they just all jump up and they just say, this is why you're wrong, and they give 200 different reasons from 200 different perspectives.
No, and let's just put it this way: when on your second debate, which like blew up the whole channel to the point where like nobody could even we couldn't even go on there anymore. No, I thought that they won the debate because like they were so slick with it. But then I went back and listened word for word. I was like, I didn't even realize how many times he changed the definition. I like he was so good at it you know, I didn't see what he was doing in real time. I had to go back and listen very carefully. I was like, oh shit, like no wonder you're so pissed off, you know?
Yeah, he changed. Yeah, he changed the definition many times, and that's why at the end I was like, "You guys can't define shit." I was like, "I defined this shit in the beginning of the debate. I had the same definition at the end of the debate." You know, I've been talking about at least one definition of technology this whole time. He can't even agree if technology is optional or not. You know, and that was when, you know, I think he slipped. I caught him slipping first 17 minutes, and then it just went downhill from there. Really.
No, exactly. The first 17 minutes, you know,
Yeah.
you were obviously winning, and then he changed tactics, and then it got confusing to the point where I was like, I don't know what the fuck happened. It was like really weird. I don't think I
Yeah.
ever seen a debate quite that like
Yeah,
weird, you know?
if any logician like sat there and watched that debate, they'd say it was over after the first 17 minutes, you know, and then it was like, okay, like every other definition he gave of technology was tools, but he agreed that that's not what the definition was. So, you know, tools are not technology. You know, technology is much more broader than fucking using tools, you know. And perhaps because you know, he's thinking of robotics, but if you deal on the level of engineering, you know, that's one level. You know, if you're an electrician, that's one level. You know, but then there's also the programmer. You know, the programmer that connects different devices together. You know, in a way, they supersede the engineer. You know, they have to know something about engineering as well. You know, so there's different levels to shit. You know, so it's not just all the same thing in terms of technology. You know, there's communication. You know, there.
And the thing is also like you're against technology, but you define what kind of technology you're against, and then they kept straw manning you. Oh, you're against all technology, and you actually like over and over again said, I'm not against all technology because language is a technology too. And but then they just tried to kept straw manning you. It was like, well, you shouldn't even be talking because that's technology. And then, you know, it's like it got to the point of absurdity, you know, very quickly, obviously.
Yeah, I like how they couldn't define what Gnosticism was. That was a funny one where like two times they called me Gnostic and I was like, what's Gnosticism? And they didn't know what it was.
Well, and then you open up the door of like, well, if you claim that this is Gnosticism, well, Christianity is by definition Gnosticism too, and then they got upset, right? So it's
That was a fun run I had with them. Yeah, honestly, you know, very fun. But the thing is that the hooping and hollering, you know, aside, you know, there's a lot of intellectual dishonesty. So obviously, we'll be on this lookout for that. You know, it is what it is.
yeah, and if Andrew or any of these dudes are listening, like it's not personal. It's just kind of like none of this should be personal, yet it becomes personal for some other reason. Yeah, it's like
Well, no, I've talked to both of them. So I've talked to both of these guys. I've been featured on Andrew's show many times, and I've been collaborating with Adam Green at least once, and also I know him through Dr. Scribina because you know, me and Dr. Scribina used to watch some of his content, and one day Dr. Scribina went and debated over at Myth Vision, and then I'm sure he got wind of some of his views from there. But yeah, we went and had some conversations with him since then.
no, I just mean any of like Andrew and his friends, because I mean they take it very personal when it's like we're just trying to put together the logic being
No,
employed, right?
I think having like a small channel, like people with, not every channel with 1K subscribers has 30 people watching it, you know, and not every one of those channels that has 30 people watching them have actually associated with their small channel here. So I've been on this channel twice, so I'm sure they'd appreciate the extra coverage, you know what I mean, because they're still at like 10K subscribers. It's a lot, but you know, I'm sure they
Oh
want to
no, Andrew's at like 30,000+ subscribers now, apparently.
Oh, but but I'm sure he's aiming for that Jay Dyer like 100,000 type of
Oh yeah,
shit.
for sure. He's
Yeah.
on track for sure. He's probably going to be there by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yo, what's going on?
Can y'all hear me? Is my mic good or is it too low?
Yeah, it's good.
All right. I was just gonna say, fucking, Adam Green has a lot of good like ideas and shit, but I think he gets a little bit blinded by his hatred for the Jews.
For the Jays.
well, let's be honest, Rant. Who doesn't?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, you have to sometimes put whatever personal biases you have to do like truthful arguments and shit.
Yeah, I mean, we had that word, the K word, thrown around here several times on the from the toilet abortion, toilet birth,
Yeah, they're wild with it, and I don't know how they get away with it, which is why I'm coming up with
they
a
take
chart.
they take their streams down. That's how they get away with it. They just take the stream down. Yeah, bless you, Lestat, man. Yeah, thanks for joining, friend. Yeah, we'll be watching a debate here. Yeah, let me know if you want to come up and watch a debate with us. You're more than welcome. Bless you, brother. We'll be pausing and watching some fucking debate. But yeah, the Jays, I went through that this morning. I mean, I don't like that word because that word has racial connotation, and my wife is Jewish, so I had to kind of bring the kind of racial energy to the table because I was like, wait, this is racial energy. I mean, so I didn't know
I
why.
feel you, but
Yeah.
the first thing they always do is they always go at your wife. You know what I mean? Because they try to play on this I don't know,
Right.
like this part of you that they think they could piss you off if they like say shit about your wife.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? They want to just enrage you to make your IQ drop.
That's
You know what I'm
right.
saying? So you can't let them do it.
Yeah, you can't let them do that shit. But yeah, they got
They
some
always
crazy-
go for the wife, bro. Like that's the first target. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's like let's get to the real thing. It's like you guys make show after show about quote unquote Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like
Yeah.
that's the real like let's not play games here. Like you're talking about quote unquote Christianity. Like and whenever somebody really asks you what that means, you get really, really upset, so that's the kind of like, I don't know if you watched, but yeah, I kind of, shit down their throat this morning. They were more than happy to see it,
No, I ain't
but
seen it. I was working and shit. You know what I mean?
yeah. I had crazy energy this morning. I did a little show on them, because they and I used the thumbnail they had from their Discord. They have a custom emoji of me in their Discord.
Yo, I feel like we need to really classify them in the chart somewhere. Working on a chart, bro.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can put it.
Yeah.
Wait, does it work? No. Hold on. Maybe. Here it is, bro. There's a chart. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like we're gonna have to classify them somewhere in between the Mason or Jesuit. One of these two.
Yeah, did you hear the Jesuit oath to bash the fucking heads on the stone? Yeah, man, that shit was
shit's
ill.
nuts.
That shit was ill. Yeah. Yeah, this guy Enslaved by Truth says, I take a Jesuit oath to bash your head against the stones.
Yeah, so he has to go into the Jesuit category. We'll put him in there real quick. Hold on.
He literally said that shit. Yeah, that's on my stream this morning, guys. Go check it out. But yeah, it is what it is. They gonna bash people's head against the stone.
Yo, didn't I call that out hella quick, bro? And he wouldn't say the second commandment because it's against idols, which he has all over the back of his shit.
Yeah, I seen him praying to the Mary there. He was praying to the Mary, and he's saying it's the mother, and he pointed to the idol, and he said,
Exactly.
This is the mother.
I called them out on their idolatry. They got all tight. When he Googled the second commandment, his face went fucking pale.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. We already seen it on Flow State. Flow State had quite an exclusive one day where this man forgot the 10 commandments. True story.
What happened? I was talking to Katie.
I'm talking about when Toilable Earth forgot the 10 commandments.
Oh yeah,
you caught that exclusively. You know?
Like, yo,
it wasn't an
sometimes
exclusive. It just happened during a live stream.
Sometimes I'll be high as fuck, and if you ask me to 10 commandments, bro, it might take a minute, but I know them.
Yeah, no. It took him more than a minute. It took him like a minute and 30 seconds. It was hella awkward. Bad people laughed at him. In the meantime, it was fucking insane. It was like way
Man,
too
I wish I
long.
remembered what stream that was. I could clip that. That'd make it fun
I
short.
I have it on my stream. You know.
Okay. Do you remember when it was?
I know what stream that was, but my shit was fucking up. But I gotta go all the way because I was on your show for a long ass time that day, so I'd have to really scrub through it. But yeah.
You have them recorded because I didn't get that stream downloaded. I wanted to make one of them little clips out of the Jesuit clip, bro.
Yeah, I got that shit. I got that shit for you.
You know them clips, bro. Them clip joints.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Yeah.
It's all about the clips, bro.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. You know, for sure. Yeah, I got that recorded. I got it. Yeah, you know what? Let's watch some more of that because this is funny shit, man. I don't know, man. This is some shit.
Oh yeah, I want to see this debate. I think I've seen it once before, bro.
Which debate?
I think I watched this debate one time before, the Adam Green joint. I think I seen this on BitChute, bro.
What are you talking about? You talking about the thing that's on the screen right now?
Yeah.
No, that's me. That's not my show.
What I'm saying is, I think I seen this on BitChute at one point.
You saw this right here on BitChute?
Yeah, the you and Adam Green debate. Yeah.
No, but I didn't debate him. I just interviewed him. But that's crazy. That's crazy that somebody.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am crazy on BitChute. Yeah, my videos have crazier views on BitChute than they have on YouTube. Like I'll post some shit on YouTube, it'll get barely any views. Then I'll post some shit on BitChute, and it'll automatically get tons of fucking views. I don't know how that's possible, but yeah, either YouTube suppressing or BitChute's over inflating. I don't know, right? But yeah, it is what it is, right? You know, but yeah, you know, there's probably videos of me on BitChute, mad videos that I don't know about. I mean, I don't really go up there and check, but I should go on the BitChute and type in the machine lies and see what the fuck comes up. I'd be surprised. There's probably a bunch of hate videos about me too. Tell me they're gonna come to my house and kill me.
I mean, that's kind of crazy, but
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That these internet fools, you don't got to worry about them.
Yeah. But yeah, they really I say I sound the same now as I do in this fucking videos. Fucking and when they clipped me, they put a Jew hat on me and they've been doing that to me too, Mikey. You know what I'm saying?
Putting hats on you, bro.
Really? Yeah, no. Just saying. Oh, you're a Jew because you disagree with Christianity, so you're a Jew. That was his automatic go-to right there.
They called me a Muslim.
Yes, yeah. They called you a Muslim. They called you a Muslim for hanging out with me.
They called me a Muslim and a Jew at the same time.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, how could you be like, how's it both? Yeah, I'm like, that's so weird. I'm like, do you not know that? I mean, wouldn't that be convenient for the Muslims if they could also just be Jews right now? I mean, they'd save a lot of time, money, fucking weapons, like shit, dude. Like this shit would be dope. Like what the fuck? Like
if they just ask me, I don't have a religion.
Yeah.
So are they live? Are they live yet? I think they're live, but
you mean I could just cross that wall? I could just cross that border and just be a Jew? Like that was an option this whole fucking time. Like
if they're not live yet, I'd love to get you guys' opinion on at least part of my video. You can skip to the end if you want to.
Not live. Let's do it up.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought it was live already.
No.
But if not, I'd love to get you guys' opinion at least on the end of my video because I think that it's very interesting words that are said, and it's gonna play right into this debate we're about to watch. So I can pretty much guarantee you.
The Jesuit camp.
We got him in there.
Where'd you get that picture from? That was quick.
I gotta get hosted in there, bro.
Throw me up. I went to a Jesuit high school, I'll have you know.
Oh God. Actually, you know, you'd be shocked at how many people of any importance on all these shows are like straight out of Jesuit high schools or colleges or I mean, it's shocking.
Are we gonna put you in
need
the
a new picture?
CIA or Masonic?
CIA.
That is not for me to decide.
Satanist. Do you lean more to the Satanist or the Masonic?
That's not for me to decide, sir.
We'll just leave it. We'll leave
It's
it in
not
there
my
for
chart.
now. To be continued.
I like the shake weight in the picture there.
Gotta have it.
He
Steaks.
paused it right on the vinegar strokes.
Vinegar.
Hi guys.
Did you just smoke some weed?
Put her in the squirrel nuts category.
What's the squirrel nuts category? I wanted to ask about that.
It's the right one for you.
Thank you, Flo. I'm not sure if it's good or bad, but I'll take it. I'm
None of
testing
them
out.
are really good categories.
Okay, well, I just don't want to be in the mean, devilish one.
Cynthia, I have a place for you. Don't worry.
Who said that?
Oh shit!
Was it Rant again?
Well, the most devilish ones come bearing puppy cats and flower dogs.
Oh shit! What are puppy cats and flower dogs?
That's a good question.
You know what I mean.
No, I don't.
Oh shit! This shit already on that. I don't know.
Do you jump hurdles like you jump to conclusions?
Watch paper, meeting with all CEOs, 33rd Mason Street. The watch, she was late. All black, don't like wait. Fucking bitches on the balcony. I got more vacation. I ain't trying to see you twerk. I'm trying to see the traps.
In law school, they teach you if somebody starts off a sentence with, well, obviously, or clearly, then it's not obvious nor it's clear.
Right.
So if someone is starting off a sentence, well, to clarify it, and then they're not answering a simple yes or no question with fucking yes or no, they're being purposely.
He could have undermined the messaging so much that he can actually control exactly what people think, and that is our job.
Yeah, if you look at the issue, Cicada game was an opportunity to radicalize smart people, and he ended up creating puzzles and calling it Cicada, even though he was not the creator of it.
To this day, no one seems quite sure who the creative cicada was.
That was handled very quickly. By the way, that was handled in record time, I think.
Zionism is not Judaism. Okay.
Thank you. Good job. Good job back there.
Christianity is not so easily linked to nationalism, and Islam is not so easily linked to modernism. But these three things nevertheless find ideological marriage in the. Oh shit! Look at that. I look good with
What
them.
are we watching here?
Right
through the liberal neurojack ideologies, far left ideologies, especially
in September of 1996. N.M. Rothschild and Sons Limited signed a memorandum of understanding with the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China to develop a jointly.
Hell, is that Vaush or whatever?
I'm not sure who that is, honestly. I can't remember. Someone sent me a clip of this or something.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe that guy because I don't know.
It looks like him. It looks like him, but it's not him. It's someone else. I'm not sure.
I'd be surprised if he was talking about something like this, but yeah.
A financial advisory business in China and internationally. That proved to be a fruitful decision for both parties and tremendous success in the long term, especially after China joined the World Trade Organization in 2000.
To get to the postmodernist, okay, anything is possible there. Okay,
is what I call Islamism, to distinguish between Islam and Islamism. Islamism being the political.
First year on my PhD program, I lived right across the street from the Romanian embassy. And then it must have put something in my mind, but I actually started looking for an Orthodox church while I was in Ireland because I got kicked out of the Lutheran church for getting in an argument with them over women's ordination. And I said something about like, oh, and LGBT stuff. And
dude, did you see him when he came on and he had sunglasses and he had a backwards baseball cap and he had on like a t-shirt?
No, I missed that one, but I've seen a still picture like that though.
That would have been it'd be funny to get that picture of him because he was like, I don't know, he was like trying to like look like young or something.
No, the people who don't know, this dude is a PhD Orthodox priest. that has very strange credentials. Let's just put it that way. And I'm not trying to hate on the dude because I don't know what his motives are, but the dude has some very interesting philosophy. Let's just put it that way.
I think he's a pretty from what I can tell, he's interesting, original thinker. If you look at some of his classes, because he has some of his individual college courses that he teaches. I just went ahead and watched some of those, but I haven't seen any of his other material.
Yeah, he was mentored by a guy who wrote the Christian apologetics for bioethics. Just to give you a heads up. I mean, that's
I've seen how he interacts with his class, and yeah, it seemed like he was a good teacher for sure. But yeah, in terms of philosophy, yeah, I'd be very, very interested to inquire into it.
I basically accused, because they were actually German, they're all German speaking. It was like and I accused them of not learning anything from the last bad episode that the Germans had.
Yeah.
Entertainment industry.
Yeah. And I'm like, you guys, and they got really upset with me. You don't ever bring up that episode with a German.
Like those bad years. Yeah.
Because they really want to forget it and don't want to be reminded. I'm like, you're just the same. You're embracing
the spirit of the time and the culture.
And it was really upsetting to me. And they basically told me I wasn't no longer welcome there. So I was like,
wow.
And I started looking for an Orthodox church, and I found a Romanian Orthodox church right by where I live.
The former child star alleges that pedophilia has been a real issue in Hollywood. He tells the publication, quote, "There are a lot of vipers in this industry, people who only have their own interests in mind. What bums me about these situations is that the victims can't speak as loudly as the people in power."
Online, blackmailing minors into recording depraved sexual acts, animal torture, even suicide.
That's the tragedy of attempting to reveal what is happening to innocent people. They can be squashed, but their lives have been irreparably damaged.
Their goal? Destroy Western civilization. Replace it with fascism, social Darwinism, and Satanism. The cult is armed and dangerous. The FBI has been slow to infiltrate.
Finally, there's a splash of spray paint to camouflage the transmitter. We don't want the other crocs thinking there's anything different about a young crocodile with a satellite beacon.
If it's a liberty like that, it only works in sparing occasions, if you're lucky. And then over time, after like 3 generations, everybody's too fucking lazy to do anything, only complains all day long. And then you don't have anything. You don't have cohesion.
This guy's about to go on the ride of his life. A trip to a beach facing the open ocean to see if relocation works, or whether he tries to find his way home from 50 miles away down the coast. It's going.
Crikey. Yo, why is that alligator purple though? You guys see that?
They spray painted them, and it's really weird. Like, I was watching this with my kid the other day, and I'm like, this is very bizarre. They just like normalize like fucking with animals. Like, oh, we're just gonna relocate them and see what happens, and we're just gonna put this fucking transmitter on this fucking head, and it's like very like.
Yeah, because I was about to be like, yo, I'm about to cop me a purple gator.
Well, could it be that they were trying to study their behavior to learn something and see their patterns?
Trying to study your behavior to see how you respond to purple alligators.
Well, and then I'm assuming they did the purple. I'm assuming they did the purple because when he sticks his nose up, they would recognize who he was. If you did it green, you couldn't see. Maybe you could.
Yeah, it could have been. It could have been that, but it could have been like some sort of medicine to knock him out too. I'm not sure. But
I was thinking about that too. That too to do the transmitter. But at some point, though, you need to observe the patterns of animals for whatever reason. But there is information to be gained from that. So is it bad if he's doing it? Not necessarily to like, ooh, let's just see if they blow up, but we need to observe.
Well, let's see how well that applies to humans in about 30 seconds from this clip here.
Okay.
Yo,
I want to go in a box.
This chart is on point so far.
Oh, that's on my last video about you go into the freedom coffins.
Lowe's the kingpin at this point because he in the CIA. So this is some real shit.
We'll reclassify him in a moment.
Snaps is who we're after.
Yes,
I've already told him that he's going to wake up in zip ties in the back of the prison van one of these days.
Yeah, if he wakes up in a freedom coffin, just remember it says freedom right on the box. So it's all right.
I don't know what a freedom coffin is, but
Yo, you
it
better be
sounds
careful what you
greasy
say.
where
Agent
snaps are going.
Mitchell, okay, is gonna record it and tell him, and you're gonna be incited for threatening to kidnap Snafu, even as a government agent.
The government will get me out of the government's clutches.
I don't know if y'all got interagency, cooperation or whatever.
Diplomatic immunity.
Yes, I have that. And what's the thing that police? Oh, I have qualified immunity.
Plausible deniability.
Well, that's like thrown in for free with a combo pack.
Is this debate really just not going to happen? I don't know.
Well, maybe he got a large donation, a couple hours before the debate occurred.
Let me pause this real quick and let me just check in with them real quick and just see, because he might be like bitching about how it's not going to happen right now. So then I'll have no reason to stream. That'll be fucking weird. Yeah, but
maybe they were watching our stream and they're like, we better not.
We better modify our fucking, because I already said something in the chat. I was like, huh. Oh, what? Okay, I guess it's gone.
What the?
Well, that's fucking awkward, guys.
Man, machine lies.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, I think they may be starting a different one up. I don't know. Let's go
It's
check
all
it
right.
out.
I got something else I got to dip out to.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yep. I think it's gone. Andrew Wilson. Shit. Or maybe they're gonna have it on fucking why is my shit echoing? Hello? Okay. Thank you guys. Yeah, Neuro. I'm gonna go see if it's gonna be on Rumble or some shit. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, do your thing, man. I'm just here chilling.
Yeah, because like I mean I'll watch it on Rumble, but like it is what it is. But like if it's not gonna be there, it's not gonna be there. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'll have to find something else to do at this point. But yeah, I'll probably just shut the stream down or some shit, because all I was really gonna do is watch this debate. But yeah. But yeah, that's this fucking shit channel for you, man. Fucking big letdown. I could just watch my own debates on here at this point. What am I gonna do? Okay, it's live on Rumble. Nice. How about that, guys? We saved ourselves. And Phil State left. So he left early. He's like, I gotta do some other shit.
I think this is going to be productive.
And
We just start, you know what I mean, categorizing.
Free solar panel. Here's the truth about the coming food crisis. This might be your only warning.
Yeah, that's how
According to
Rumble
official reports.
commercials, they're survivalists, man. What the fuck is this?
And all of humanity is that. Just saying. About 15 minutes. As Ethan fucking Ralph figures out how the fuck to do his shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but he said 15-minute delay. That sounds about right, doesn't it? 15-minute fucking delay.
Okay. So I guess this fucker's gonna come in 15 minutes or whatever with the fucking kill stream shit. Yeah, it is what it is. We'll turn this shit on in a minute. But yeah, let's watch Neuro check.
Yeah, trust me, the last few minutes are worth the payoff, I think. So, if you listen to what he says, at least.
Yeah, I like this alligator Hunter.
The new groundbreaking science, groundbreaking science. First time Steve's ever tried moving a crocodile like this with a helicopter. Banana Head's a great candidate for this experiment. As far as wild-caught crocs go, he's been incredibly calm, and with any luck, he'll take this short chopper ride, no worries at all.
Maybe communism would be slightly better then, because at least they are going to keep having people that step forward.
President Biden issued an executive order targeting Israeli settlers in the West Bank who have been accused of attacking Palestinians. The move imposes financial sanctions and visa bans on 4 individuals who have directly engaged in such violence in the occupied territory. The order comes amid growing criticism over U.S. support for Israel's military campaign in Gaza. Meanwhile, Gaza's health ministry says the death toll across that region has now surpassed 27,000 people.
Right? The difference in a way is like, no, it's not just you're free to do the right thing. It's like, no, you do the right thing or you pay a price.
Utility end. And so the utility end of this operates like this. You go, okay, look, this is the one place you can send people that is unchanging. I can't fuck up orthodoxy. It's not possible. Not possible. Not possible. Not possible. Not possible. Right? Even if I send somebody into the church for all the wrong reasons, right? It's impossible for them to do anything bad to that church because it's an unchanging entity. That's its nature. The nature of the Orthodox Church is to be unchanging. And so when you're talking about the greatest amount of utility ever in outreach of trying to move people over to an unchanging church, where them, even if they're scum or they need it the worst, are not going to be able to change the nature of the church.
You contribute to society or you pay a price. That part of communism is actually, in my opinion, a bit sensible, but it's the problem is like, what is considered the thing that you would have to do to contribute to society, right? A bunch of politically deranged people in there, and they will like make, the only way you can contribute to society is by stripping your balls off or something. Yeah, that's the fucking problem. With communism, you can have really deranged people determining what is good. That's the fucking problem. That's like the atheist problem that leads to that. Deranged people determining what is good, and that is actually really destructive for everything and make everybody insane. That's the problem. But if you force God into it, it's like communism, theist communism, theist, conservative, nationalist communism. It's like everything that colloquially would oppose communism. But the form could be the same. It's just exactly inside out. Yeah?
Then I would say that the utility purpose there is phenomenal.
Oof. Damn, I see what you did at the end there.
Well, I just think that if you're talking about the utility of Christianity, I mean, that's a little bit of a strange way to frame it. And
Who did that? Did you do that, Narrow Jack?
allegedly.
When that gentleman who looks like Orlando Bloom, when he was talking and he said deranged people are saying what is good, alleged, like, does anybody know? Like, what does that even mean? Like, what is good?
Well, what he's talking about is religious communism pretending to be conservative and Christian.
I guess what I'm going to say, like, nobody can tell me what is good. They can't tell me what is good. Now, they can say something is good, but they can't convince me something is good.
Well, the idea that the whole Christian nationalism thing is basically like, I'm going to tell you what's good and you're going to do it, or you're going off the edge of a cliff, essentially.
Well,
Well, it truly is a utilitarian system. It's the basic foundation of a democracy that the majority rules. So the utilitarian use of anything, whether it be deemed as the possession of the state or private people, is a utilitarian system based on a majority.
I can agree that deranged people are in power positions to create laws, rules, regulations, ordinance, whatever word you want to say. But but they still can't tell me what is good. They can just give me the rules. Now, if I choose to break the rules or not, maybe perhaps I'm doing what I think is good. So that's the only thing, like with that video. That's why I asked who put it together. Is that was the one statement that kind of was really broad for me. Just the feedback. Hmm?
Yeah.
I was thinking the other day, machine lies, and they was thinking about how some people go off of feelings and other people go off of logic. And
Okay.
I think the feelers don't understand how come the logics don't feel, and the logics don't understand feelings. So they think people's feelings are not sincere or not authentic. Am I onto something? Is this something I'm just imagining, or is this something that is?
Well, I'll tell you what. I think it's a lot of it is the difference between the way women think and the way men think. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, it could be that.
Because it's like
But
I think it's like a lot of the men type of thinking is more of like because if you look at another dude, and you can't really do this really much online, but if you look at another dude, you kind of just like, if they tell you some shit, you kind of just don't believe it. At least at first, you kind of want to see like results. You kind of size people up. But females, they have to work in society by convincing people of things, so really they can't just like go and like act on things as much as men really do. So really what it is that females kind of, you know, develop a social conscience much more than men do. And that's why females can be introduced to mass situations. Like you'll see that social media affects women disproportionately. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
I think
And
so. I mean, it's just,
no, I hear you, but I also want to give it another
yeah,
another
for sure.
we have to
Yeah, feel
develop
free.
a sense of manipulation. And I'm not saying manipulation in the sense of malice, but because we're women, we can be easily just picked up and taken away. We can be easily in harm
Right.
situations just off of physical. So we've developed a sense of people and situations, and that gift of gab of how to alter the situations.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's really what it is that yeah, like females have a mass consciousness, but that can also be, like they could be persuaded into mass situations. You know what I mean? So that is kind of like the thing is like, you'll see like, if there's like a situation where a lot of people are saying some shit, the women are the first to be like, oh shit, maybe there's something to this. Whereas, you know, a man might say, well, who's coming out with this, story, or like, what's the deal with, what's going on here? Like, let's check out who's telling this tale. And then they might go and see who it is and size them up and see what they've done and what kind of situation it is, or they might go to the place, and or some shit. But yeah, I feel like a lot. I feel like, and and this is actually a thing in mass psychology. They say females are susceptible to mass situations. You know,
Hmm.
you know, like you know, like you know, like you know, when my wife was with me, and you know, I reported, you know, that she had illnesses and stuff, you know, mental illnesses and stuff, you know, and you know, she would go in and out of this kind of thing. And you know, when you go to this mental hospital, you'll notice a lot of people there are women, you know, and the men that are there are completely fucking gone. You know, but there's kind of subnormal just women there. You know, so it just kind of seemed like whatever the craziness is, it you know, it only takes a little bit for a woman to just be like end up in a mental asylum, but it takes a whole shitload of it for a dude to be like, you know, even if a dude is a little bit crazy, people will be like, man, you just get your fucking shit together.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
I
But if a
just
woman's like kind of like, you know, crazy, they'll be like, you got to put her on the side. Like, it's just, you know, we can't handle this shit.
hmm.
They just-
Well, I've not ever had those type of experiences where I've been in places. I actually think that I'm pretty mentally strong, but
yeah.
to each
Yeah.
to each
Yeah.
his own.
People have that. You know, people have like extreme mental acuity. I have that too. Like the other day, I just took like 5 grams of mushrooms and then I just did my stream. You know, it wasn't any problem for me. It was just people just, you know, a lot of people that just take 5 grams of mushrooms, they go, oh my God, what's happening? You know, and they wouldn't be able to do anything that day, you know, and I've taken that many mushrooms with some people and they just walked outside. And you know, they started like driving in their car, and they're like, "Man, these cops were chasing me. People were laughing at me and shit." And I was like, "Dude, like I told you not to go outside. You know, like that was the first mistake. You know, you went outside." And yeah, one of my friends, he went to the door. He like walked outside the door, and I'm like, "I told you not to do that." And he's like, "No, come with me. Let's go. Like enjoy like the outside world." And I'm like, "Motherfucker, it's 3 a.m. and there's tons of cops like all around. Like the only people outside at 3 a.m. are cops. You know, like it's just like fuck that shit, you know." And he's just like, "Let's just go." And I'm like, "No, you go." And he like called me in the morning. He's like, "I was on mushrooms and you left me alone and cops were chasing me." And I was like, I was like, I don't think cops were chasing you, but I told you you're gonna be tripping balls, driving around. There's gonna be lots of cops. You're fucked up in the head. You know, I told you not to leave.
I've never had
Motherfuckers can handle this shit.
That's an experience. I've never had that.
Yeah, you got. It's like, you know, it's like, hey, you get off my cloud. Uh-oh, Agent of Chaos, Tommy. We got Cynthia as gray, the gray area. I never knew what that gray guy represented. But yeah. Q-Tard, Nemesis.
What's the
That's cool.
gray area? What is that guy?
He's the gray time.
What's the gray time?
Hello. Hi, that's an NPC square. That's
Oh,
just your
NPC.
basic. Yeah, it's just your basic NPC dude.
Dun dun
Also,
dun.
to touch on the whole women thing, I think that women have a harder time with like emotional and mental stability simply because our hormones are just always out of whack. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And because of this, women are more susceptible to manipulation, you know, because we're so in touch with our feelings and our emotions. This can be used against us, and it often tends to be. And so on top of that, when you're involving women in a workspace, you have women who every month, clockwork, okay, they are on some shit, okay, and these women may or may not be acting like cunts and just putting out your general country vibes just because they're on that shit. So now depending on what career choice, what jobs, etc., you know, these women are living their lives in, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it really, I believe that it is understood right? It's understood on what we go through, but because women want to fight so hard to be in the work environment, and it's like, well, toughen up. But it doesn't matter, because as we are supposed to toughen up, we also want the work environment to bend for the women. And it's just backwards.
Machine lies. Do you think that feelings and discernment is the same?
I think it's got something in common. I mean, we were kind of talking about this on Jack's show. I think that intuition is linked with faith, and I think that actually, faith begins before you have knowledge, because you want to learn something. So you agree that there's, the truth is out there. And then after that, you have to kind of agree, because knowledge is really infinite. So the process of learning hasn't ended. So you have to have faith in what you know afterwards. So you have to have faith after the process of knowledge is completed and what you figured out, in order to go with what you've learned. So I'm talking about how faith comes before knowledge and after it. So I mean, I don't think that faith is necessarily feelings.
Right, but I
Either,
said discernment. You said intuition, and
Yeah,
then
that's why. Yeah, that's why.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why I use that word, because I think discernment is close to is close to that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And then I think that faith has something to do with that.
Do you think who are we missing?
Jack Talcott. What is that? Is that a secret squirrel, huh? Or is that it?
Secret squirrel.
Secret squirrel.
Secret squirrel. There he is, bro.
For sure. And we got who else we got here? We got Tommy. We got somebody between Gen X Jeff and it looked like Speakeasy.
Is Hank on there?
Speakeasy's in there. Hank? No, Hank is not on here. I'll get Hank in a second. Good call. Good call.
Provo?
Talcott got put there because of the hand gestures. Off rip, he was just straight up.
Oh yeah, I'll get Provo too.
Provo King. Ball unslaved. Ball unslaved. I wonder if he'll come and watch the debate with us.
I wouldn't really know where to categorize him on the chart. New category.
Shit.
All right, well, I'm gonna dip out. TML. I just wanted to pop up. It's Crystal. Thank you for suggesting that I come up. And also, I have a private chat on Friday nights, so I was testing out a new backspace.
What is that? What is that? A private chat?
It's just things. And no, it's on it. Well, it's a thing I'm working on, and so I'm trying to create the ambiance. Okay, so I used to work in an adult entertainment club for years and years and years. Like
Where is this going? Yeah, I think
yeah. So I'm creating this ambiance. So like
Somebody come get her.
yeah, it's a whole thing. So I wanted to test out the lights, and I wanted to ask Crystal. He asked what the thing was.
Well, it looks like interesting in there. In the room, you got like nice disco balls.
And I like the
stuff.
circles. I didn't plan it, but I'm noticing the correlation now that
Yeah, I remember when they had the kids with the little glow star packs where you put the glow stars on your ceiling.
Yeah.
That was the shit. When you go in somebody's room and they had that shit, I'd be like, man, this is dope.
No. It's actually a little space guy.
Oh my god, it's only one light, huh? It's only one guy.
Yeah, and sometimes I'm pretending like I'm winning an
Well, that's
interior
pretty
award.
nifty. Yeah, that goes all around the room. Yeah, that's pretty nifty gadget for sure.
Alrighty, but yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just
Bless you,
wanted.
Cynthia.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're just watching debates. We're just hanging out. It is what it is.
I'm just chilling.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do this fucking. But I don't know if they're gonna start this shit, man. It's fucking annoying shit, man. It still ain't started with this shit, man. I feel like they're not gonna have this debate. To be honest, I'm gonna have to shut this fucking stream down. It is what it is. But yeah, man, I keep checking into this thing. It's not. Doesn't look like it's happening.
All right, one more time. Hang on. This is the masterful lyrics.
What the fuck is this? Oh, he's talking about the Adam Green introduction music. Yeah, I always wondered what that song was.
This guy says, "You listen to metal, dumbass. Those lyrics are even more retarded." Shut the fuck up. Not in a million years. I want to tell you this one more time, fucker. Okay? The lyrics are, "It's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings." It's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings. Something in the way.
All right, dude.
Oh, I'm gone for a few minutes, and this dude's talking about like my favorite songwriter in the past like 45 years. What a piece of shit.
Yeah, that Nirvana dog. Oh shit, we got the gangster.
No, he's sitting there talking about Kurt Cobain's songs have no meaning. Dude, that dude is so full of shit, dude. He's writing. Oh my god, dude. He's like the most honest person about music too. Like for me, like I don't like Machine. I don't agree with you. I mean, I don't disagree with you about a lot, but like I'm not a big fan of some of the underground rap that you play just because I've never heard it before. It's not familiar to me. But as someone who's like, he sit here and talks about he's into grunge and metal and stuff, like, dude, he has like some of the worst takes on music. It's
You just never heard good rap, bro. That's what it is.
no, I'm sure. I mean, I'm from the fucking middle of nowhere in the South, so I mean, what do you expect? What do you want from me? But I mean, I'm just saying for him, it's like he's like supposedly into the same music for me, and it's like he's sitting there making fun of Kurt Cobain's one of his most famous songs. I mean, maybe not the most famous, but still, it's like he's sitting there saying, "Oh, he don't know how to write songs." It's like, yeah, the most successful guy in rock music since the Beatles doesn't know how to write music. Okay, thanks. That's really it's a really good take there. I'm glad we have our own Gucci gang with the pink face mask on, though. I feel much better now. I'm just a little personally offended. Like, I'm actually more offended that he's making fun of Kurt Cobain than his political stuff at this point. That's pretty low. Is the debate just not happening anymore? Or is that what happened?
Little tiny bit. Just saying.
The volume's really low. Slightly.
What the hell?
All right, what do we want to listen to? You're fine, guy in chat. I'm just fucking with you.
We're doing the
Fucking
Jesse
whining
Lee,
about
the
shit.
Jesse Lee Peterson or something. What the hell?
What the hell?
What the? I think Jesse Lee Peterson is he's one of the funniest guys. I'm glad you reminded me of him. And he has like he honestly has some of the best rhetoric I've ever heard in the last like 10 years.
What's wrong with his eyes?
Jesse Lee Peterson?
Yeah, his eyes, they're fucking like bloodshot, aren't they?
Well, he's 80 something years old, so
Yeah, his eyes are shot to hell. He looks like his eyes are just struggling.
he got that glaucoma. He don't want to smoke weed, most likely.
That's a bad look.
I can't hear Andrew right now.
Yeah, I think I'm accidentally muted this thing. Let's see if this shit's happening.
Just saying.
I was gone for a few minutes, but while we're waiting, I was just curious. What was your opinion of that clip of what he said about the utility of the Orthodox Church and that it's impossible to corrupt the church? I just found that a very dubious statement.
Yeah, that seemed like outrageous. Kind of sounded like the EBT type of stuff, right?
Okay, apparently he got the stream working, hopefully.
Enslaved by Tortellini.
Me and Adam been over here talking shit to each other. You know? We're over here talking shit. We're getting the build up. You know? We're doing all the right stuff. I played the metal. We did all of it. Did everything we were supposed to do. We hyped the stream. He's over in the thing. You know what I mean? I'm making fun of him. This is exactly how a good old-fashioned blood sport debate's supposed to fucking work. What do we got? No fucking Ethan Ralph. No fucking Ethan Ralph.
You can't just have somebody other than Ethan cover for him. I mean, what is?
Yeah, really. Like, what's the problem? Won't you guys do it on the machine?
All right. Supposedly this is going to happen soon. I'm hoping.
And he was enemies like with this dude before. Now he can't do the debate without him. That's very interesting to me too. Andrew was literally celebrating him getting, his face smashed in a few months ago.
It's 9:30. What the fuck? I don't know. I guess he's having some trouble with his stream or some shit. What do you got? Time for one more song? All right, chat, you pick. But pick something that's good, you know? Pick something that if I see it in the chat, I'm actually going to play it because it's part of debate hype, you know?
So this dude was enemies with this dude, friends with this dude, enemies, and now friends again. Maybe maybe he got the word not to do this debate like he did with yours, Machine. Maybe this is like revenge for him coming on your show or something.
Well, at least some Ozzy, right? Got to do a little Ozzy. Little fucking Ozzy Osbourne. I mean, how can you go wrong with Ozzy Osbourne? There we go.
So what is this chart thing you're putting together, Rant?
I'm not gonna play that fucking shit. I'm gonna play my own.
Categorize it.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We need to try to figure out where people are really at. We need a fucking chart. Shit's getting deep.
Well,
I'm talking about that. I'm talking about that. That Ozzy Osbourne. That's devil music. That guy fucking biting.
Yeah, fuck Ozzy.
That guy.
So tell me where I'm at with this category of secret squirrel. What's a secret squirrel?
Yeah, look it up, bro.
Let's play this shit right here. You guys ever hear this? Oh shit. I don't like fucking Ozzy Osbourne. Fuck that shit. Shit's gay.
I actually like Ozzy Osbourne. I think he's pretty
I
good.
like the music, but I just don't like the person. You know what I mean?
I'm saying? Necro on the track. Peace and love to BK. Far rock. Drop it. I stash concealables under my underoos. Fuck them other crews. I got 100 goons, blessing you with punctuals. Nothing remains. 1999.
Yeah.
I would say the devil leaves the righteous man slain, but the brain function reincarnate. Reproduction, revolution, assassination, execution, collision. And specify my religious projection. Politicians, devil's decisions populate Christians, resisting the rest. Officer investigate my fate. Industrial strength flashlight, bash me in my face. This police state motivates drug market maneuvers, gas shooters, visionary military computer operates specialists. My intelligence breeds malevolent to crack infested family inheritance. No evidence, gunshots like 3 blasts. Dipping out the back with the jet black ski mask. Can't identify who he, you can't see jungle invisibility. We camouflage the crime scene, my mind be venturing into territories. 1,825 days in the storm. Everywhere I go, 5-0 wanna follow. Every time I flow, it's like there's no tomorrow. I could bring happiness or I could bring sorrow. You don't wanna mess around, there's no tomorrow. Everywhere I go, 5-0 wanna follow. Every time I flow, it's like there's no tomorrow. I could bring happiness or I could bring sorrow. You don't wanna mess around, there's no tomorrow. It's only a matter of time. 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 It's Abraham bagging grams on the beach in France. Militia dance in my 20 Cicero stance exaggerated and overblown grimace like the technique of Sugar Ray's left hook. Born to menace, Mahatma Christ. Brooklyn's baddest on the streets, blessed beats with treats. Strictly promise for all my peeps. Now fiction, incredible goons bringing the legacy shit. Realer than actresses rocking double mastectomies. I represent like Canarsie Ardy. Quick to stick a party, intoxicated from Bacardi. Real shit, legit like pigs who carry biscuits. Intrinsic like your kind of mind, they over brisket. Don't risk it like Moriarty before a caper. Upstate rats get buried on 2.5 acres. Equipped with lime plus my alibi designed to chirp. Housing officials and feds looking for tech nines. I've been through more shit than Rocky Dennis. A Craig Max blemish. MC suck rhymes, then replenish. Back in Iceland, we handy with the gadgets. Crime ridden like jabbits and sorty carrots on Sabbath. Keep it rugged like Talmud. Waco Hebraic devastation. With 60 X's for my nation. Everywhere I go, 5-0 wanna follow. Every time I flow, it's like there's no tomorrow. I could bring happiness or I could bring sorrow. You don't wanna mess around, there's no tomorrow. Everywhere I go, 5-0 wanna follow. Every time I flow, it's like there's no tomorrow. I could bring happiness or I could bring sorrow. You don't wanna mess around, there's no tomorrow. Everywhere I go, 5-0 wanna follow. Every time I flow, it's like there's no tomorrow. I could bring happiness or I could bring sorrow. You don't wanna mess around, there's no tomorrow. Everywhere I go, 5-0 wanna follow. Every time I flow, it's like there's no tomorrow. I could bring happiness or I could bring sorrow. You don't wanna mess around, there's no tomorrow.
he is. What's up, doggy dog? Neuro Jack, bro, in the house. You there, buddy? Hello, Neuro Jack. What's up, dogs?
Gotta get you on.
Well, we working real hard. You see anything missing, bro, from the chart? I'm just saying. Anyone miscategorized, bro? I'm just kind of slapping them in there real quick. I'm not really thinking too deep into it.
Yeah, I feel like. Yeah, I think Tommy might be in the secret squirrel category, but I could be mistaken. But then in the other shit, I feel like somebody got to be in the Hopamine. It might be Joe Cool up in the Hopamine. Because you think there might be racial equality or some shit like that. I don't know.
But he knows about the Hopamine. I think he's got to go in. I think he's in NPC category, bro. Either that or Agent of Chaos. I mean, he's one of these two.
Agent of Chaos.
You know what I mean? Because he just be derailing everything with the most. But then again, he could just be NPC status. You know what I'm saying? It could not be intentional derailment. It could just be NPC behavior. You know what I'm saying?
I like how you renamed the Grays.
Just for you. Just for you.
Yeah, I saw that. Can't understand normal thinking standards.
You know, Tommy's either here or he's here. He could be LARP. Tommy could totally be LARP. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with.
We'll put him in LARP. And these two definitely Agents of Chaos for sure.
Yeah, I feel like Snafu might be a LARPer as well.
You think these are LARPs?
I think maybe Mitch is definitely something else. He's either Hopamine or Agent of Chaos, but this motherfucking.
I have a question for Wiz real quick. Wiz, if you don't, you seem like a very intelligent person.
Don't let
who
that
studied a
fool
lot of stuff. Who's that? Interesting. Wiz, what do you ever find yourself questioning why you're aligned with people that say they're about truth, but seemingly it never goes anywhere?
Not at all. Who better to preach the gospel to than those that need it?
Well, I think, but isn't there? I agree with you, but isn't there a line where it goes from preaching to people, and also at the same time you're kind of aiding in their machinations?
Well, part of that machination that we know through the indoctrination of public education is the administration of the very thing that indoctrinates us, the remembering. So repetition of saying the same thing to people. Hopefully it'll get through one day.
Well, I hear you, but here's the thing: is like, what if these people are part of that same program, just on a different angle?
Well, there are those that it's coming to know the spiritual nature of people, and the scripture tells us that we're supposed to treat heathens as heathens. That's why I do a lot of name calling, because I don't see a lot of people that come forth with a spiritual nature much at all anymore.
Well, some of the people that seem to be giving lip service to the spiritual nature, they seem to actually not be of that
Well, yeah,
in any good sense. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and that's easy to tell when you say things like doing nothing or succeeding by doing nothing or something like that. You know, it's the rhetoric that people use in their language that prove that they don't, first of all, know what they're talking about. Therefore, they can't really prove their actions, and that actually means they don't even know what their fucking actions are. They do it
Well,
without any intent.
well, let me ask this directly. Do you think that Paul is a general agent of good? Like, do you honestly believe that?
Absolutely.
And why do you think that?
Because some of us are just more extreme at the tough love thing. You know, I'm kind of the same way. And I tell people all the time, you really don't want to be my friend. Because when you see me in real life and I hold you accountable, it's not because I'm holding you accountable because I think I'm better, but because I think I'm that good. And if you want to walk side by side, you have to be that good too.
Yeah, I get what you mean by that. Totally.
No, I understand that aspect, but what I'm saying is, seeing 30
Yeah, like
people.
applying it to the specific
No,
element.
no, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, seeing 30 people bully Jack Talcott, calling him mentally ill, and then saying, "Hey, by the way, I know you're mentally ill, but I'm going to treat you as if you're not mentally ill by trying to convince you of something else." It's like it's self-contradictory just by what you're doing, right? So it's like, how is that standing on truth?
Well, who's to determine the mental illness? And I'll repeat again. If you guys don't notice it, Jack is one of the most profound and realistic men in standing what he says, standing on what he says. He doesn't give a shit about what anybody else says. He's still going forward, and he still expects the same things that everybody else. He knows that going forward, there's a good chance he might end up out in the street homeless.
Oh, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, Paul calls him mentally ill, then continues to lambast him in spite of what you're saying. So I don't I don't know Paul very well. I just don't understand. Like, it seems like what you're saying is not computing, to some degree.
Well, the thing about people in mental illness is most often we categorize our own mental illness. We make our own determinations, and that's truly the only thing that's being assessed by anybody else that thinks we have a mental condition. So truly, it comes again not just to the actions of the person, but the idea that somebody else can determine who I am with not even a 10% of the true information on this metaverse. So in reality, even in meeting people face to face that don't have a full interaction with us in our lives, they can't really make that assessment either. In origin, our own mental condition is preconceived by ourselves and our own thoughts about what we are and what we're doing in this society, what we esteem ourselves with, what do we think is a prideful thing about us, or what is it that makes us think bad about ourselves and have that low self-esteem and think that we're some kind of slave, knowing that even though that's just a thought that somebody else has and plays in your mind, that we're actually the dominant creature. Why would you let anybody else say you're not? Why would you not step up and say, don't you believe you're the dominant creature on this planet? And I guarantee you, every last person on here is going to say, It's been instilled in their heart from day one. Why not act like it?
Right.
Well, dominance in what fashion? I mean, dominance can take many different.
Dominance in thought, dominance in action, that no one else can tell you what to think or do. So long as you're not causing harm, injury, or damage, or misinterpret common sense, other people are going to be able to see you for what you are.
Let me help you. Let me help you right there. Okay, how do you measure harm and damage and all these things? Because what I see is 30 people going at a man in his 60s, praying for his downfall, counting down the days till he's homeless on the street. I don't see how that's not causing damage and harm. And again, even if it's not causing damage and harm to him, certainly to the audience, it discourages other people from standing on their own truth because they say, okay, I'll have a gang of motherfuckers praying for my demise. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't understand the utility in that.
Jack needs to drink some coffee or some shit, though. That's what I'm trying to say. Like he needs to pay.
Sure, it's not about Jack. I'm just saying, like, the phenomenon is, legion at this point. Like,
Right. And Bunny is gonna have to make like his own, like put me in like my own category over there. It's called real truthers who don't give a fuck.
I was gonna put
last one on the end.
I was gonna put an Aryan category for you, Cecil.
That works too. Yeah, that works too. Just like part-time realist or whatever. I'm just doing this for shits and giggles, bro.
How about something like True Troll?
Yo, the reality is though, I like Cecil. You know what I mean? He's not really out here on that bullshit.
I'm not, dude. I'm not trying to get wrapped up in your internet dramas, dude. But at the same time, I've got real opinions about just about every topic you guys talk about here.
Cecil gets so wrapped up in the drama, he's been voted most likely to fall asleep again.
I'm just saying, bro, if he has something to say, he says it. He doesn't derail good topics and try to fuck shit up. And like, he won't talk about shit that he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's the reality. And I respect that.
Right. I mean, I got my little bullshit 2 cents that I'll throw in the pile for just about anything you guys got to say. But I'm never over here trying to come at people like I'm an expert on something, because I'm really not. I'm a fucking dishwasher at a restaurant somewhere. You know what I mean?
Hi, everyone.
What's up?
Not much. I heard a very interesting word just a moment ago, the word legion. And I think it applies if you think about the mob psychology behind the bullying that I think.
Did you say legion or legion?
Well, both, because that legion, Legion, is a lesion upon the psyche of humanity. So yes, both words. But yeah, the bullying anyway, the bullying being called out is important to note. I've mentioned primate troop dynamics before, and that is a clear example of primate troop dynamics. If you've been to a public kindergarten in the West, you've seen it in action firsthand.
We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
All right. So what are you saying about legion, Canuck? I think you were leading to somewhere for a minute.
Who is asking? I can't see who is
I'm
asking.
Christ Walker.
Right.
That's me. What's up, dude?
I just pointed out the connection between the term legion and all of the mental ephemera attached to it, and the bullying that is going on that was called out by Neuro. That link should be obvious.
So I'm not familiar with the bullying. Who's bullying who here in the conversation? Sorry, I missed it.
I apologize if you think it's directed at you. It's not being directed at you. You're not the subject or target of the bullying or the carry out of it, as far as I know. It's referring to, I think, Jack Talcott, who was mentioned. So very clearly, there's a pile-on kind of attack being coordinated against him, which is unpleasant.
Against Jack Talcott?
Pardon me?
You're saying people are bullying and targeting Jack Talcott, if I understand you correctly.
I believe that's what I've observed myself happening over.
I agree, sir. I agree.
Well, again, Provo, you've had plenty to say against me.
It's Christ Walker.
Provo, you've had plenty to say against me. Taylor's had plenty to say against me. Cynthia's had plenty to say against. There have been many people that have said many things against me, not just on these platforms, but in real life.
But I told you I feel bad about it.
So it goes back to the basic element again. Do I feel bad about it? I don't give a shit what you want to call me.
Yeah, dude, I said I'm sorry. Dude.
That's the problem.
I'm sorry. You know what, dude? I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, dude.
You didn't. That's the problem. Everybody goes around using these ad hominems with the intent to hurt people.
I'm pretty sure I did.
You can't hurt somebody that knows the difference.
I'm pretty sure I did hurt your feelings, dude.
No, I don't think so.
I'm sorry that I did.
Again, that would be your own mental diagnosis that you don't have a license to carry out. And I'm sure that if we went to somebody that did have a license to diagnose it, they would truly find out that no, you really didn't hurt my feelings.
Well, I feel like, I trust my intuition. I trust my God spirit. And when I saw your reaction and your demeanor from some of the things I said, I do feel like I probably hurt your feelings. And if I didn't, praise God, I dodged a bullet there, but I do apologize.
Anyway, Neuro, could you maybe continue a little bit with that talk about Legion or what you were mentioning? I'm curious if you were going somewhere with it.
I'll let everybody else flesh it out. I'm not. I think that there's enough people here who got what I'm saying to flesh that out.
True facts, though, I freaking provolone is like one of my favorite types of cheeses.
That's great, dude. You think about food a lot, dude, and
Why
that's
do you-
probably because you work in a kitchen. But
that would be the
Why
reason.
do
Yeah.
you pronounce the E? Why is it provolone?
I have no idea.
I was just asking.
Provo, is Masonic category proper for you, bro?
yeah, dude, I actually do throw up Freemasonic symbols in my pictures and in my videos whenever I can, just to confuse people. So yeah, dude. I mean,
I'm just saying, like the Luciferian, Mormon connection.
yeah. I've talked about that a few times.
I don't have a Mormon category, but it's like it's close enough.
Yeah,
For me.
dude. I'd be if I could be a Freemason, I'd be fucking love it, dude. But I'd also
What's
love.
the-
I'd also
where
love.
does- Sorry to interrupt you. But where does Abraxas fit into that?
You should, yeah, Abraxas. I've heard. So you've been listening to what Exertus and. some
No,
of these
you
other-
mentioned. No, I heard you mention it. I never heard of that
You
before.
mentioned it. Oh yeah. So it's just this idea that some of these people look into the Mormon religion, and then break it down in the occult. I could send you a couple links, but they think that the LDS.
I saw their breakdown. I thought it was weak.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's weak as well. But like that,
Yeah, I thought it was
Mormons
pretty weak. Yeah.
are praying to
You
Abraxas.
you saw the one with that blonde lady talking about it.
Yeah, she's an ex-Mormon.
Yeah, she was terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of ex-Mormons. It's just like
Her presentation was terrible. Yeah.
once you leave the church, all you can do is keep talking about it, so you never really leave it. It's kind of sad. But what? Hey, Jack, you're a superhero. You're a legend. We're all looking at you right now. Tell us what's up.
I don't know. I joined kind of blind. I don't know what's going on here.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Well, they're talking about how people are attacking Jack Talcott.
Good timing.
It's been an interesting experience. I don't know where this is going to go. It's been quite interesting, fascinating. The number of opinions that are found by people. It shows me that the world is confused, man.
Jack, can I interject a moment? I don't think the world is confused. Forgive me. I don't mean to presume. I don't know you. You don't know me. But you've heard the old and I think it's a Native American aphorism about two wolves living in your heart, love and hate, and whichever one you feed is the one that will grow. Stop feeding any of your attention, even in the form of kindness, to people who are engaged in passive aggressive pack bullying tactics. Ignore them and don't give them their attention. Don't give them the attention they crave. Don't acknowledge people who insult you. They're dead to you because they're dead in their own minds and hearts. The only life they get is the life they steal from us. So resolve yourself to maybe approach things from that point of view.
Yeah, on that note, I have a question for Provo as a follow-up. Provo, don't take offense to this. I actually don't mean this with any malice towards you, but you have some differing views from our Christian supposed friends, for example, TB and EBT, yet they don't attack you on your differences.
Are you kidding me?
They did attack.
Are you kidding me?
Provo. They did attack. Provo. You gotta watch the episode that I did this morning.
Well, they attack you.
Slow me down.
No, but they attack you, but yet they remain friends with you and don't go after you personally, right?
Well, let me pull it up just so we can see because it was right at the beginning of the thing.
No.
Well, they don't go after your personal shit. Like they don't go after you personally, right?
Well, let me show you because before you make the judgment, I did happen to catch just a very tiny because I didn't catch the whole thing because the video was kind of like, I really wanted to get the portion where they kept talking about the machine lies, because that was relevant. But yeah, here we go. What do we do? I wonder what we do. Hey
so here's
guys,
my thing.
hey guys, what
Can
do
I
we
get to my
do?
point? Can I get to my
Hey,
point?
hey guys, how do we
Let me-
beat Christians? I don't even
Let me get to
know.
my point. Know these things by their fruits. And here's my point: with your community, and
Dude,
your
there was
religion, and
a
your
church that
Hold on. If your church bore the fruits you say it does, where's the evidence of it? Where's your great Orthodox city? Where's your great Orthodox community?
Yeah, I was saying that's a powerful point.
Where are these things? Because if you're saying it is so true, it is so Christ-like, where are the fruits of it? Why can't I go to a Greek or cat, bro. whatever? Where are your Orthodox communities? Are you
lost?
No, I'm just saying. I don't see the fruits of your church.
Bro, I don't
people
appreciate
don't
your
build them.
trolling right now.
That's
I
not
don't
trolling.
appreciate your trolling.
Somebody puts you on the spot and you accuse him of being a troll.
Constantinople?
You don't know what Constantinople, you know what Hagia
What's the song?
Sophia is? You don't know what that is?
Istanbul. What's
You don't know what Antioch is? You don't know what any of the churches in the Middle East is? Dude, don't be fucking stupid and talk to me.
I've
like
never
this.
been to them. Have you been to them?
Are you fucking stupid?
So there are these places.
You gotta wonder how all those churches are still there in the Middle East. If all those Muslims were killing all those Christians, come on, man.
Well,
How
and
are the damn churches still there? Come on.
And if they really looked into it, Constantinople was around for many, many decades, and now it's known as Istanbul, city of Islam. Why are they calling a Turkish city Istanbul, city of Islam? What used to be named Constantinople? They don't. Do they not look into this history? I'm baffled.
Right. Like
It's
it's
not
like they
really a
should call it the
matter of
name.
history. It's a matter of the stronger dog fucks, and when a dominant power is in, they take the old paint off and put the new paint on. It's nothing new. I don't know why it's
Right.
surprising.
Well, right, and that's why you have to know the history and the change from Constantinople to Istanbul, and it's the Turkish city known as the city of Islam. So what's with Palestine and Israel, huh?
I don't even know what the question means. What's with Palestine and Israel in relation to that? It's not a meaningful question.
Well, if Istanbul literally means the city of Islam,
Yeah.
think about it. Think about it.
It's a name. Think about what I don't understand what you're.
Well,
hinting
yeah. So if the name changed and the place changed, maybe they're fighting over the wrong place. You see how idiotic it starts to get?
I don't see the connections you're trying to point out.
Okay.
Yes, you fucking dumbass. Yes.
I've never been there.
Wonderful.
Never been there.
So what?
But in America,
Can I?
So you're Mormon and you see more.
Why does anyone waste their time with this toilet bowl?
Fucking
asshole?
retard. You're a fucking retard, Provo. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah,
You're a
Provo.
asshole, dude. You're
Provo, why
fucking-
did you invite me to this
you're
show, bro?
such a fucking asshole.
Why did I invite you?
You know, I
To this fucking cancerous ass show.
Why we
and
were
I
talking about
talked to you
God.
with respect.
That's
No,
why.
no.
I thought it's like you talking about God, Christ. I thought the conversation would be fruitful.
No, I talked to you with respect, and I expect you to be fucking respectful to me. And here you are. Here you are being fucking trolling and being a fucking piece of
I
shit.
feel like you're fucking with you right now.
It's like two
No, I'm
drunk
not.
guys
I'm
at a
not
bar
fucking
at 2
with
a.m.
you.
fighting over
You're a
Larry
fucking
Bag.
piece of shit is what
No,
you
I'm
are.
not.
Jesus.
Dude, I don't
Are you honestly telling me you have never heard that there were fucking churches in Antioch and in Jerusalem and in Constantinople? Are you fucking telling me that?
Yeah.
Unfucking believable, man.
It's like watching 1980s
So
wrestling.
you want to
I mean,
you want
how
to come
clear
up
could
here
it be?
and start telling me that I'm wrong? You have no idea.
I didn't say
You're trolling me.
wrong.
It's like
Again, you're
watching a
fucking trolling.
gesture
I
to
can
be
hear the fucking laughter in your
disingenuous.
fucking
I'm so
voice, dude.
confused why you're
You're
angry.
fucking killed, fucking
I'm
Provo.
confused,
Fuck
bro.
you, dude.
So to answer your
piece
question,
of
Neurojack, they aren't really that nice to me.
Yeah, he said get killed. So I mean, I'd say that's pretty much not nice at all. But yeah,
Why'd
it
you
is
invite
what
me
it
to that
is.
shit, bro?
Well, we were talking about God. It was actually I thought like, well, why'd I invite you? Well, you have a lot of interesting takes about God, Christianity, even Judaism, Islam, like whatever it is, esoteric stuff. I thought you might. I didn't know the conversation would turn into that. right?
I
But
thought it was a useful display of like what my conversations with them have been like, or like the type of just
Well,
the level they're on, you know.
no, and Provo, I want to ask you: do you get the sense that EBT and TBE are actually like walking with Christ? I mean, I find it kind of
yeah,
difficult to
yeah.
believe.
No, I think they're honestly. I like even after the weird thing was after that exchange for me. At the end of it, I still held Toilet Bowl Earth in high regards. I still like the guy, right? I understand he sees me as being wrong, and I accept being wrong, right? And I don't need to be right. I appreciate his point of view, and I think he's more nuanced than I am. And I think I like a lot of people, dude. Even if they are assholes to me, I'm kind of like Jack Talcott in that way. Like people will be mean to me, they'll be even rude, but I find ways like I see a lot of redeeming things in them. Like they might not walk right next to Christ, but they're not a few feet behind him. You know what I mean? They might be close, but we all falter. And I try not to take things personally and hold things against people. Like
Yeah, I guess so too.
Yeah, and
way.
EBT walks with Jack Daniels and Jim Beam, and probably
that's
both.
fine, dude. Hey, we're all pieces of shit, though, Cecil. Like, who am I to cast a stone at those guys? Like, you know what I mean? I
You're
fuck
allowed
up.
to cast stones.
I'm an
You're
asshole,
allowed
dude.
to
I
cast
am an
stones.
asshole, and they
I'm
were an
kinda-
asshole to me. So, like, I play the same game they do, and I'm gonna be offended.
I'm a little
With
bit
rats
leaning
creep up
towards
around
the.
your ankles, you're allowed to cast stones.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards that one.
I'm feeling that there's a big disconnect in people's understanding. There's a big disconnect in people's understanding in what it is to be Christ-like. You understand? And so
Right.
people want to be Christians, but then as soon as they walk out of the Sunday church, they're the same pieces of shit that they were before they walked in on Sunday morning, and they are the rest of the 6 days and fucking 10 hours of their day. So, no, I'm sorry, that's not being Christ-like. If you want to call yourself a Christian, then that's probably why the Christians have a bad look on them. It's because you guys, not you guys, but the majority of them are fucking assholes. They're hypocrites. And so instead of trying to be a Christian, you should, people should try to be more Christ-like, because maybe that's what the apostles were actually doing. They weren't calling themselves Christians. They were trying to be Christ-like. And there is a difference.
And
Thank you.
these motherfuckers just wanted to shit on what I was saying, but they wasn't listening to nothing I was saying.
They were just being very rude from the opening. The way that they just
They greeted me with "fuck you."
yeah. But anyways,
Yeah, I mean,
disrespectful.
it was
yeah, like I just got there, they were cursing at me immediately. But here's the funny thing, right? They've been watching the TML shows. They knew everything that I've been talking about on these shows.
Mhm. Yeah, I know. They mentioned me a lot. They mentioned me a lot there. Yeah,
They
it
were
was
talking
interesting.
about all the shit. TML,
Yeah, they
they've
were
been
talking
watching
about.
your
Yeah, they were
shows.
talking about. Yeah, they were talking about a lot of shit. Yeah.
They're fans. They just won't even talk in the chat, and they won't come on the panel. They're little bitch asses, and that's why I call them pussies.
Yeah, I was laughing how Drew, the TBE or EBT and Drew and all them were having a little fucking panel or get together or whatever the other night, and Drew's like,
I
"I'm
gotta
back.
turn the debate on after this.
I'm
Cecil says-
officially." So what?
No, I'm saying I gotta play the debate after you say this, but yeah.
Yeah, no problem. But anyway, Drew was trying to play it off like, "I'm back, motherfucker. You've been here the entire time, lurking and under some other name and shit."
Nah, I don't believe that. I think
Yeah.
CBO is actually like not able to be on a phone most days. I think here's the thing, guys. There's a lot of like disagreement and contention, and I've been told to, oh, cool jacket. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
OG sweatshirt with a lot of buttons on it. Yeah, it is what it is.
Damn.
Weather
You know
up,
what
Weather Underground has entered the chat. Go ahead, bro.
Weather Underground.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of reasons not to like people with how they treat you online. And like Wizards here, I've said a lot of negative and mean things to Wizard, and people have said negative and mean things to me. But I would, at the end of the day, I'd hope everybody finds it in their hearts to like understand that we all falter. We are all assholes. And
Well,
you know, there's a line that should be drawn maybe sometimes, but at the end of the day, dude, there's almost nobody who I've met online who I don't like in some regard, or who I don't find the ability to have compassion and love towards.
Well, here's the thing. Here, let me ask you this, bro, really quick. Here's the thing. If we're supposed to be, here for a reason, as followers of Christ, and people are kind of, dragging us down to, like, isn't that a problem a little bit?
No, it is. It is. And then it's up to us as individuals to respond accordingly, right? Like, I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm encountering the same problems Jack does with, people are going to be rude. They're going to be assholes to you, but Jack is a unique person who says, come back on my panel. Let's have a conversation. I'm ready to hear from you again. And that's how I feel like I want to treat everybody I encounter online. Like I'm still always willing to listen to you and hear your thoughts and hear your ideas, where, I feel like I'm losing something if I'm not listening to somebody. And maybe you can listen to too many people, but I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Well, I guess here's what I'm trying to get at is, sorry, and I'll let everyone else talk on this. I just want to say this. Like, I guess what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, if we're not, taking the fight to evil, then what are we doing? Like, if the purpose of salvation is to become more God-like and try to be closer to that, and people are kind of misrepresenting what that's all about. I mean, at some point we have to say, like, us participating in that, even tacitly, is kind of like dragging us into the wrong direction, is all I'm saying.
No, I agree. And maybe it is. Maybe you're right. It might be dragging you or any one person in the wrong direction. And your choice is going to be different than mine. And we all have to make the choice that benefits ourselves at the end of the day. But TML, you wanted to get back to the debate. If anybody else wants to chime in before that, do it quick, because I think TML is going to play the clip.
Well, because you're clearly fucking drunk, like way drunk.
I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk, actually.
Come on, Ethan, you're drunk as a fucking skunk.
I'm not drunk.
That back and forth is fucking sounds scripted to me. I don't know.
Do you want me to get the breathalyzer? I have it over
I
there
mean,
if you want.
kind of, yeah.
If I pass
Don't you have to charge for
You
that?
just asked me if you wanted me to do
Who
it.
the
and I was
fuck
like,
has a
yeah, do it.
breathalyzer on hand?
Adam Green put the sunglasses on that he put on the machine lives. I don't know why, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, dude, do you really want to, like, me and you can have a blood sports right now if that's what you want.
How many beers deep
Well,
are
look,
you,
look,
Andrew?
well, look. I mean, you set me out 45 minutes late, right? We
First
set this.
off,
we set this debate.
was
Hang on, we
supposed to
set
be
this.
at
Hang on, let me
8.
finish.
I
We set
told
this
both
debate
you
up.
motherfuckers 8 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, we set the debate up.
Okay,
Okay, we had it all set up. It's
I
already.
said-
Well, Adam didn't seem confused. And
See, I
neither
like all
did
three of
all
these
that.
guys.
family, but-
I like Ralph. I like Andrew. I like Adam. It's weird. We're like, you look at all three of these people, it's a debate where they have conflicting opinions. The fucked up thing is, I like all three of their opinions.
Yeah,
That's what makes it hard.
I think I'll go with Adam Green as the most educated out of the three.
That's what makes it hard for a lot of people to do any discernment. They think that they disagree with one idea that one man has, they disagree with everything, and that's the first thing that's the problem. You quit listening to people, and in fact, if you just kept listening to people, you'd find out they do have other ideas that meld and mend with what you're trying to think of.
Fucking
I agree.
dude. That's what I've been trying to say since the beginning, dude. But the moment I mention fucking white people, everybody thinks that they all already know my entire philosophy about everything.
Right.
Let's talk about white people for another half hour. How much time you got, Cecil?
No, I'm good, dude. Who is this person, by the way, with the K, with the red K on there?
Guys,
it's the
Ralph.
kill streak.
That's Ralph. You don't know who Ralph is?
I know who Killstreams is.
Yeah,
so
Ralph.
we got the panel verse, right? But I feel like there's crossover. Like if we got Jack, who's right, a secret Mason, but also Messiah complex, how do we demonstrate that? And also Hopamine. I feel like we need something deeper than a linear graph. Like, you know, where you're like a cross-section graph where you got 4 sides and you're leaning. I think we need one of them.
Maybe we need a Venn diagram.
We need a grid. We're
wanna-
going to have to scrap the whole idea. We're going to have to go to a grid.
What is this category that you added all the way on the end next to me?
That's Messiah complex.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to do that, Jack's one of those guys that might fit 6 sides of a cube,
Hey,
so you have to put him in 6
you gotta-
different categories.
Yeah, take Joe out of Kant, dude. Joe is not in that category, dude.
Joe's not in an NPC category.
He's closer to Fedora than anything.
All right, we'll go with Fedora. I was conflicted on that one, to be honest.
And cunts wasn't cunts originally. It was NPCs.
It is NPCs, but it's also cunts because NPCs can't understand normal thinking system.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I wish Cynthia would pop on the panel so we could hear her. hot
No,
take.
please.
Right here.
No.
Can't see Cynthia. See if we could. Let's crop her in better.
What is this category that you have, Jeff? And is that Paul up there at the top up there?
No, I don't have Paul in here. I don't know where to put him.
Okay.
Hey, put him at God of all media.
I'm even gonna eventually put myself in here. I just haven't figured that out yet. God of you need your own category. I can't give him his own category.
Well, that's who he is, though. And
He would be so happy if I did that, and I couldn't do that.
I'm not a fan of Paul, so like I have my own. Me and
Maybe
Paul
put
have
him
our
with
track record.
Tommy under extreme
We could make a
narcissism.
category. We could make a category for like digital like digital idols.
No, do false guru or like
Like
pick
people
out
who are
Hopamine.
worshipped as an idol, right?
Messiah.
Like
complex.
false gods and
Paul,
shit.
Paul would, Paul would be in Messiah complex maybe.
Or like a cult leader, like something like that.
Yeah.
Messiah complex.
There's definitely a cult aspect to it. I can't lie.
Anyways, hey, sorry, TML. Are you trying to get back to the debate? If you are,
Do the debate. Do the debate. Yo, my bad.
Yeah.
Debate. Yeah, no worries, guys.
Whatever you feel like, TML. I'm just
Sure.
panel surfing.
Panel surfing. Yeah, I mean, I like the glasses, but I think he
No,
takes
that's
them off.
crazy. 1,000 total viewers. That's
Yeah, that's
wow.
all I need, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's it. The thing is, Ethan is like, look, you've done
All
your
I
fair share of
need
See, look, think about that. They both have 1,000 viewers apiece. I mean, I think they're controlled ops. You know what I'm saying? It's just gay ops. You know,
Free,
they-
they're both working on the same team here.
You know what I'm talking about? Like they feature the same people. Like they have the same complex, they have the same kind of debates.
Didn't
They're-
Andrew come from Killstream though? Like
Yeah,
he's,
yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah. So it's like Andrew is the
Breakaway group, the Christian version of it. Yeah, he's like the
Yeah.
Christian face of it, the
And now
Christian arm of the movement.
he's
yeah.
looking at his mentor Ralph right now and saying, "Look, I'm as tall as you." Right? Like I was under you. I had my, we were doing our thing, but now I have my platform. I have my channel. We got the same numbers.
Yeah, they just split it. They just split the white nationalists and the Christians into 2 groups, but they kind of cross.
That's it right there, machine. That's it right there. That word you just used, split, is right there. Because any of these folks talking about doing good or being good or contributing positively to the world in whatever dimension they're approaching it from, whatever they're doing is conditional upon you being on the same team or identifying with the same subset or approved God sticker they wear on their chest. So right from the outset, you can tell that there's a highly purified form of egoism operating here. We all have that, of course. But none of these folks telling you can only do good works if you're on the right God team, whatever that word God means to whoever's, speaking.
Say Christ.
They're agents of discord and division. They are leading anyone who gives them much attention astray. I've been perplexed over the last few weeks as I've popped in every now and then to see so many folks here who should be talking about things constructively and in a spirit of working towards solving our problems by taking local action, right? With real bonds of community in the flesh, instead of these parasocial relationships online with energy vampires. You guys are swirling around a drain when you could be doing so much better work.
So I got to push back here. We're not swirling around a drain. I think if you understand the reality and the totality of what's occurring is we're not speaking to 10 people, Canuck. And if you want me to go talk to one representative at a city council who won't listen to me, Jack Talcott, I wish he was still here. He might talk about that, but it's useless, right? The idea that even you can influence your local government at a significant way, you know what? That's true if you dedicate your entire life to that, but you're going to sacrifice your family, your job, and other things. You only have so much time, right? So, but what we're doing here is we're impacting hundreds, if not thousands of people, and it might get larger in the future. We know how we don't know how big this ripple will be.
I'm
sorry. Pushing back a little bit.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you are an authentic interlocutor.
So I don't believe you are either.
Role player.
Me, so I think you're a role player as well, which means you're useless, right?
Yeah, I think we've very clearly marked someone.
What is it?
Perhaps folks could just give me a little touchback to let me know if I'm hitting a target or not.
Hey, give me one-on-one. Give me one-on-one with this guy. I'll have a cordial conversation.
I don't want to speak to you. I don't believe you are a.
Oh.
I don't believe you're an authentic interlocutor.
So here's the thing. I know that I've, just from my personal experience in my life and doing the things you're talking about, anybody I've encountered in my life said, just the best things. Like, this person has helped people, done good things, right?
Yeah, I'm going
and here's the thing. My personal experience tells me that. I know who I am. So you saying that seems, I don't know, disingenuous. It's not real. And for you to say you won't have a conversation with me kind of bothers me. It makes me feel like you're insecure. It makes me feel like you're actually somebody who doesn't do a goddamn thing in their entire life to make the world better, but you love, what's it called? Virtue signaling? Is that what you do? You virtue signal? Is that your job, is to tell other people what to do while you don't do a goddamn thing?
So, Machine, is anything I said worth picking up and running with?
You're sad and pathetic because you won't have a conversation, and I'm here to have one with you. You won't have a conversation. This is like it's insecurity, right? Like you don't actually believe in what you're talking about because you won't have a conversation.
Well, I like the threefold kind of split in the right here with the white nationalists, the Christians, and then there's also a third kind of sect emerging with the libertarians, and you see that with the Mises kind of whole thing. And I think to a certain degree, all three of these guys represent kind of the three strains of that, I would say.
Talking mad shit about everybody. You've done everything.
We gotta skip their banter.
Oh, Nick Fuentes.
He was a
cult.
So
They're not a pedophile
you
cult.
renounce everything you said about Nick Fuentes right now, or leave my fucking show.
Well, this is that's weird. See, why would they do that right now? See, that seems scripted to me, doesn't it?
I don't renounce a fucking said in regards to any of these fucking people. I've always been 100% correct. And just because I didn't want to get my family swatted, just because I didn't want to get my family fucking swatted, I wasn't his number two. I wasn't his number.
So how many times is he gonna say he got swatted by this guy and then he didn't get swatted by them? And now he's saying he didn't want to get swatted by them. Is that what he's going with finally? I mean, this is so fucking weird.
Machine, pause a moment.
Yeah.
Look at who's the man on the bottom? I've seen him a couple of times.
That's Andrew Wilson. Yeah.
Andrew. Look at his eyes. Okay. Now look very carefully at the musculature around his cheeks, his temples, and his forehead. Right. There are a certain number of muscles involved when you're laughing with a put on, or when you're laughing with genuine mirth.
This is insane.
Oh yeah, his laughter is
mirth
fake.
here.
Yeah, Oh
I see
yeah, no,
genuine
yeah,
He's a
he has.
performer, guys. He's a performer. This
Yeah,
is a
yeah, he's
show.
got. Yeah,
So
he's
like
got fake
what are you
tattoos.
saying? He's performing? This isn't like breaking news. You think he has duper like this is a show and he's putting on conflict content like I am doing right now. You don't see
Exactly.
that? Exactly. So what's your point?
Exactly. You just made my point.
Exactly. Well, I just assume our audience is already up to date on this information. You're not breaking news.
Maybe
to
they're a bit
anybody.
slow like me, and you can show us the way.
Well, we all
Listen,
we all
listen,
know
the
the
con-
way.
Yeah,
The fact that you don't know Andrew and Ralph have worked together in the past is your own fault. Like you're internet history ignorant. Like you don't know any of these people. You're just making, off the cuff observations. But if you know anything about these two people, you already know they work together.
You're
And if
amazing.
you
Discerning.
You already know they've made content together. You already
And
know
if
about internet blood sports.
Nuclear.
You
And if
already
you
know
don't-
about their debates.
And if you already know, and if you know that the conflict is already in the content, then it's important to bring that out in discussions. Otherwise, you're wiping it under a rug, and everybody becomes Hitler's willing executioner.
Thank you. That's a good
Yeah.
point.
Hitler. We got to bring him into this.
I'd
What does
say
he think?
Hitler, dude.
Hitler, what would Hitler do and what would Jesus do? It's always two important questions.
Hey, what
two
about,
motherfucker.
Wait, whoa.
Oh, go ahead. Keep playing it.
No, sorry about that. No, go ahead, bro.
No, it got heavy, dude. I like that when he said, keep going.
Yeah, he's like, motherfucker. Yeah, he said, motherfucker, motherfucker. Well, he said it like he was like eating popcorn while saying it, but yeah.
Dude, you run a pedophile cult or not?
Well, I don't know,
Beardson's his
Ethan.
number
Ethan,
two. Come on.
Ethan. If he did, bro, if he did, then you were his number two.
Coward.
If he did,
Coward.
you were his number two.
Answer the question.
Well,
not
the
if
thing
he
is
did.
that the
Answer the question.
the implication of the question implies that you ran a number.
Where is the fucking debate, guys?
So
Yeah.
entertainment.
Conflict content.
I think we're in the entertainment pogrom.
You
I
said
think is what we're in.
Yeah, it's conflict content for sure. They're getting
Admit
conflict.
anything, and you apologize for the things you said about me tonight.
It's nothing. Dude, this
You're
isn't
drunk.
even about
You're
shoes.
You looking up? Kind of.
I'm trying to draw.
Well,
to
the only
answer
buddy
who started this.
you did.
I don't know how to change the name.
Can't
What I would
type
type right
anything.
now.
Brett,
No,
you
it works
destroyed
really,
your
really
whole
well.
piss.
Dude,
Ralph.
I do like Andrew.
Just send me two fucking
No,
reasons.
no, you
for
start you
hosting.
for to almost everybody. You've struck this
I've
shit
done
down.
it before. If I want
Let me make a postulation right
Hold
now.
on, hold on.
My-
Before
my
you
whole-
say anything, Neurojack, I like Andrew. I like the way he performs. I like his rhetoric. You don't have to agree with anything he fucking says, but if you can't learn from this guy, you're losing something, right? Like entertainment.
Oh, I agree. He's a master. He's a master rhetorician. He's a master propagandist. I agree with you.
Yeah, and so I appreciation. This guy's great.
Yeah, at what he does. But my point is, if you think that he's
Yeah,
actually
I mean,
fighting
yeah,
for
we-
something and he's not,
Yeah,
then
me
it's
and
very
Neuro,
different.
me and Neuro have been through that conversation for sure. Yeah, like
No, I told Andrew personally. I respect him as a propagandist.
we still talk to this guy, but yeah, or at least I still talk to him. I've talked to his family recently, but yeah, it is what it is. It's not a problem with him. It's just it's just the overall general trend about the kind of surrounding like 3 or 4 like motherfuckers, because there's 3 or 4 like dudes. I think it's like David Patrick Carey, Jay Dyer, like Jim Bob, and it's kind of like a whole kind of hive, but yeah, it is interesting, and they're also related to other people like Peter Hears.
Yeah,
And other people. So they put these guys in a list. When you go after one of them, they send you a list of all these guys, and they say that you've slandered all these guys. So the thing is like there is some interesting facts about like how there's an interesting network there. You know what I mean?
Absolutely interesting. But at the end of the day, these guys are making content for us to consume. Right. And so we're doing React content. I like React content. And I can appreciate everything they have to say.
Sure.
And there's some deeper things into it. And I think some of the conversations you guys want to get into is like inside baseball. Right. Like the nuances of these relationships. And then to my point to the Canadian guy, like it's hard to even have these nuanced conversations when you have people like him coming into the conversation and he's completely ignorant.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, do you think that Jesus wanted everybody to, you know, put on an entertainment program for his followers, or do you think that he wanted them to get up to speed so they could, you know, be leaders for Christ or something? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of where I'm looking at it from. I mean, I understand if people have a different opinion on that. Just, you know, I question the general tactic against evil.
I think you're onto something, Neuro. I think this Christ fellow you're talking about would probably want people to look around them in real space and very carefully discern who is acting with honesty and integrity and principles, regardless of what sticker they wear on their jacket. I think that's a big part of it that people want us not to focus on anymore.
Yeah, and again,
We're trying to figure out.
Yeah, and again, this is not personal or anything. I'm just saying, like, you know, my postulation is that Ethan, Ralph, and Andrew are probably upset with Adam Green. So rather than have a debate about, you know, let's just say, for example, Freemasonic interpretations of the Book of Revelation, they'd rather, you know, let's talk about, you know, some internet drama. But I mean, I'm not saying it's for sure. I'm just saying, like, one may infer such things, you know.
And it's like, why ultimately?
I've never sat up here as the king of morality. And the biggest
Than most people.
Were you
do.
going after I was already done?
That he was sorry for the horrid things that that had
This is
happened.
fucking
State some of the most
insufferable.
horrible fucking things.
Hey, well, that's not the question I asked.
I mean, I
tried to
don't.
wreck her fucking favor. Can't wait.
Yeah, because
I mean, I just don't remember the part in the Bible where Jesus is like, you know, the best thing for Christians to do is sit around and gossip about each other on the internet. You know, must have been chapter.
I thought about challenging you to a drink off. What the fuck are they doing?
Along
Where's the
with
debate?
They're clowning on Adam Green is what they're doing.
It's internet content, and I think a lot of people miss this, right? Like, there becomes a different game. Well,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
audience might go
I
ahead,
like
Timo.
this kind of stuff. Maybe if I'm like in the middle of it, but I don't. But like honestly, like I just wanted to see a goddamn debate, but I don't know if they're gonna come out with it.
You'll lose to my Irish.
It's not
I
about
probably
that.
would lose that.
And as
I'm
a
not-
content creator, I think you and other people might understand there's a different game people play when they
Oh
make
yeah,
content.
yeah. Like I play the game where I'm like, I want to be entertained by the debate game. I mean, but yeah, I get like the fucking like the
Drama. So this turns into clip after clip.
Yeah.
They're making
Like
things,
we do
right?
that. We do that today. We did that today. I mean, I understand.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember when Jesus had in those red letters, you know, thou shalt, you know, distract your fellow men with gossiping like women. I think I remember that one. Yeah.
No, but
Yo.
it's art. Go ahead, Rant.
Yo, you got to expose the lie, right?
What's up?
Didn't Jesus say
No. I think the version of Christ that some of these guys believe in is like you got to love the lie. I think that's the version they're talking about.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, right, if you want to expose the lie, sometimes you have to put it in an entertaining format so that people can see it. Otherwise, they ain't gonna hear you. Most people ain't gonna listen. So you have to show them sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear all you
Yeah,
guys.
I add something to that. Your audience has to be a receptive one. You can't put on a show for folks, put on a show in quotation marks, for folks who don't want to actively engage with the content. If they are passive in the endeavor, they aren't worthy of the energy you're expending because they are not going to pick up the line you're throwing to them.
Bro, who are you to tell me who's worthy of my energy?
I'm merely offering a perspective. I'm not commanding you to follow anything I suggest.
I'm just saying,
But
like, where are you coming from?
I don't understand what you're asking me.
Anyway, let's look at the debate.
Hardly any debate at all.
But that aside, right? I'm just saying to you, again,
Yeah, it may or may not
The
help.
only
yeah.
team that's exactly
because he had
people who wanted most of
Say
the
that
killers off of
got it.
Hog made fun of you.
You know,
Believe me, for a kill stream
you know,
debate, let's do some
I always go where the debates are. I don't fucking right. I ain't never gonna fucking trust you, Ethan. Ever do. Okay. I'm not trying to get bogged down with all this fucking nonsense and craziness, especially with a sector where the entirety of the sector is to create as much conflict and problem and fucking
private, man.
Oh,
know
did you
that.
guys hear that also? That was fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 hours of this. It's been 2 hours of this.
I mean, it happened. So it happened.
Well, I know
I
it's
don't
already
watch
happened
these.
now. I mean, there is no taking it back
But
now.
again, I forgave everybody coming out and still do. I don't give a shit. Much like Destiny, in fact, saying I kind of have the same exact mentality he does. Wherever the debate is, that's where I want to be. I don't care if the debate's on the kill stream. I don't care if the debate's on some liberals.
Well, I got news for you, Jack. You're not where the fucking debate is right now. You know, so
I've learned.
You learned.
I've
yeah,
learned.
You'd be a fool to trust anybody on this.
Oh, that's an interesting
now,
comment.
Can we put this behind us? And
We already
still-
did. We put the bow on it and everything. And yeah, we can still have the debate, and I'm still willing to do it right this second against Adam Green happily.
Well, let's go.
Let's go.
Thank God.
Sad
Oh my
trombone.
gosh, craziest debate ever.
You have to have a debate to get to the
Well, I
debate.
guess I'll let Adam start off. See, and now he's calling me a
my
drunk.
God.
I'm not drunk, is the fucking thing. God damn, that makes me so angry because
He's
I
not
have
drunk.
been to debates where I'm clearly fucking out of my mind drunk.
The
And
fourth
Ralph would
leg.
never be out of his mind for this big debate. Look at all the people watching tonight. He
Like, what the fuck? I was seriously trying to like never even think about being fucked up for this debate because I wanted to take it seriously. And then we get into this big fight at the beginning, and maybe it needed to happen. I don't know. I feel like it could have happened off air. I've talked to your wife off
Well, look,
air.
what are you doing
I
tonight,
don't have any
Adam?
beef with her.
Or tomorrow night? What are you guys doing
honestly,
tomorrow
I'm
night?
Oh my God, are you
and,
serious?
Yeah, what are you guys doing tomorrow night?
I gotta host
3
something
beers
tomorrow
deep.
night.
What
Let's
about
just go
Sunday?
tonight,
finishing
man.
up
What
right
about
Let's
now.
Sunday night?
Dude, let's reschedule. I want to do it when I'm fresh. I've been
Damn.
When
So
he's
you're gonna
fresh,
duck the kill
son.
stream,
Round
out,
them.
or is that
you want to
like?
do it. You want to do it right now? I mean, another. What are
This
we
is
gonna
some
do?
clown shit. Nobody even knows if they're gonna debate right this second. They've been
Clown,
waiting for
clown.
all
Oh, we're gonna debate. Oh, we're not gonna debate. Oh, we are. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. I mean,
This
dude, come
is
on. This
fucking
is...
crazy, dude. This has happened like 18 times. This is the most fucking times a debate has been rescheduled in my fucking life I've seen.
Bro, you're an expert. You should have a channel with 30,000 subscribers by now, man. Come on, now. I believe in you,
Are
brother.
you talking shit, Neurojack? Because I'll fucking
No, I'm serious. I mean, you're better at this game than they are. I'm just saying.
no, but this is my hobby, dude. I do this shit for fun, man. Like I'm just hanging out. This is I have free time in my life. I'm spending it with you. Feel blessed.
And we can beat this, guys. We can do a debate to a debate
Dislike.
to a debate to the debate to the debate.
Unsubscribe.
Who said that?
Me.
Who's me?
Reddington.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. That is my motto. I thought you were trying to take it from me. If you were
No,
watching me
man,
live,
no,
I do
man,
have
it's
14 people watching me live right now. If you were watching me live right now, hit the dislike, hit the unsubscribe. Your support is not needed. This content is not for everyone, right? And like, I don't need to be, look, I'm going to say things that people don't like, and I don't want to fulfill your expectations of who I am, what I'm going to do, because I'm going to change. I'm going to be me. So go ahead, do yourself a favor. Just check out of my live. Hit dislike, hit unsubscribe. Don't come back. You're not welcome. Thank you, Reddington.
Yep.
Do hour and a half, 2 hours?
We
I would say 90 minutes probably would
90
be
minutes.
fine.
All right, I'll do it. I'm not gonna leave everybody hanging. If people want to see it, if you want to see it,
If you want to see it, donate. I did not expect this.
Timo, we got heavier
sort of
subjects right here.
reaction
Let's
at the
just talk
beginning.
about Jews
I
in
didn't really
general.
think
We
you
got
were,
Adam
like,
Green on the
trashing
stream.
my fam.
This is nothing. These guys, honestly, we could talk about Andrew. We could talk about Adam Green, Ralph. You know what? I have the connections to even pull Ralph on the stream. I'm not gonna pull them. I'm pretty popular. I had to even say that, but these people aren't as valuable as who we have right now. So I'd like it. You know what? I have a little bit of disagreement with the Canuck guy, right? But I think I could learn from him. So, Mr. Canuck, if you were going to share anything with anybody here right now, maybe a story. Tell us a story about perhaps something in your life that taught you a valuable lesson. Any story you have, I'd love to hear it, Canuck. I really appreciate it. I think you are a person of value, even though immediately right now, I don't quite like you. But I think if you share a story of value, I'll learn to like you as an individual. If you're up for that, I'd appreciate it.
Is everybody still here?
Well, I just think that. Well, I don't know if Canuck's there, but yeah, bless Provo. Yeah, I don't know if he's there, stepped away, or what's going on. But yeah, bless, man. I feel what you're saying though. There is an expert panel, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. If nobody's gonna, what I mean.
I thought he might have a story to share. That's a great. A lot of people do when they try to talk to people. The biggest mistake they make is not asking somebody to tell a story, right? And so all I'm asking is Canuck to tell a story, so I have an ability to, at least connect and react to them, and have some sense of compassion and empathy. And right now, I'm lacking that. I feel no compassion or empathy towards this person. I just like to hear him tell a story. I'd appreciate it. That's all I'm asking.
Right, but we can't force him to do it. It is what it is. But yeah,
well,
man,
we're trying to
yeah.
create. I thought we were creating content, but
No, I appreciate your.
I didn't know he
inquiry.
wasn't here. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't even know if he's here, but yeah,
I
that's
sorry
the
about
second time.
that.
This
And
is the
I was
second
gonna bring
time
it.
you
Can I
asked-
bring this up? Just kick him.
Who?
Yeah, just kidding. I'm just kidding. But so I'd really like to talk to him about this. It's about the tinfoil hat conspiracy. I'd like to hear his opinion on why people chose the words tinfoil hat.
You
I
mean
got my own.
you
Go ahead.
mean Canuck,
Yeah, he's got the aluminum foil.
the guy who's not there?
Yeah. So I got a lot of questions. I just like to talk to the guy, but apparently,
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
weird.
When he
Like,
gets back, yeah, for sure.
it's unfortunate. Like, I mean, why
Yeah.
even join a panel? It's kind of disrespectful to like join a panel and not have a conversation.
What if he's taking a shit, Provo?
Yeah, maybe he's
Well,
taking.
I hope it's a good shit. You never know how the types of shits people have. It could be a bad
family
shit.
or whatever, but like people are like, oh, he's talking shit because Ralph can't get the stream working. Dude, that's not my fault. Rumble's fucking up. Like yeah,
Literally has
oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Don't think
This is worthless, TMO. We got to create our own content. This shit
Oh,
sucks.
yeah, I got it.
dude.
Yeah. Really familiar song to me, Ethan.
I mean, we got the
what,
chart
you
going
ducking
on.
debates? Yeah, it's pretty
I know.
familiar.
Yeah, when's are we doing this again?
Well, I mean, you have.
Andrew's
Yeah,
so.
we'll check. Yeah, we'll check back in 15 more minutes.
It's still live.
This is going nowhere. This is still live and it's going nowhere.
Oh
yeah.
my god!
Yeah,
Wow.
2 hours of that. 2 hours.
Oh,
of
I
that.
thought that was pre-recorded. Holy shit!
Yeah, you're right. Even yeah. I mean, yeah. No, that's not pre-recorded. That's happening right now.
Oh god, that's awful.
Yeah, that is awful to watch. Just guys sipping 3 beer
Holy
cans,
shit.
bitching at each other. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
we're
fucking
doing
crazy.
that right now, but on a higher level, which is
Bro, what are you talking about? What is fucking chart, bro? What do you mean we're doing that?
Yeah, we're not doing
Yeah,
that.
I would like Rand's
Bro.
chart right here.
Hey, I'm reviewing videos for my channel to see if I need to edit them, and I'm
This
doing
is productive. We have to classify people. Look, you know what I'm saying? Y'all could even classify me, all right? But we'll add categories
You're
later
fed.
on.
Do you have a Fed category.
Listen, I'm there. Yeah, that's the glowy category to
I'll
the
put
left.
yourself right there.
All right, I'll put myself over there in a second. All right.
Complete
So
Fed.
basically, you know what I mean? Hang tight. Got you,
Oh
bro.
my God, does he have screen caps of all of us? It must be a Fed. Like,
All right, there I am.
okay, all right.
This chart,
So-
man, is hilarious.
So look, do you guys disagree with any of these classifications? Should we switch anything around? Is there anyone that's missing? Holla at your boy.
You know what? Is this Gen X? High level autist?
Gen X Jeff, who is that?
Provo.
Do you
Yeah,
agree
what
with
am
your
I?
classification?
Well, I just want to. I'd like an autist classification. Personally, I'd like a whole classification for autists, and I put me, Gen X, and Hank there.
Everyone on the whole chart is an autist, so that just
No, I want pure autism though. Like
I didn't even get to see
unrefined.
the chart. Can you put it back up?
Yeah, bless you,
Unrefined
Doc.
autism.
Yeah, you have a good night. Yeah, thank you for joining us, man. You know, tomorrow night we're gonna be covering
Who the fuck is talking
postmodernism.
about me?
Hey,
I didn't say.
hey,
anything,
Provo,
man.
you know anything about postmodernism?
Yeah, I do know a little bit about it.
Yeah, you should come through tomorrow
knows
night. We're
enough
gonna be talking about it.
I know enough to know that it sucks.
9:30. Oh yeah. I concur with that. Yeah, I'm gonna be talking about some of the aspects of postmodernism.
Hey, let me get into it with Hank. Go fuck yourself, Hank. Actually, I'm
Hank?
sorry. Hey,
Is
sorry,
Hank
I said-
here?
Hank, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry I said that.
Isn't postmodernism like returning to traditionalism, like some type of movement where you return to
No, that
tradition?
are you?
no,
No, Hank.
In a sense, yes. It's
No, not in a sense. Not even close to a
Listen,
sense. You're a few
listen,
cents short. Hold on, I'm
listen,
sorry.
listen, it's characterized by skepticism towards elements of the Enlightenment worldview.
Yeah, that's
Therefore, it's
correct.
going back to the natural view, dumbass.
So then you have to define the natural view, and then we get in a conflict there, and I don't want to get into that.
Well,
What is
what
the
else is there?
natural sense?
Well, just because you don't want to get into
You
it doesn't
define.
mean that's
So
not
you're the
skepticism.
arbiter. You define. You're the arbiter of
care. I
natural
don't care.
sense.
I don't
You
care.
determine that, right, Troll?
No, it's saying that you can't just go on one definition and then, like you're saying, well, you don't know what natural is,
can.
so now you're
So-
not going to
so-
research that. So now you're just going to dismiss the whole
No,
thing.
you-
You're an idiot. It
I
talks
am.
about
I am
researching
an
the
idiot.
entire
I
statement.
am an idiot.
Machine, I'm curious if you've
Connects
done
back.
any-
Can we connect back to the original conversation? I had a few questions for this.
Connect to
Machine?
connect. Well, hold on. Let us get it. Yeah, what's going on, John?
I just wanted to know. A little while ago, I came across a mention of something called Penrose tiles. I was
Penrose
reading some
tiles, huh?
material. And
Is it
actually-
from Roger Penrose?
Well, yes, but
Okay.
far before Roger Penrose, in our modern era, started discussing Penrose tiles and the, I guess the I don't know, the shapeology behind them. I don't know the actual scientific word for that. I found mention of Penrose tiles in Islamic art, I believe, in Central Asia, in Tashkent or maybe Bishkek or somewhere within Kazakhstan, I think. Have you ever done any digging into Penrose tiles or some of the symmetrical and asymmetrical styles? Not asymmetrical styles. The I guess the 3D symmetries of some of that art.
Yeah, I have tons of books on it, but to be honest, I've never personally looked into it. But yeah, I have tons of books on Islamic art and the geometry and all that type of stuff. Yeah, yeah, it does. It is very fascinating, and I think a lot of the Christian art too. I like a lot of that stuff, especially the Orthodox Christian type of church. You know how they have the golden stuff and that type of stuff, and the Hindu type of, the Hindu temples. They have a lot of very, very interesting art there. Fractal art.
Yeah, the fractal stuff is
Yeah.
stuff I find quite interesting.
Yeah,
It speaks
it's
to a lot of
fascinating.
time spent with inward thoughts and inward.
Yeah, it's like
ideas.
it's like DMT. I saw those when I was on DMT as well. So. And you take enough of those drugs, and yeah, you see those fractal patterns. It's very strange. Yeah.
Have you looked into a fractal pattern
This
set
guy's
called
going
the
to sidestep
Mandelbrot
my
set?
conversation with him to just do his own show. Like he's so disrespectful. It's unbelievable.
I don't know if you're there, Machine.
So he won't address me. He's being passive aggressive. This shit is so fucking beneath me. Like it's sickening, right? Like so I assume going forward he won't even address what I said. He's gonna talk to you, Machine Lies, or anybody else. That's where this guy's at. He's at not even addressing conflict. And I assume going forward that this is probably like most problems in his life. He just avoids them. Right? Like I'm a problem right now for you, and you're gonna avoid me. Go ahead, avoid me, and then I'm just gonna assume you do this with everything else in your life. And then hey, I feel sorry for you. I apologize.
Welcome to the panel, Gen X Jeff.
And TML, could you highlight my comment down there, please?
So I'm
oh,
correct.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I'm a goddamn prophet, dude. I
No,
could
you
predict
can-
Canuck.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
You can
Sorry,
look all
sorry.
this stuff up yourself, folks. Enlightenment is the ideology of a religion being of a spiritual or intangible commitment in faith, while naturalism is more a methodology of the physical or tangible process of testing your actions.
That's beautiful. Thank you, El Paro. You bring wisdom
Okay,
to the
well, I
panel.
was just asking the question because, like, my understanding of what modernism is like modern art, this like woke shit, and Silicon Valley level crap, stuff like that. So postmodernism must mean moving past that and going back to traditional stuff. Or am I wrong? Am I going in the wrong direction here?
No, you're going exactly in the right direction. That's
Okay.
what we've gotten away with this enlightenment stuff is everybody believes they know. That's what we talk about with the Munchausen disease or syndrome. It's people that think they know because they were enlightened. They had some kind of spiritual awakening or some kind of forefront of knowledge that said, hey, this is a big event. This is an epoch. And so they created this epoch as a main thing that drives the rest of their life without going beyond that, knowing that there's still a greater truth out there. You're not supposed to stop at that epoch. That's just one of the paths or one of the ascensions along a way of multiple ascensions. You're not ever going to get such a great spiritual enlightenment in your life that it's going to turn you fully around and you're going to be some kind of Buddha. It's still going to require work in a process of learning.
Yeah, when we look at capitalist realism, tomorrow it's going to be surprising how many times in a philosophical work the man says your mother's asshole. He also says one of the lines in the work I think is that a machine is your mother's asshole. I think that's literally one sentence in the work. So I mean, if you read that kind of a work and you're reading philosophy and you think, what kind of a fucking philosophy book is this? A, then you go B, you look at the work of the Bohemians. Like if you look at like Naked Lunch, by William S. Burroughs and like that type of stuff. You get into like extremely crude type of writing, style, so that abstract art and postmodernism, are kind of a, sort of a primitive, kind of because they're drawing on Freudo-Marxianism. So they're going back to a kind of caveman aesthetic of Bohemianism. Yeah.
And Freud was a key figure in Frankfurt School.
Freud and also Herbert Marcuse. If you look at the work of Herbert Marcuse, he's kind of very anti-technological, or he actually was responsible for giving a lot of people an interesting education, including.
Hey, thank God that turned off behind you, Cecil. That's just depressing to see that chick behind you. I see sadness. I see somebody. It's like a poor guy who always has a yacht as his background.
These are my Regan Keeley limited edition swimsuit pics, bro. You calm down.
It's just sad and depressing. I feel like
All right,
sorry
bro.
for you when
All
I
right.
look at that.
Well, I
You know
view
what
it
I
as art. personally, but you're allowed to have
It's
your
not.
opinion.
It's not art. It's just depressing and sad. You
No,
got to
it
do
is.
that.
It is some of the most beautiful art I've ever seen.
Yeah,
That's
you know, if I was depressed and sad, I'd call it art too to make myself feel better. But
okay.
you know, it's ugly to look at, to be honest. I feel like you're like a teenage kid who has a poster of some half naked chick on his wall. Like, I mean,
Oh,
come on,
okay.
Cecil.
All right.
It's like, what are you doing, man?
I guess we're all entitled to our opinion.
Yeah, it's a poor guy, dude. I feel bad for you, man. I can't believe you got to have that picture on your computer to elicit some kind of thought or idea. It's just sad, man. I don't like it, dude. And I don't like Canuck either. Like, hey, Canuck, as long as we're both on panel, you're not going to get a word in edgewise. Because you're a loser and you won't have a conversation. And that's the reality here, dude. So go somewhere else or
Dang, what did
continue
Canuck
to sit in silence.
Machine, please continue. I was interested in what you were saying.
I told you you're not going to get a word in edgewise. It's not going to happen, Canuck. You want to talk? Talk to me, dude. You don't want to do it. It's weird. You want to have a conversation, but not with me.
Well, I was addressing
Is
this
Is
one
this guy
singular point
ableist because I'm autistic? He doesn't want to talk to me.
by Wizard here by the Enlightenment philosophy. But yeah, the response to it is enlightenment, and then we got another response to that called postmodernism. It's intriguing stuff. But yeah, you know, we also got this guy here, Cecil Drake. We got Canuck. He's avoiding Provo. We got Rant
Avoid me
out here. We got Provo out here. We got Gen X Jeff. But yeah, we got some people, you know, well, tomorrow's the big discussion on postmodernism, but it's only going to be 2 hours long. I mean, I can't keep talking about it because I also got to run the panel.
Hey, let me go at Gen X real quick.
If they're not going to do the debate, though,
Go
I'm
at.
just gonna,
Okay, come at me.
I
Provo.
will.
What
I
you
will
got?
end this soon. But yeah, you're welcome to
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
can tell
and
the
go ahead and-
show's winding down and nobody really knows how to create content. It's fucking sad.
So
And I got to
picked me.
talk to a Satanist
Well,
right
hold on. I
now.
hope you're not saying that about me. But yeah.
No,
go-
it's just
He
about
was. No,
everybody
he
else.
was. He totally
No, he
was.
has an open panel. It's frustrating. Let me clarify, TML,
your own-
real
on
quick.
your own
Hold on.
panel. Yeah, he
Hold
sure
on,
did.
Gen X. TML has an open panel, but nobody has shit to contribute, right? Like they won't talk to other people on the panel, like that Canuck guy. What a fucking loser!
He's not talking to you.
Yeah, well, that's a loser.
was talking to
We're all
Machine.
here.
He talks to
Imagine
me.
being in a circle of people and saying to everybody else, "I won't talk to that guy."
Yeah, but I'm
and
sure he
just
has
walking
agreement.
over it like that's normal. That ain't normal.
I like
that's not
Canuck. I
that's
think
not
he's a nice
socially.
guy.
Hey,
He is
in
Canadian,
society,
but I
we don't
still like
accept that behavior. We don't accept the behavior. We ignore
What
people.
What can you do about it?
Well, what can I do? I take the mic. You're looking at me, and I'm talking to you. What can I do? This
Yeah,
is
but
the
I
result.
don't
This
think
is
that's
what I
getting-
do.
like, if
What
your
can I
goal is
do?
truly to
What
have
can
a
I do,
conversation,
Jeff?
I don't think that's
Jeff,
getting you any
what can I do, Jeff? Jeff, it's me
Because
and
you were musing about if he's treating
Jeff,
you differently than other people.
Jeff,
but
I'm here with you. What can I do? What do you mean? What can I
you
do?
seem like you want to talk about Canuck because originally you wanted to come at me, so I was giving you an
I'm
opportunity.
just
But
trying
then
to
you're like,
create
"No, I can
content.
put you on hold."
Hey,
to
I'm trying to
finish
create content. Nobody else
venting
wants to
about
do
Canuck.
that. It's easy to pick on you. You're a Satanist.
But
You're
you
a
weren't even
loser.
doing
And
it. You were
here's my
picking on
question
Canuck
to
the
you,
whole
real
time.
quick. All right, let
You
me
were
get into
picking
the
on Canuck.
content. Hey, Jeff, sorry about that. I'm trying to tell everybody else on
Shifted
panel
to
they're
me. Okay, go ahead.
losers. You
What you
should
got?
help PML. You should contribute to the conversation and create content like I'm doing.
I'm doing
So,
that
Gen
right
X, here's my question.
I'm waiting for you to do it.
All right. When was the last time you attended Black Sabbath?
I haven't.
You haven't. So why are you a
probably
Satanist?
wouldn't.
So are you a real Satanist then, Jeff?
Yeah, I consider myself a real Satanist.
But you've never
There
gone
are
to-
some Satanists who wouldn't.
All right, but
there
you've
are
never
some Christians who probably wouldn't consider you a real Christian.
Yeah, I agree and I accept that. But why haven't you gone to like a Satanist church?
It depends on the church. Satanic Temple, I probably would not want to go to one of their meetings
Why?
because I don't think I would enjoy myself.
Why wouldn't you enjoy yourself?
because it's just not my people.
Why? What
They're
are
very
your people?
woke,
How
they're
about
very
this?
social justice. I might enjoy a Church of Satan, even though I'm not formally Church of Satan. I would maybe consider one of their masses.
See, this is content, Jeff. You understand that?
This is
we're
so
we're
boring.
getting somewhere.
This is so boring to me. I can't
No,
imagine
it's not though.
anybody would
Like,
be
because I'm a Christian, you're Satanist,
I
and we're
was
talking about
enjoying
your.
hearing you talk about Canuck more than this.
Really, you don't want to talk about you being a Satanist and not going to
I
Satanist
don't
church?
think it's interesting content. I really don't. Like
You really don't, because
I've
you think
talked
you're
about it
boring.
100 times.
You know
yeah.
what? The saddest thing in the world is the fact that you think you're boring. Like, and I feel bad for you, Jeff. I feel bad that the fact that when I
I
ask
was
you a
putting
question,
myself in
you
your
think
hands,
you're not worthy of being
hoping
content.
you would
Like,
turn that around.
no,
and I
it's
could feel more
sad,
bored.
Jeff. This is why your whole show, Jeff. I hate to say this, your whole show is not about you. It's about other people.
This is machine show. Yeah, I know. My show is
Yeah,
deliberately not
because you have a low
started out with a
sense
lot
of
of
self-esteem, Jeff.
but this is machine show. I don't know if you know.
All right, but you don't get what I'm saying here, Jeff.
I'm trying to help you with your content. I mean, you were trying to help Machine.
Yep.
But
And
I'm
here
trying
we
to help
are.
you.
Here we are creating conflict content. And what up, Bureau Jack?
Hey, Provo. I was just wondering. I was just wondering how come your friends accept you as a Luciferian but not him as a Satanist? I'm just curious about that.
So my friends, the funny thing is, Neurojack, you don't watch any of my fucking content, and that makes me want to say, go fuck yourself, right? And if you did watch my content, you would know that I don't think
it's
anybody
somebody
online. You would know, Neurojack, that I don't think anybody I meet online is my friend. So first of all, you're ignorant and you sound like a dumb fuck saying that shit to me.
Oh wow, my feelings are really hurt.
That was first
They should be. They should be, because you're saying my friends. Like, you know, and here's a Ralph Waldo Emerson quote for you. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We got machine lines here. You don't choose your friends, you choose your friends, right? Like, here's the point, Jeff.
Sorry, with all the cock in your with all the cock. I think you have more. I think you've had more cock in your mouth than Jeff, to be frank. But
by the way,
wow. What a fun thing to say. You sound
by
pretty
the
gay.
way, Ralph Waldo Emerson. I'm gonna let you guys get into it. But Ralph Waldo Emerson is a perfect example of a romantic of a romanticism writer, sort of the transcendentalist. But yeah, go on, guys.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to say. I just wanted to say.
I'm skeptical.
I got this guy.
No, I just wanted to say.
Keep spurging.
I just wanted to say. I love how you're mocking Christ by calling yourself Christ Walker when you actually don't believe in it.
Oh,
I just
mocking
think it's hilarious.
Christ. I got the Fed, the #1 Fed talking to me. Tell me what I am. I love it. You're a loser, Neurojack. What are you doing here? Creating conflict content. You are feeding into the exact
I like how he repeats the mantra of creating
you
conflict
want Neurojack, you want conflict content. That's why you're here. Right? Like you want people to be mad at each other.
Yeah, I read the rules of radical. I read the rules of radicals just like you. So I know exactly what you're doing. I love it.
You're feeding the thing that you're arguing against. You're a loser, right? Like you're helping me out by being here.
Was Christ a loser? Was Christ a loser?
So
Hello?
I love that. Go
Hello,
ahead.
can I
Go
talk
ahead,
for a moment, please?
Sorry, Rant. Go ahead.
Listen, you said that we were all silently endorsing it, but you're just not paying attention because, as you can see, he was classified a long time ago on the chart. Okay, I'm just saying.
I agree.
He's on the chart. All right.
The Fed, NeuroFed, is that who you're talking about?
No, not Neurojack, bro. The guy with the green icon, bro, is on the chart. All right. You said everyone was just silently just letting him. Say
I see. Yeah. He should be. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Rant. That's a
good. You know what I'm saying? We got host state. I've created a new system. Now there's crossovers. All right.
I have a question, Rant. What category?
Host state is leaning more towards glowy, right? But he's in between glowy and creepy. And Tarek is leaning more towards creepy, but still in the glowy category.
But I'm still in my own category.
Your own category completely. You're in the sleep cell.
Fuck,
you know what I mean?
What is that? What is sleep cell? What is that?
Just he's asleep.
I was sleeping, bro.
Is that easy?
Yeah.
Who am I with?
Hey, fuck you, Neurojack.
I don't know how you get glowy out of Flow.
He's in a pure Satanist category. No, Flow is in between glowy and creepy.
Flow's a Fed. He was
like
in
the
prison.
most
How do you get Flow stayed in the Fed category?
Yeah.
Dude was in prison.
No, I actually want to know. I actually want to know for. I actually really want to know. Are you just mocking Christ by calling yourself Christ Walker, which you don't believe in?
Jack, you don't even. Here's my problem, Jack. You don't understand me. You don't listen to my content. You don't watch my ideas. You don't look at my thoughts. You're a loser, right? So you're asking questions. You followed me and talked to me for so long, but you actually know nothing about me. That's what bothers me.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question, right?
What's the question? Ask the question. I'll answer it.
Okay. Are you mocking Christ by calling yourself Christ Walker when you don't believe in it?
So am I mocking Christ? Blah, blah, blah. It's like here's the question. I don't mock.
So he won't say yes or no because he knows it's true.
I said, here's my answer. I don't mock Christ. But you
right. Oh, sure. Yeah, okay.
Jack, let me tune you into your own self. You actually have no imagination, no creativity. You offload to other people, and you say right, like you still watch Paul the Unslaved's channel. Like that's how low
I've never watched this show more than like 15 minutes.
You repeat his catchphrase. You don't watch his show, but you repeat his catchphrase.
That's his catchphrase. Right. Anybody?
Yeah, listen to him.
Right. Okay, but so you're mocking Christ, right? So you're mocking the Son of God, right?
Paul enslaved, right? And then
so you're mocking the Son of God. That's what you're here to do, right? That's what you're here to do, right?
Unfortunately, Neurojack, you're somebody who has no original or authentic voice. Your voice is just a replication of other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Sound like Paul enslaved. Right. Dude, it's so funny how I can listen to you because I know the content creators and I know what you're pulling from. Right. There you go.
Have you guys ever seen
sad
like,
and pathetic, Jack? It's sad and pathetic that when I hear your voice, I hear you latching on to other people because you don't have an original voice. You don't have an original idea. And you're attacking people like me who do have original ideas and who are original thinkers. And you're sad and you're sad.
I'm sucking off the Luciferians who are sucking off everybody else, right?
Hey, why don't you do another fucking Paul phrase? Go ahead, that'd be nice.
Why don't you just admit that you're why don't you just admit you're a Luciferian and not a Christian? Why don't you just admit
Luciferian? Hey, Neurojack, why don't you just admit you are a human trafficker? How about we do bullshit like that? Neurojack, why don't you just admit you traffic humans?
He's always
that's how stupid you sound, Neurojack. Hold on. He's calling me a Satanist. Guess what, Neurojack? Why don't you just admit to being a human trafficker?
You're not a Satanist, but you do think you're going to become a god.
You're telling me what I do think, and you have no insight into my brain.
You've admitted that you're basically a Luciferian before.
You said you're going to be a god of your own planet.
You've told me to my metaversal face that you're literally a Luciferian, and then now you're saying, "Oh, you're just saying." I mean, you did.
Hey, Neurojack, do you have more gasoline for that gaslighting? You fucking failure of a person on the online.
You sound very emotional right now.
Well,
he does.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I can be emotional. It's weird how people don't want to be emotional, like you're not human. Oh, you sound like something God created. Oh no, I'm emotional.
Provo, you just shifted. You just shifted out of cult leader full Luciferian, bro. All right.
Thank you. Because of these retards online. Ooh, I'm creating great content off of.
Are you an ableist now? Are you an ableist now?
Let's draw back to the beginning because everybody else here is a retard. And TML at the beginning of the broadcast.
That's a likely excuse.
All right. Well, don't cut me off, please. It's my 3
minutes.
Well,
no, that's what you've been doing all night, so don't tell me.
You cut me off, dude. You're a loser.
Yeah,
and I don't want to be mean to you because I'm going to have to apologize again.
Yeah, go ahead and be mean to me. What are you going to do? Hurt my feelings?
And the content, nobody else wanted to have a conversation. Hold on. Nobody else wanted to create content after the debate.
Drama because you ain't got a mama to sit there and follow.
I created the content. You guys have no skill or ability. Neurojack, maybe a little, but
you're creating content by sitting there debating about somebody else's mentality and mental state as if though you guys some kind of license to do so.
Welcome back to the programming. Welcome back. I'm glad you woke up.
I'm sure that's not what TML.
You have no broadcasting skill. You have no understanding of how a show goes. If there isn't some form of contention, there is no show. Like, what are you doing?
I think TML does pretty well in the
He
Yeah,
does
I
pretty
think he
well,
does
but when
real
none of
well
you
without
fucking talk,
contention.
when none
That's
of
the
you
second
fucking
time
talk,
tonight you
and
shaded his
Canuck
show.
won't talk to me because he's a loser. He's sitting on the panel like he still has an opinion, but his opinion doesn't matter because he won't
we
have a
like to-
conversation. This guy would rather talk to somebody who agrees with him 100% than talk to anybody else.
No,
And
he
it's
talks
weird.
to me all
Hold
the
on,
time.
Cecil, why are you rocking back and forth just like Gen X Jeff? Are you being
Because I agree
ableist?
with Jeff.
Why
I
are
agree
you
with Jeff.
why are you
That's
mocking
his,
Gen X Jeff?
Because I'm
Cecil,
not mocking him. I
stop
agree with
it.
him.
Cecil, stop being ableist and rocking back and forth
P-ANEL
like
does
Gen
a
X
good
Jeff.
job, dude. Like, if you agree with Gen X Jeff, rock just like Jeff. Okay, let's rock.
I create
Right?
content. None of these fucks know how to do it, dude. It's sad. It's fucking sad.
By the way,
man.
just so you notice, Provo, in case you're like staring at your phone or some shit, Neuro
I don't
fell
have a
out.
phone.
So he's not here. So he's not out here right now. But yeah,
Who?
Neuro.
Yeah, I mean, Neuro's a loser, dude. The way he came at me tonight, just sad and pathetic. I feel bad for the guy. I even have him on my podcast. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to delete the Neurojack podcast. Doesn't deserve the reputation or the shout out. He's pathetic. I really feel bad for the guy. Complete loser. Let me do what he did. I'm going to be Paul a little bit. He's a loser failure. He's a loser failure. Neurojack, you're a loser failure. Come back on
You
panel
having
and defend
conflict with
yourself.
your own
Silver
self,
tongue cavalier, you fucking loser. Saying I'm a Satanist. Fucking loser. I ain't no Satanist. Look at Jenna. That's a real Satanist right there. Look at this guy.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, you're a loser.
There you go. Thank you, Rant.
Independent Satanist.
Keep rocking, Jeff. You're doing great.
Cecil never change.
The autism is high here. The autism is high here. And the fact that, honestly, I feel really bad about El Perro. El Perro, I'm sad. I hurt your feelings. I know that you took what I said personally. And I just want you to know, no hard feelings, brother. I think you're an okay person.
I'd be more worried about Machine.
Me? I could
Yeah.
give a fuck about Machine. Machine.
Well, that's obvious.
Well, I know who that guy is. That guy is a person who lives by God, and I'm not worried by that at all. I'm not
Yeah, I
worried
could
about.
tell. Like I said, I could tell.
Yeah, TML is cool to me, dude. No worries. I have no worries of what TML thinks about me, dude.
Okay.
I like TML quite a bit, dude. It's funny too because I hang out with two groups. I hang out with the group that doesn't like TML. You can catch me in their chat.
You talking about like
EPT.
the toilet bowl group?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in that group,
I
and
didn't
I
know
get bitched out, and I get harassed by that group.
It
But-
was pretty sad last night to watch.
Yeah, it was sad, but that's okay with me, dude. I
Sometimes
understand.
Provo's a meme and people fall into it. You know what I mean?
Hey, Rant, stop telling people the formula.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, you're not helping.
I wish I had a meme category.
God, this guy's fucking
He's just
breaking.
expressing himself. What helping what?
I'm creating content, and Canuck thinks he's
Not,
gonna
though. If you were
outstay
creating
me.
content,
Canuck,
me and
go
Rant,
fuck.
we would
Hey,
be taking the mic from you.
hey, Canuck, you're a loser, right? You won't have a
That's not
conversation with people.
content. That's not
This
even
guy,
content.
I'm gonna
Like,
stay on the panel
punching
until I
down on
just
an
have all the time I
older
want. Go make your own
Canadian is not
channel.
content.
Hey, Canuck, where's your channel? Go make your content. You got no content, Canuck. You're a loser. You won't have a conversation with people. And I'm going to tell
So
you
with
tomorrow-
you, with this is about you.
about me. Jeff,
This is
Jeff,
about his not wanting to have a conversation with you.
Hey, Jeff,
Because he-
honestly, Jeff, could you even bring anything interesting to the conversation right now, Jeff? If
with
you would.
you, probably not.
Yeah.
You talking to yourself is the only conversation happening right now.
Go ahead, Jeff.
And then that guy because it rhymes with
Jeff, go ahead. Say something people want to listen to.
No, go ahead. You were.
No, Jeff, you are better than me. Say something.
I didn't say that. I didn't say.
No,
I was
you are,
better.
Jeff. You're a
I
Satanist.
think
You
I
are
have
better than
better
me.
content than you at the
Jeff,
moment.
go ahead. Take the
Which
limelight.
was actually a surprise because I was giving you every chance in the world to show
All
us
right.
your content.
All right, I got a lot, but hey, Jeff,
Well, come on.
if you could
Why are you
take
holding
the
back?
show anywhere you want, what do you do?
What?
What do you do?
I've
Take
taken
the
it
show.
several places.
Take the show. Where do we go, Jeff? Go ahead. It's your show. Where do we go?
Well, I was taking it somewhere. Just
Okay,
now
go ahead.
with you, like 5
Because
years
your
ago.
show is usually an open panel where you let everybody
Right,
else
machines
talk.
usually is too. It's at this
All
stage
right,
anyway.
so yeah,
it's pretty much an open
exactly.
panel.
Like a lot of people who don't know how to create content, Machine Lies likes to sit in the back. He lets other
Sometimes
people talk.
content just happens. You don't have to
Agreed,
create it.
agreed. But here's the reality: most people don't know how to create content, or like
But
you,
so
Gen X Jeff.
show us, 'cause
DML,
you're claiming you're
DML already
portraying
has a
you do.
catalog of him talking about himself and his philosophy. He's already done the work, so he creates a platform where other people can talk, share their ideas. We're here right now, but Gen X Jeff, you don't have that catalog. You don't have that background. You have nothing, and your show is constantly right. Other people talking for you. You have no ability to create content
You
by
obviously haven't looked
yourself.
at my channel. I have plenty of content.
I Gen X Chef, I watch your channel every day.
In fact, I have a whole
And guess
channel
what? Guess
before
what,
this
Gen X
channel
Chef?
of me
Every time I watch your
creating
show, all
content.
you do is bring up other people. Because you don't have any ideas or thoughts or beliefs.
Well,
you got
that's
nothing.
not true. I talk about my thoughts and beliefs all the time.
No,
so
you got
obviously-
nothing.
You're
You got
you're
nothing.
selective. You're selectively remembering whatever.
All right, then
content you
share
watch
some of your thoughts and beliefs.
on what? What do you want to know?
Satanism.
Oh my God, I've shared that to death. What do you want to
Oh
know
well,
about?
I'm new. Share it with me.
What do you want to know about it in particular?
I did ask you. I tried to talk to you about church.
And I answered. I said,
All right,
no, I
well,
have
keep
not. I
talking
have
about
not been to a
Satanism.
black satanic mass.
All right, why don't you like going?
There's none around here that I know of. I would love to go to one. If there's any Satanists out here, please invite me to your mass.
What do you do at a Satanist mass?
I don't know. I'd like to find out myself.
So
What
you've
day
never
is your mass?
The ones that were on the Satanic Temple movie did not look. They looked like corny performance art. They did not look like a satanic mass like I would do one.
What day does your mass fall on?
I don't even know. Saturday, Sunday, maybe
Jew-
Friday.
Jewish Sabbath, probably.
So Saturday.
And this is using the Church of Satan model because I've already ruled out Satanic Temple. And I don't even know how much Church of Satan is even around here.
I'm sure if you just go to your basic average Catholic church, you just go right down the stairs and there'll be Satanists right there.
Well, I might have to try that.
Sad trombone.
So who else is trying to smoke some weed? You know what I'm saying?
We're getting there here with this chart here. It's getting deep.
Who's talking, by the way?
D.
I know, but which character are you under?
D's nuts.
Got him.
Jeff. RANT. I think it's two folks on
That's
that.
Rand. Oh, is that your girlfriend or your wife?
My wife.
Yeah, I remember her. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you again.
Where's your boyfriend?
Mine? I don't have one.
Oh, what about your master?
No, none of those either.
You have no master, no boyfriend?
No boyfriend, no master, no daddy.
So you're just a
Daddy's
masturbator?
right behind him.
No boyfriend, no girlfriend, just a masturbator, huh?
So now
Very
we got
nice, very nice.
content. Here we go, Jeff. Jeff, we got content. Something
Yeah,
you haven't created, or
none of it
anybody
took
else on the
you.
panel, right? Like
None of it took you. We did that all on our own.
Reddington. I like Reddington a lot.
I was
but-
preoccupied sorting memes into categories. I'm just saying.
And Rand's great, but Gen X Chef, honestly, at the end of the day, you're a fake Satanist.
I don't care
Is
what you
he a
think about.
fakinist?
Yeah, you actually don't do anything that really is satanic. Do you?
You know what? You're right. We're gonna have to fix that.
If you want to think that, you can. It does not.
So, all right, help me out. How are you a real Satanist?
What do you want to know? Like, I don't feel like I have to prove my Satanism to you.
All right, don't prove it. You're cool.
How are you a real Mormon?
I was baptized. There you go. That could be the starting point.
You were baptized under what?
The Latter-day Saint religion.
Like
I
as an
did-
adult, where
yeah,
they put you
no,
in the-
as an 8-year-old. I'm a
Oh.
real Mormon. I was baptized at 8, brother.
Would you
What's the
baptize
deal
yourself
with y'all
then?
baptizing everybody else's dead family?
We're taking over the world and the afterlife. That's what we're doing,
And
dog.
the what do you call, like, the genealogy websites? Because
Yeah,
the Mormons
we-
have the best one now.
Yeah,
but you have
well,
to
you
give them
don't
all your
understand
information.
Freemasonry and CIA and the
Well,
occult
here's your
connections.
chance.
What do you believe you get when you are baptized?
And how are you a real Christian?
Well, I understand I'm not a real Christian according to Catholics and Orthodox. So, I accept being a non-Christian Christian. So you're gonna run into a problem here.
Can I know what it is that you believe that you get when you are baptized?
Me or Gen X when he
you
me. All right. So my
Yeah,
sins
I'm curious because
generally the
believe-
idea is all your sins are forgiven.
but forevermore, or just because
What kind of
you
sins
things
did
for
you
8
have as
years
an
old?
8-year-old?
That's what I'm saying. Like, are they
Me?
forever?
I probably had a lot of sins as an 8-year-old.
Well,
I remember
probably
stealing a
did.
boat. I stole a boat from a playground to see if
Did
it
you
would
know?
float.
Did you know what you were doing? Like, I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
supposed
I
to
knew
be
at the
doing
time it
this.
was bad. I did
Does
know.
the
I did
baptism
know that was a
cover?
sin.
Does
I
the
did
bap-
know when I stole that boat from that playground. I did know that was a sin, and
Does your baptism cover your
stole.
sins for the rest of your life?
I can't answer that question, but
So then, would you rebaptize yourself every time you sinned, or
yeah,
are you-
I always thought about that question. Like, I can't wait to do another baptism. I
so
think
what are
that'd be
you
cool.
waiting for?
Just till the end, like maybe when I'm 60, 75.
Why?
I don't want to do like 10 baptisms.
What
Just
if
do
does it
one
cover
time.
does
He
it
wants to
cover
rack them up
accidental sins?
94 at a time.
Yeah,
Does
there
it
you
cover
go. Thank you.
accidental sins?
What if you get hit by a bus before you do it?
Yeah, then what?
Then what? Well, I know that's not in my future because I trust in God.
Why even do it?
Why even do what?
If you don't care if you get hit by a bus and you didn't do
Well,
it,
I know I won't. So like you say, I could get
You
hit
know
by a
you
bus,
won't.
but I know I won't.
but what
Just
if
like I know I won't get eaten by a T-Rex. You know what I mean? It's kind of silly to think like, oh, you're gonna die. And when
And
people
can
say shit like that, it's like, oh, a pterodactyl might come swoop me up out of the ground. Yeah,
And-
maybe.
My question is more like this, right?
I guess at the end
Let
of the
me-
day, we are talking to someone who believes they're going to be a god of their own planet. So we
Yeah,
should.
yeah. There you go. There
well,
you
that's
go.
why I ask questions. I
know what I
ask
mean?
questions because Provo thinks
Like
differently than
this
your
logic
average
is not
person.
a stretch.
No, I'm crazy. So
I appreciate the way that you think, Provo, and I appreciate you and you
I appreciate your honesty.
answering, and letting me understand.
I'm wrong too, which is what I'll also tell
I
you.
don't think
I'm
you're
a-
a bad dude. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, well, apparently, some people think I'm a Satanist, like Neurojack. What a fucking loser!
sounds
We got a
more
real
interesting than
Satanist
what-
down below me, Gen X Chef, and he's trying to compare me with the guy who's a Baphomet statue. What a fucking
Hey, that was
loser!
Neurojack, not
It's
me.
come in many different colors,
I'm the
Provo.
one that said I don't think you are a Satanist. Or
Yeah,
could-
well,
could be.
Neurojack does, and what a fucking
Well,
loser!
why do you care what Neurojack thinks?
Well, it's conflict content. I don't really care, brother.
Oh, okay.
Happy is his handler.
you forgot to look
So,
at the
Provo-
chart, bro. He's leaning into the meme category.
Provo, I
Yeah.
gotta ask a question, if I may.
Go ahead.
So everybody keeps saying that you believe that you're going to be your own god.
Yeah, I'm
Is that
Provo Planet. Yeah, yeah.
is that like a meme, or is that like for real?
No, it's like a
Then,
Mormon
because
thing.
then I have a follow-up question if possible.
Yeah, I think most Mormons in general might believe they become their own god, have their own planet. I'm Provo Planet. I actually believe this is the planet I created, and I get to live on it.
So may I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you not believe that this is blasphemy?
No, it can be, and I can be wrong. I have no problem with that.
Right, but so then does the baptism cover that?
Yeah, probably.
Ah.
It's like insurance
So
policy.
if you're
then
okay,
that-
I have a follow-up
if
question.
If I could real quick interject here real quick though, because that begs to ask again about the blasphemy thing and paying tribute to God and repenting for your sins. That baptism is a public display, correct?
At 8 years old.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of sins does an 8-year-old have to display?
Bro,
I
it's
told
not
you I
even
stole.
actually. It's like when
Oh,
you're
you stole the. You were 8 years old when you stole the boat.
I was probably
But
6 or
again,
5.
but again,
Stole the
goes
boat.
to the deeper subject that the
I wanted to
repentance
see
is
if it
not
would
between
float.
you and another man, but you
Was
and
it a
God.
toy boat or like an actual boat?
It was like a plastic boat in a sand pit, and I was curious if it would float in my bathtub.
And you knew it was wrong when you were taking it.
Oh, absolutely.
But you
And
saw.
I
How
think
did
about
you
it. I think about it
rationalize
almost every night.
But
Does
as
it-
a
does
as
it-
a child, you have to understand that as a child, right? I feel like things are more excusable because as a child you are still trying to understand all
He
of
said he knew.
everything. I understand that he knew because I knew that stealing these pair of panties was wrong, but I still did it because I didn't fully understand consequences and repercussions and God at 8 years old. So my question is, with like, do you feel, Provo Planet, that you can do whatever the fuck you want at all times, and just
Yeah.
because you get washed, and then you can just keep going and doing whatever the fuck you want, and then wash and rinse and repeat
Absolutely.
again?
I do. I think that's why I'm here.
You don't think?
I
Let me-
have to know what
Hang on, I got a follow up question.
Go ahead.
I know, I got a follow up question. I have a question.
Protestant.
Hang on a minute. I have a question because I'm asking specifically because this is regarding Christ. So when you get back, I'm just trying to understand. When you get baptized, do you believe that like you're being washed away from your sins, and then because now Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior? Is that the 1 + 1 = 2 in your book?
I mean, they claim to read the Bible.
So then I'm asking. Because
Well,
I
we
feel
have a couple of Bibles.
I feel like if this is what you believe, right? So I can just end my questions. I feel like if this is what you believe, then that's really fucking selfish on your
is.
part,
Yeah.
Provo Planet. Like,
It is.
that's not cool, man.
Well, the problem is you think being selfish is wrong. So
I think that you should not put your shit on somebody else to wash off.
well, if I didn't do that, why would Christ be born?
See, that's
Not,
the problem.
not to clean the shit off of your shoes when you're walking all over.
He had to be born to do
No,
that.
think about this.
This is your
Think
whole
about this.
position. Like, why are these Christians cool again? Why do they always think that they're the shit?
I am the shit.
That's
what
the
about-
difference
hold
between
on.
being Christian and Christ.
I'm the
What about
badass
the other
Christian.
Bibles, though? Where do those other Bibles come from?
You're talking about the Book of Mormon?
Yeah.
The golden plates.
Where are they?
Oh,
You know what? They were put back in the ground where they belong, as far as I know.
But where?
Also, I appreciate you answering my questions, Provo.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But here's the thing. You could argue with me about the Book of Mormon, and to be honest with you, any anti-Mormon rhetoric you might present to me, I've been familiar with for the past 15, 16 years. So
I'm just saying.
I agree.
Where-
And here's the thing.
Where
Here's
is
the
the
thing.
tablet?
Here's
Can
the
I ask
thing.
you a question?
I agree. You're right. Right. Like, so the Book of Mormon is bullshit. All right. So what?
I have a question.
So what? Like, hey. So what? I'm still a Mormon. I don't give a fuck.
Do you consider the Book of Mormon the Bible?
It is part of the Bible, yeah.
I have a question. May I ask
My
you an-
foundation is Mormon, but it's not founded. Good one.
Yeah, here's the thing. I believe in things unseen. Right? Like, you guys can't see the things I see.
Yeah, you
So-
can't argue with Provo Planet. He'll tell you he believes things that are bullshit.
Yeah. What are you going to do about it? So, like, you believe in the efficacy of science, right? Like,
no,
I could take this. I could take this example so far.
Nice projection.
All
But
right,
you
go ahead.
said you believe in a lie, what you know to be a lie.
That's fine, right? Like, I know Santa is a liar. As
may I
an
ask you a
adult,
question?
I still
May I-
believe in Santa. I like
May I-
Santa.
May I
I
ask
believe
you a
in
question,
Santa
Provo
as
Planet?
an adult. When
I
I
love-
tell
I love
my
Provo,
child
bro.
Santa is real, I believe that Santa is real.
I
I
believe
don't
that
see a
Santa
problem.
is Satan.
I'm sorry, I gotta fix Provo's classification. He's going fully into the meme category. I'm
I have
sorry,
a
bro.
question. I have a question.
I'm sorry I
Provo
had you in
Planet.
the Luciferian category, bro. I know where you go.
Do you? So, like, let me ask you a question, Provo Planet.
Go
Do
ahead.
you? And this is an honest question. Feel free to not answer honestly.
Hey, yeah, I'm a real Christ walker.
Do you love Jesus Christ?
Yes.
Okay, so
He
then
used
why?
to be my co-host, actually.
So then why do you allow Jesus Christ to keep having to wash your sins?
Because everybody has a job,
Yeah, but that he doesn't need job security, bro.
but everybody has a a place in life.
Oh, okay.
You're talking to your own head puppet, right?
I'm just I have honest questions. I have honest questions.
You're asking a
yeah,
meme,
yeah.
bro. You're not gonna get an honest answer. You're gonna get a meme.
I like Bubble Planet.
If you like the memes, hey.
I do. I like
I'm
Bubble
just saying.
Planet. I think he's funny.
All right.
I'd have a conversation.
Honestly, I'm a real Mormon. I'm a real Christian, and I
I know,
accept
go
being a
ahead.
non-Christian. Here's the thing.
Well, can I ask
Most
you a
people,
question?
I accept being wrong, which
Can I
most
ask you a
people
question?
can't do. So I'll
May-
be wrong, and that
May I
think
ask you a
that's okay.
question? May I ask you a question? Would you rather be a Christian or would you rather be Christ-like?
He said, "I'm a real Christian."
A Christian or Christ-like?
Yes, sir. There's a
That's a great
difference.
question. Yeah, there absolutely.
Because you call yourself a Christian.
Yeah, I'm a Christ walker, actually.
Well, would you rather be Christ-like or a Christian?
I'd rather look like Christ than be a Christian.
Okay.
He's a
so,
meme LARPing as a Christian. Why-
Right.
What do you?
Yeah, LARPing. This
when-
is the
when
thing I
he-
hate.
when he gets-
This
when
is
he
the
gets
thing I
off the
hate when
screen.
people tell me shit like that. LARPing as a Christian. No. I keep God close to me. I read the Bible. I do my due diligence. I'm a real ass Christian. I got family. I got offspring. I'm a
That's
real
cool.
ass Christian.
Look, you don't have to be a Christian to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm saying. That was my
I don't
where I was
consider
getting.
myself a Christian, but I think
Right.
a lot of Christians are fucked. They don't
Yeah.
understand. They're stuck in Christendom.
Yeah.
All right, so look,
No, I appreciate you. Honestly, I'm a loser and an idiot when it comes to Christ-like behavior. People will say I'm not Christian. I'm not, and I agree with them. They're like, you know what? I'm a loser.
not a bad thing to not be Christian.
Right. I don't
Okay?
think that. I don't think that if
Yeah.
so, like personally, I feel like being under the title of Christian now has a bad name because Christians are not walking Christ. Like I said this earlier, and so
What's more important, right, than being a Christian is to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's more important because that's what came first.
Right.
You see?
And the teachings of Christ are a little bit more nuanced. Oh, there's that. Are we going back to what is Hinduism? We got an elephant here. We get into some deep stuff here. Hey, honestly,
Do you know the mystery of the elephant?
we're talking about the elephant, which is the like overcoming your troubles or clearing blockages.
No, let me tell you the mystery of the elephant, okay? So check this out, right? You got a bunch of different dudes, right? And they're all blind, right?
Sure,
and they gotta go and they gotta feel something.
Oh,
but they
yeah,
don't know
yeah.
what it is.
Fast
But then they
forward.
gotta
I
describe
get it.
to each other, right? So one dude goes and he touches a fluffy ass tail, and another dude he touches a leg. You know what I mean? Another guy he touches a fucking trunk. You know what I mean? And they're all describing these different things. So one guy says, I think we're all touching a fucking tail, and one guy says, I think we're touching a leg, and I think we're touching a trunk. And so the reality is, what they was all touching is too big for them to fully understand without seeing the entirety of it. You know what I mean? And they was all touching an elephant. And that's what God is like.
Hey.
God is like an elephant, and we're all touching some type of part, trying to describe that the God as a whole by each part. But now not everybody is touching the same God. See, that's where it gets crazy.
Similarly to Plato's cave.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because in Plato's cave, no one else went outside. In this situation, everyone is touching the elephant.
Hey, I got to do a proper departure. I see Toilet Bowl Earth on EBT stream, and I'm gonna go back at this guy. So I have my own stream. I hate to do this to the Machine Lies, but I'm gonna go create some conflict content.
Go get him.
So this guy thinks he can just hop
That
on.
sounds like a perfect way to end our night. Since we didn't
He
get a
thinks he
debate.
can just hop on EBT stream and think I'm not gonna fucking pop
That sounds
up
like
and-
a perfect way to end our night.
and see what I'm about to say. Hey, I'm out of here. God bless you. Honestly, I apologize to everybody who I was rude to. I really
No
do mean it.
worries, man.
I don't. I really do feel bad about hurting anybody's feelings. I love you all. I really do have appreciation for anybody who hops on the panel. If you're in the chat, go fuck yourself
By the way,
on
guys,
this level.
That's okay. I'm gonna be rude to you when you leave, and it might hurt your feelings. So,
Truth or Cop is live as well. So we're gonna go check out Truth or Cop. But yeah, let's see it. Let's see it, Provo. You going over there right now? Oh yeah, he's gone. Okay. Yeah, let's check this out.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Rant.
God bless you guys. There he is.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What up, dog?
Hey, Toilet
You
Birth.
still live?
Yeah, I gotta offer an apology. Dude.
Oh no, you don't have to apologize. It was-
hey,
last night was fun, man. It's all
I
good.
know, but
Let
I
him
wasn't
apologize.
trolling you, and you did help me understand a greater understanding of there are Christian enclaves or cities or cities rather that they're Istanbul, Antioch. I had no clue, and I feel like you thought I was trolling you, and I really wasn't, brother.
Okay, well that's cool, man. It's not a big deal.
And I was ignorant and I was stupid. And I hope you understand that in my most sincere sense.
Oh no, you're fine.
You really did help me understand.
When you were trolling Venus on my channel,
I wasn't. I never talked to Venus. I never talked to Venus.
Hey, you reminded me of a very up and coming toilet bowl word in your trolling style.
So the problem is I never talked to Venus. I don't know who Venus is, and I'm bothered that you even think this is reality, Tommy.
She is cool. I've
I have
allied
no
with
clue who
her
that
against
is, so
Paul
I
and
honestly
Tapu,
don't give a fuck.
But I was not
I don't give a
impressed.
fuck,
I
Tommy.
was not impressed
Tommy,
with
I
how
don't
she
give a fuck.
reacted to you. No,
Tommy,
I'm saying
I
I
don't
know
who
you
Venus is.
Huh?
I don't know who Venus is.
Right,
or
and I'm
anything you're
not
talking
happy
about.
with how she defended against you. I thought it was lesser, and you did troll her.
Isn't she the
I've never
weaponized?
trolled Venus. I've never been on her channel. If you're talking about something, Tommy, I have no fucking clue what it's about.
No. Yeah, no, you were going after her hard.
Yeah, you were going in on her, bro.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, she
Me?
got really pissed. Yeah, she got really pissed.
Is she the weaponized
I never
granny,
did
granny
that.
panties lady?
Machine.
That's a no go. He failed at creating conflict content there. I would say. Yep.
was that?
Yeah, that was my impression too.
Yeah, he failed at creating a conflict there. Yeah, he said he was going to create this big conflict, but yep, I didn't see it.
I'm curious, Machine. What did you allow to just to happen? Why did you inflict that on us?
So
Inflict what?
panel, son.
Inflict what?
Are you serious? You don't know what I'm asking?
What was it that you gathered from that?
Not a lot. I don't understand what just happened. So I'm just curious why it happened.
Well, if you don't know why it happened, then I mean, I guess it would follow that you wouldn't know why it happened. You know,
That's kind of what I'm asking. Like, why did you? You don't have to answer me, obviously. I mean, I feel stupid even saying that because now I sound like that asshole that just left. I don't understand what happened. I'm curious if there's method to your madness or not.
well, I'm just analyzing the different characters that decide to click the link.
Right?
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But yeah, I think there the analysis was that he took off. He said he's gonna go and create conflict content, and click the link. We waited for it. I said, "Oh, here comes a big fight," and then there's no conflict. Like Gen X Jeff said, he kind of started schmoozing on. You know, he said, "Oh, it's time to kiss and make up."
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. And then I wondered if this was just a really good troll, and he was really,
Yeah.
but it didn't seem to go in that direction. It seemed like he was really trying to get in, like submit himself to them to get in with them.
He's following a pattern of an abuser, essentially apologizing to be given another chance to worm his way in. I mean, it's obvious what he's doing. I'm just kind of curious. I don't know what's going on, and I found it curious.
Well, then I think you've answered it, at least for yourself. You know what I mean? And I think Jeff had a good answer. I mean, it is what it is. You know, I mean, in other words, whatever it looks like, it's probably on the ball there. You know, it's like, hey, don't ask why if you know it's wrong. You know.
Don't ask why if I know it's.
Don't ask why if you know it's wrong. It's a line from my.
I mean, that may be true sometimes. I tend to ask why if I believe I'll get an honest answer from someone, but
No, you're on the wrong
be
track
honest
there. No, honest answers. That's where you're on the wrong track. What do you think about honest answers, Gen X Jeff? Are those hard to come by?
I've given him honest answers.
No, but I mean, if you go out into the general populace, do you think you'll get many general, like honest answers?
I think it depends on the question.
Yeah, I think generally, I think generally when somebody says like, "Hey, they took a survey of people," I said people never give honest answers for anything. People think they know about themselves. You ask 3 other people that know them, and they'll give different answers about what they think about it.
Or survey size too small.
Yeah, yeah, the surveys are. I always think that's a poor estimate of how what people know or what they're willing to tell you or who they're willing to ask even. But yeah.
It's only one point in time. It changes over time anyway.
Yeah. This is a little similar. We're taking a from at least what I've seen, it's a general sample of a population. I wouldn't say we're only allowed to interact with so many people, but definitely the same types of people keep showing up. You know what I'm saying, Brother John?
I guess I just hope we can. I mean, if the idea is in a couple of weeks or a couple of months or sometime relatively soon to actually get into some constructive engagement and begin doing some weeding, that would be ideal. I hope to see that happen sooner rather than later.
It's probably not going to happen unless you come up on a panel and make it happen, because that's usually what takes it in that direction.
Well, Cecil's got the right idea. He's already got his he's got the Jewish cloth on, that they put on before they pray. He's got his Jewish shawl.
I like those colors on you.
Yeah. So he's ready to go to the Wailing Wall and pay tribute, to the Mashiach.
He certainly makes me wail.
Yeah, definitely. So, Firestarter's here, but we're just shutting down Firestarter.
Oh, okay. We're wrapping up.
All right.
Yeah. I'm out of here. I actually did this impromptu stream to watch the Crucible debate, and then they canceled it. Yeah, but I'll go around the panel. Have everybody give their little closing, thoughts here. Who just left? I don't know who just left. Oh yeah, Canuck. Yeah, peace to you, Brother John. Thank you for joining the panel. I'll go ahead and we'll end with Firestarter, but yeah, Brother Wizard, lay some words of wisdom on them. What you got for them?
Well, all I saw was Provo getting solo, sucking his toe dough, and don't know she's a homo. No promo bono. I won't show, not a bro, yo. Gonna blow flow slow mo in a whole show. So loco it'll blow yo and smoke yo mind yo. Have a good one.
Damn, yo. That's one of the fucking sickest outros I've ever had on this show, man. For real. Yo, Cecil, what you got for him? I know you got a kick out of that, man. That shit was
that was pretty
yo,
good.
that was the shit. Yo, that was some real shit, honestly. Whoa.
For sure.
For sure.
Yeah, dude. What's his name? Firestarter was that guy that was trying to say when he like his first day he was around, he was trying to say like, don't you think white people had like an unfair advantage or something like that because they had like two continents, whereas everybody always could. I think if you look at history, we were pretty good with just one continent, bro. I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with having multiple continents. We were doing just, we were still kicking ass back with just Europe, And actually, if anything, America is just a fucking slave colony. Okay, so, don't worry about it. Okay.
Real shit from Cecil Drake about the future of this country. Bless you, brother Cecil.
That is true.
Thank
Bless
you,
you.
brother, man. Yeah, I'm gonna drop you out here. Uh, let's go with Gen X Jeff. What's going on, brother?
Thank you, Machine, for another good episode. Find us. We're at the same place every day on my channel at 2 p.m. Central. So find us there tomorrow and have a good night.
Hell yeah, I was on there today. Yeah, you guys go check it out. Yeah, it was always fun times talking to brother Jeff here, man. Bless you, brother. And yeah, you have a beautiful night, my friend. Thank you for joining us. And we got Canuck back here. Thank you for being
the
back.
wrong button.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, what you got to say, brother Canuck?
I'm just curious if you're going to, or if you have touched on Sufism and how it. Anyway, I'm interested and curious about Sufism. Have you ever done any?
Yeah. You're the second person today to ask me. This morning Cage was asking me about that. So yeah. Definitely, I'm gonna have to touch on that topic soon.
There's a musician named Omar Faruk Tekbilek. He's Turkish, but he practices North African percussion. He plays oud and ney. Really, really good music. It got me interested in Sufi music. Anyway,
Ah.
cheers. Good night.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother John. Yeah, bless you for joining us, and yeah, you have a beautiful night. I'm praying for you, my friend. Thank you. And yeah, we got Reddington. Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Yo. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I think Provo's Christ-like pretty good. Christ was like the first proto meme, so he's being a meme. He's being like Christ.
Yeah, Provo for all his, worries and obviously he had a lot of naysayers there at the end. He kind of got hammered, but sometimes,
Yeah, he held his own.
yeah, sometimes you gotta have like your little, you gotta hold your own. I've definitely been there, especially on the Crucible, which I was excited to see. Adam Green go at it, but yep, it didn't happen for us tonight. But yeah, as long as everybody else got what they wanted, I'm not too sad about it. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here. Bless you, brother Reddington, man, for always being here, man. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, man. And yeah, man, I'm gonna throw you guys in the back here and connect with these cats here. Yeah, thank you guys for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, we're gonna have a regular show tomorrow night. This was just an impromptu bonus stream. Just out of our regular schedule here. But yeah, we gotta do a little bit of thinking, little bit of checking out things. And I'm ready for a little bit of sleep. I did ride the bike to the mosque today. Almost 2-mile bike ride there and back. It was cold as fuck outside. A lot of cold wind blowing and shit. And my legs are tired. So I'm going to have a little bit of sleep here before I got to wake up before dawn here. And then I'm going to probably organize my notes and do some things for you guys tomorrow night at 7:30. And then 9 o'clock, we're going to open the panel back up. So no worries. We're going to have a panel again tomorrow. Yo.
Yo.
No, what's going on, dude?
What's up? I missed some of it, but I'm catching up. So you can just let it play. Let me catch up for a second.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
2015, and then we had one of those. Ecological collapse, economic and social collapse, synthetic biology, artificial intelligence, which is in the news in recent times, nanotechnology, and then sort of a generic unforeseen technological consequences. It's kind of striking. Stephen Hawking, now deceased but famous physicist, made this comment about that time. He said, most threats to humans come from science and technology. Nobody wants to talk about.
That's pretty ironic quote. I mean, you know, I have similar quotes by Harding. You know, he said he blamed the applied sciences for all of humanity's woes, and said that's why he wants to be a theoretical mathematician and not use any of his work for applied sciences. But he didn't understand that, you know, whether he likes it or not, most of his theoretical math is going to be used for theoretical physics, and it's going to be used to make machines, you know, and he doesn't have a choice once, you know, he invents, you know, a method or a design, you know, of who gets to use it. You know, that's the problem. You know, with our creative, you know, with knowledge, you know. But yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I definitely noticed from an early age that like a lot of people think they have a choice in what, like, they think that like a lot of people, they get into art or science or math for like the sake of doing it, and then they don't realize that what they're doing, they don't really have much choice in how that stuff is used. So their talent is kind of used for whatever purpose. They don't have any control over it, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like once you make something, you have no way of deciding how it's going to be used by other people. That is one of the inherent dangers of technology itself. You know, and one of the greater dangers behind technique, behind teaching somebody how to make something. You know, now you're not only just giving them the machine, you know, and the ability to use it, you know, you're now giving them the ability to reproduce, the ability to have the machine and use it, right? You know, if there's any danger within these devices, then it's multiplied and duplicated, you know, by having the how to, the technique aspect of it instead of just the actual, you know, technology, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Theoretical is the precursor to the applied. You know? You know, how could somebody be so foolish as to separate the two? You know, as in the case of Harding, right? That's where I have to go with, you know, the book I have is Harding versus Freeman Dyson. You know, he was a student of Harding, and he's having an argument with Harding about applied sciences versus theoretical. You know, and of course, Harding is hemming and hawing about how the applied sciences are responsible for all the danger in the all the war in the world. You know, but it's just interesting. Look at all these problems. You know, all of these problems are technological, baseline technological, right? Even they'll say climate change for those people who believe in it. They say human beings caused it. Caused it how? By using technology. Nuclear war. Oh yeah, we made that shit. We made those fucking bombs. Right? In case global war pops off, yeah, we're gonna be to blame for the proliferation and the use of nuclear technology. Right? Which was gonna give us free energy. It was gonna be used for all of these peaceful technologies, right? And nobody's seen it, right? Global pandemic, right? Self-explanatory. Okay, at this stage, pretty much self-explanatory. Ecological collapse. Okay, we've seen that in many cases, right? Okay, we've seen that in many cases. All right, we have global desertification of land, right, due to pollution. Okay, due to poisoning the soil, right? Overuse of the soil, right, causing desertification of the land, right? You have to use synthetic fertilizers and pesticides just to grow anything, right? You have acidification of the oceans through the use of nitrogen, the creation of dead zones in the water, right? Okay, so you have poisoning the land, poisoning the water, right? Synthetic biology. Okay, people are, mutating their genes. They're getting implantables and wearables. I just showed you guys examples of those, right? From, 2 years back. And probably those things were being developed way earlier than that. I've given you examples of that too on this show.
By the time we become aware of things, they've probably had it for decades in the works. And the testing and all, like, do you think that Elon Musk is inventing the Neuralink, or do you think he's applying it to the public? I would guess the latter, if I had to guess.
Yeah, exactly. You got Homer Simpson. Nanotechnology. Yeah, is that going to end up in your bloodstream? Yeah, stay tuned. I mean, unforeseen technological consequences. I can't believe they listed that after listing all of these technologically caused things. It's almost like they wanted you to believe that none of these things are caused by technology, right? And then at the end they list unforeseen technological consequences. What all of these are all of these are unforeseen technological consequences. How is that a separate item?
About that. They don't want to admit that. At least Hawking had the courage to state that fact, and that's absolutely true. That was in 2015. 2 years later, in 2017, the World Economic Forum put together a list of key emerging technologies that carried significant risk to humanity. Under the category of moderate risk included several technological factors, including 3D.
Again, isn't it so ironic that Stephen Hawking and the World Economic Forum and the Oxford and all of these institutions that are on the cutting edge of developing science and technology and math get to sit there and say these are the dangers from emerging technologies? I mean, does anybody not see the great irony in that? You know,
Enslaved by irony. Enslaved by irony.
yeah, this is fucking, I mean, the irony is rich. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, 3D printing, nanomaterial, and they work for a global government, right? And some of these people are futurists. They build themselves as futurists, okay, in this World Economic Forum. I mean, it's incredible. You know what I mean? They really think, okay, and this is a real quote from the Club of Rome document. He said, "The common enemy of humanity is man." He's literally saying, right? This guy Alexander King, right? He's literally saying that man, and this is a situation I presented on this show many times. Man is a problem, right? Nature is a question. Technology is the solution, right? Man is destroying nature, and technology is going to save us. I mean, you can't believe this shit. I mean, they want to create world government, right, through this World Economic Forum in order to create new technologies, in order to stop the bad technologies. I mean, if you want to take a bite of that one, I mean, you know. Okay, I think Illuminatomi's going off here. Let's see. Let's read what he's got to say. Okay, nuclear reactors actually used to put humidity into the air after chemtrailing. Interesting, Peckback. Liars gonna lie. That's right.
Say that last thing you said one more time.
He said nuclear reactors are used to put humidity into the air after chemtrailing.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't shock me. I mean, the way a lot of that stuff works. I mean, a lot of the purposes that people think things are for is actually they have like a primary reason and then like a secondary reason, and sometimes people assume it's the secondary causes is what's going on, and I don't know. I mean, it's hard to know what the primary and secondary uses of some of this technology really is.
Well, I'll tell you something interesting is that the nuclear reactor is used to make steam that's used to turn turbines. And the turbines, I'm sorry about my internet there, but yeah, the turbines are what give the energy.
Yeah, when I first learned that, do you know how like shocking that was to me? Because I grew up near for some of my childhood, I grew up pretty not super close, but close enough, not for comfort, to a reactor. And when I learned that was how reactors worked, I'm like, the first thing that came to mind, I'm like, you're telling me that we can put a man on the moon, but the best we can come up with is to put, something that stays radioactive for 20,000 years next to where I sleep at night. Like, is that really the best thing we could, you know what I mean? Like, that's the best way we can get turbines to turn. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we couldn't come up with like some super efficient gear system that's manually operated, or you know what I mean? Like there has to be other ways to get turbines to turn and generate electricity. Enough for humans' health and safety, I guess, But that's the thing is like, is that the primary reason for all this energy production? Well, that's very questionable in my opinion,
Okay, we got two characters here. Let me verify this shit.
Do you
okay.
just while we're waiting, do you think that there's any other technology that could replace that other than?
I'm losing Neurojet.
Wait, you said other technology that can replace that other than what? Hey, Cecil, you echoing bad, dude.
I've got you ported through my I mean, I don't know what to do. I've got you running through my speakers in my car.
Let me see if I can
Mute your microphone when you're not talking.
Just mute when you're not talking.
There you go.
Oh, well, I'm still gonna see if I could turn on whatever that shit is, echo cancellation or whatever.
It's just his speakers are as loud as him talking into his mic. So
Yeah,
it's
his car doesn't have the integrated system in his car doesn't have the echo cancellation probably, so that's probably the reason why.
Well, thank you for joining Cecil and Illumitami.
This is my cue, man. This is half my degree, is what Neuro was just talking about. Because yes, growing up as a kid, you do think nuclear power, you think some kind of space age demon core hovering in space as we draw power from it. No, it's just another way to ridiculously heat water fast and use that steam to turn the same turbines that you'd have in a windmill and a dam. It's just you can escalate it compared to like even dam water. You can nuclear heat water so extreme with that steam pressure that it wouldn't even take as much steam, and it just compressed that steam down to a tighter direction to turn those turbines. And the danger is like in Fukushima and stuff, when you are no longer protecting that nuclear aspect from getting out. But if it's not a solar panel, yeah, it's all just a different way to turn, like a turbine under the ocean or in the air. It's all a different way to turn turbine.
Well, really, the only advantage to nuclear power is that you can locate it anywhere or make it small enough to be on a vehicle, right?
It's in submarines, yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, because otherwise we could just do like you're saying and freaking put a turbine on a waterfall or in a river or whatever, right?
And it's still you're still going to exponentially increase that with the nuclear steam turbine. And think about it, on a sub, like a nuclear sub, you're underwater where you can just drop water on that for nuclear sub power. It's like they could indefinitely be down there.
Yeah, it's really weird. I had just a totally weird side note. I had a weird dream about being on a submarine. It was very vivid. Recently, that was pretty weird. But the thing is, like, when people talk about, oh, well, they don't want us to have the nuclear technology in our cars and all this stuff. It's like, well, the truth is, like, people are using their cars irresponsibly as it is. You put a nuclear reactor in a car and watch people drive around 135 mile per hour zone. I mean, you can already see there's going to be some problems, right?
See, so you got to mute, bro.
Sorry.
Well, but that's another reason we I guess we could put them anywhere, but the reason they did put it where it was in Fukushima is so the ocean can swallow it up on that meltdown. And yeah, you got a little time of the ocean was radioactive, but radioactivity is susceptible. Like, even if it's out in the air after an explosion, it's susceptible to water. You can rinse it with water. It can get pulled out of the air with a heavy rainstorm and shit. It is like a physical thing floating in the atmosphere when it's a problem.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I guess what I'm saying is, like, a lot of the people that are freaking out that they're not giving us the technology, the cold fusion, all this, it's like, again, like, I'm not justifying the control grid based on fossil fuels or whatever that means, whatever fossil fuels are. I'm not sure that it is what they say it is, but whatever that is, the truth is it is manageable. And, if people are using it irresponsibly, you can cut it off. Now, again, of course, the American war machine is probably not using it responsibly. However, I don't necessarily know that China or Russia would do much better, right? So I guess it's one of the things, like,
all warfare, once we squared away like food and land, all warfare comes down to energy, comes down to the acquisition or control of energy. And that's why they haven't talked about it in years, but the military also has its own fuel source reserve that's created by some kind of algae that like creates this fuel source as it does its algae thing. I don't know if it gives off some kind of methane or something, but they can fuel tanks for a couple years just off this algae fuel production that I haven't seen them talk about.
It's funny you say that, because the new Walking Dead, I recommend everybody go watch the latest one with Rick in it. And
is it on YouTube for free? Is that the one I saw? They have it for free on YouTube.
I think you can watch the first episode, and that's really all you need to get the gist. But on the other one with Negan, the last episode was about the woman was smoking a cigar, and she's like, nobody has methane anymore, and whoever produced this cigar must have access to methane. I need to know about methane. And it's exactly what you're saying. Like, even when people start recoalescing after a collapse, the first thing people are going to fight over was water, food, and then when you get that squared away, energy. See what I mean? So it's going to be right back to the same thing. And this is where I think people get confused and they say, oh, well, if we just have a collapse, everything will get better. It's like, no, people are going to want any system that has technology involved in it to do mass production of anything. You're going to be fighting over water, food, and energy and people. I mean, that's really what it's going to be about. And, you know, unless you
But
have
added in the confusion of the panel verse of can I really trust this motherfucker? Only now it's kinetic again.
So,
Like it's not
so
just
if
on
we make
YouTube.
energy free, then that would make warfare obsolete.
Technically, yeah.
Well,
unless it's religious or over landmass or the
I
wronging
don't
of
see
people.
it could, but it also could like cheapen the production of warfare. So then, you see what I mean? Like, it could, you don't know that. I mean, I think it's probable, but I don't think it's necessarily true that it will be that way. You know,
It wouldn't end it per se because we're in the beast system, but all warfare for the most part has been over energy. Once we got the whole fuel thing, the energy started past sticks and stones.
I mean, a big part of Afghanistan was because getting back to there's always some other reason for something that the government does, especially with wars, right? So a big part of Afghanistan has huge lithium deposits. And they
Yeah.
tried to play it off like, oh, we're just trying to make medication to make people like, no, you use lithium for batteries. You know, Vietnam was rubber trees. Iraq was probably, you know, some type of ruins or some shit. I'm gonna go with what Bunny says, like the Tomb of Gilgamesh or some nonsense. But
Oh, are you talking about when we think they went into Iran to get
Iraq
DNA of a Nephilim? That was a
Yeah.
conspiracy I was into. Yeah.
Well, okay, so but see, during that theater of operations, there was also the Giants of Kandahar. So they were going after
Right.
like giants and all this shit, and there was all these leaks.
So
But who knows? Maybe that was a cover story for something else, even deeper.
well, yeah. Here's the thing: is like I'll tell you, like I think that all that is certainly possible and maybe even probable, but I think that this is something that Machine has talked about before, and I don't want to get too sidetracked because I want to make a point about the lithium, but I think a lot of that stuff, like, you got to consider the sources of those things, and again, like the whole cryptid thing. Like, I grew up being very into like aliens and cryptids and ghosts. I was very into that stuff, and it's like I almost feel like a lot of the things. They are telling us a portion of the truth, but it's also like they know that the general public's never going to accept that. And I think that it's kind of like this dual layered thing where like it's kind of like conspiracy theory, right? Like it lets us know that yes, there is something beyond this plane, but also at the same time it pushes us away from the normies because they'll never accept it,
That's the basis of the age of deception requires or utilizes the age of information by flooding too much information to help the deception.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know what that term you used about the age of deception. I mean, like what that technical means, but yeah, that's
The age of deception is like my new thing I'm looking into on the side. That's sorry to any of you that have probably tried to hit me with this, but I had to find it naturally. This idea that we are in the devil's short season and that Jesus had already come back and now we're the ones in that short season post Jesus 1,000-year reign. I don't believe that, but I'm heavily and I'm like the information is keeping me fascinated.
Well, I think that you can make an argument along those lines for this reason. And again, like, don't take this the wrong way. I know you won't, but like, it's kind of like the whole prophecy versus self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like there are people operating the systems of control as if that theory that you use is true. And so you do have to take those things seriously for that reason. Like, right. Like if nothing else makes sense, then at least you kind of see that there is some sort of game plan. Right. And
no, you can be part of that and not even know it. Like that goes with my theory of we say good men only have to do nothing for the evil to prevail. I think you are wired to naturally evolutionary beast system if you're not disciplined by some religion that would have you not beast system.
Yeah, I actually really agree with that point, to be honest with you. And really quick on the lithium, I want to mention, it's like, I'm too scared to cite my source on this because this guy is a famous person, but in our circles. But anyways, he made a very salient point about lithium batteries and about how, like, just the fact of using lithium ion batteries to fuel a car, you automatically basically double the weight of the car, and then you have to re-engineer parking structures, buildings, roads, bridges to account for the added weight if everybody goes to that. And it's like, those little details matter. And then you have to think, like, maybe they don't want people to actually have independent transportation in the future.
Oh, definitely not. That's why they're even taking fossil fuel vehicles and they'll still have that kill switch. Like the kill switch of an electric vehicle, they were like, hey, let's just put this on fossil fuel cars too. But the one thing that does help make Teslas badass in an engineering sense is the heaviest thing is the batteries, and they've made that the lowest, like just above the ground thing, where all your major weight is helping hold the car down as it does fast electric engine driving. But then when you bang it off a rock or something, that's how you get that ridiculous charging fire, because you don't know you damaged your battery plates yet. And when you're charging it, it will erupt into that fire that if the firefighters don't know it's an electric car, you don't want to hit it with water either. You need
right.
It's
So,
not like a grease
so on
fire.
this note, and like talking about video games predicting the future and all this kind of stuff, the cars in the Fallout series in like 3 and 4 were cold fusion cars, and instead of having to put gasoline in them, you had to put coolant in them because it would run the coolant out. And the byproduct that was left in the tanks was hydrogen gas. So even couple of hundred years after they had all run out of fuel or whatever, if you put a couple of bullets in them, they'd like mushroom cloud explode, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the exact same problem that we're having with the electric vehicles now. Is those batteries release hydrogen gas and explode, right? But they're trying to keep it under wraps, or they catch on fire, right? So
That's what I meant.
I think they're trying to get us completely off of fossil fuel cars and put us on electric cars with these problems, and then be like, oh, well, it turns out that these things have too many problems, but fossil fuels are banned now, right? So we're just going to reduce people having cars altogether.
I think it's more along the lines of, because what Elon is doing is he wants to get a car so cheap to produce that most problems you'd just turn it in, they'd scrap it into the recycling and just give you a new car. Or it's just an army of really cheap self-driving that as they get damaged, they just make a new one and scrap the old one.
Like, if we were in an ethical system, and like I am very torn, because like I do see the wisdom, and I hate to say this, but like with the goals they have in mind, as far as the technology, like I almost do see the wisdom of like they're gonna have to restrict freedom in order to maintain the bell curve of accelerationism via the technology. Like they almost need to start controlling people. And like I'll give you an example. Like I think they're popularizing small electric scooters and bikes, because honestly, for most people, for most of their practical daily life, like at least here in like bigger cities, those would actually make more sense for people to use than cars.
That's the beginning of electric cars, is back when the early electric cars were like, what, you can only get like 60 to 80 miles and you got to recharge it. Most commuters don't drive more than 60 miles a day. And that was the basis of getting that kicked off.
Like if I had a decent electrical bike, I could literally travel to almost anywhere in the Bay Area on a bike in like,
that's
2
going
hours.
on in Denver and major cities. That's why South Park made that episode about one day you woke up and there was just lime scooters everywhere. Like somebody just tossed lime scooters all over the streets without asking anybody. And
Yep.
that's why when I go out in front of my building, I have to peek around the fence like I'm watching for traffic, but I'm watching for somebody flying by on a scooter. And luckily, my dog hasn't been
No,
hit yet.
and that's the fucked up thing, because my biggest problem with it, like, I don't hate the homeless or anything, but like, I think that giving a bunch of people who are struggling with mental health and drug addiction, scooters that they can fly around on and, do their crime or whatever, like, that's a really bad idea for the.
I think that's more a
But
problem with the refugees because that is their MO right now. They are coming up behind you on scooters or a moped or whatever, especially a team of two. But if you're a mentally handicapped homeless, you still have to be able to operate a phone and an app and have a checking account to use a Lime scooter. You have to unlock it and stuff like that.
So you're saying it's more likely to be an immigrant than a mentally handicapped homeless person?
Yeah, that's actually true.
As far as mugging, as far as zooming up behind you on a scooter and mugging you, that was their thing in foreign countries, and they're bringing it here. Yeah, I'm always listening for scooters coming up behind me.
Technically,
Like,
you're right.
luckily, a lot of the Lime scooters and bikes, even if you're not hitting the button, it'll kind of just jingle the bell lightly as you're riding along. So if you're not wearing headphones, you can be aware of somebody coming up behind you if you pay attention.
Because they're super silent, right? It makes a perfect tool for that.
And I see ladies downtown. I see all kinds of guys and girls. They'll just be carrying a really expensive phone in their hand because they're constantly checking it or on it anyway. So they're just carrying it. And you can come up behind them and just snatch it, just like a purse or anything.
Yep. No, that's exactly right. And actually that's actually not super common where I live at, but like, I am actually very shocked that it's not more common because there's so many easy targets here. And like, the truth is, like, with a tool like a scooter or a bike and like 3 or 4 dudes, like, they could probably steal like, $5,000 worth of shit a day easily, like very easily, like it wouldn't be that hard,
You guys know I don't have to be the one to say, like, retailers are finally leaving everywhere and shutting down because people just keep stealing. And
Yep, that's a big problem everywhere here in the Bay Area. Like, I mean, not everywhere, but like the
liberal areas.
And then right now the buzz right now is Pittsburgh is saying, oh, we're encouraging the purge every night because from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. there's not going to be any police contactable in the precinct, just no cops night after night in Pittsburgh. And that's probably going to spread as well to like this major cities, just defunding their police down to where there's hours not to even try and call.
I highly doubt that. It's probably going to be
No, it's happened, dude. In Pittsburgh, they started it. In Pittsburgh, there's even street hood dudes on YouTube like, this is fucked up.
No, that's that's the funny part is like the real hood dudes, like the dudes who've been in criminal organizations and shit. They're the ones who don't like this because all that does is like, it's bad for business for everybody. Like it makes legit black market stuff like.
Yeah, because even with the original mob, they still had a form of structure. Like the mob running your neighborhood was better than just chaos. At least the mob had still a level of monitoring and correcting the thing. There was a way about it.
Yeah, and I think that's what, like, it's literally going to come back to that, in my opinion. Like, it's either going to have to do that, or if they continue to crack down on, let's just say, like, something to the equivalent of a armed neighborhood watch.
Also happening.
Yeah, if they don't allow that to come about, that's when you're really going to start worrying. And like, then I will say it's time to flee the cities and give up. Like, I won't say it until then, but I think the trajectory that we're on, I think that for whatever reason, they are trying to make the cities, I don't know, like they're definitely making them more dangerous for sure.
And when you think about the armed citizens taking their neighborhoods back, which is happening in some places, even the citizens have gone to like, it wasn't the Black Panthers, but some type of entity that was like the citizens came to them and asked them to patrol. I saw this story of a white dude that had backed the cops up in a firefight, like assisted them with his personal gun, and he's catching felony charges for it now.
So you're still allowed to use force against force, right? So we just
I
need
saw
to show up in our own uniforms. If the police aren't going to do their job, we just put our own uniforms on and show up and do their job for them.
Technically, and you know how that would go if you have a bunch of fallen slaves doing your policing for you. It turns into a mob eventually.
No,
But
see
yeah,
that
I've seen one story where somebody got off in court from like the police, which were two women, of course, that showed up to knock on the door without shouting. The homeowner came to the door after calling the police, and they didn't know it was the police at the door. They came to the door with a gun, and when the police saw them through the window, the two female officers, they didn't shout any commands or shout police. They just started dumping mags through the window. And it didn't kill the homeowner, and the homeowner got off in court for shooting back. But then you got that other story of the guy that backed the cops up in a firefight and caught charges for it. So it's gonna get crazy.
No, this is another point where, like, you know, I don't want to ascribe intent by a lot of people, so I'm going to be a little bit vague. But like, this is one thing I try to talk about often about, you know, if you want to have any sort of political mobility, like, you have to have the right to self-defense, number one. Number two, you have to like yesterday watching O'Shea get arrested, and Paul yelling at the cops, like, look, some of what Paul said is correct from a certain point of view, but the other thing is this, like, if you don't have police, I don't think people are aware of like what it's like in Brazil or Venezuela or these other places. Like, you do not want your fucking place to, like, people in Brazil and Venezuela would love to have cops like we have here, okay? Because guess what? Some people are more scared of the cops than they are the fucking criminals robbing them. See what I'm saying? Like, you don't
like in Mexico.
It depends on the politics. I mean, I'm sure there's far more law-abiding citizens and de-escalations like Tommy was just talking about in more conservative areas where everybody owns guns anyway, everybody practices gun safety, everybody knows what the laws are, if officers come to somebody's home and somebody's practicing safe trigger practice and has all their weapons in plain sight and, is ready to, but, of course, those people are not on drugs usually. The civilians aren't. And so they are capable of defending themselves rather forthwith if a need arises, that everybody's respectful of everybody else and there's no problem. It's, your more liberal areas where people have a tendency to be crybabies towards the police and, want to escalate shit and, stuff like that, that you have the greater problems, and you have the greater problems of judicial systems wanting to prosecute people for shit like self-defense.
No. See, and this is the point I was trying to get at. That's a good point. So, like, this is where I'm trying to, like, this is what I try to be careful. I'm not trying to give advice, but here's what I'm trying to say. It's like, if you really look at it, it's like, where do police have the most risk in their job? Either A, serving a warrant, and this is not exact. Like, I'm sure there's other things, but A, serving a warrant, B, traffic stop, and C, domestic violence situation. Okay, because that's just the truth of the matter. Like, when
people get crazy over domestic stuff.
Yes,
People are insane over their significant other.
Right, and so you got to keep in mind, like, police have to have a heightened awareness because they want to go home at night, right? And again, I'm not defending everything they do. There are a lot of assholes in the police or whatever. But the thing is this, like, if you want to have the right to self-defense, you need to put just as much energy or more energy into holding your elected public officials and your city council members and your prosecutors and your judges accountable. And I'm not saying in like any illegal way, but what I'm saying is like you need to get people into office who will represent what you want. And again, you have to remember you have I don't really believe that it's only George Soros, but let's just say there's people like George Soros with a lot of money and influence who are putting in prosecutors. And the thing is, like, people like Alex Jones are happy to go and complain about that all day, but there's no organization to go out there and say, hey, we're going to get our own people into those positions. So you can't really
And
complain if you don't have a plan of action
what
to
I
counteract
what I
that.
what I think has happened though is we've always said, yeah, your local government is where you start getting the good local government officials elected. But I think in that process of working your way up to DC gives it enough time for them to either be bought out or rubbed out the way that Arizona chick was being warned. Yeah.
Absolutely, that's what's going to happen. And my point of saying to tell people to do that is not because it's going to quote unquote succeed, but I think people need to know, like, when you try to do things the proper way, you're going to find out who's the bad actors and who's not. And that's kind of my point is like, right now, we don't really know who's really running things. And I can pretty much tell you, like, the Alex Jones of the world is pointing the finger in one direction, but there's 100 other directions that it's coming from that we're not aware of. And, I think that, it's kind of like when you go on Omaha Beach and you have like snipers and you have the machine gun nest and whatever, right? Like, until you start running across that beach, you're not going to know where they're at, right? But when you
Right.
start seeing the
And
muzzle
that's
flashes,
why that's how I've always pointed out the difference in men and women is you'll never see a beach of women die over top each other to take that gun turret out. It's like disposable men, by the patriarchy. But we did kind of nail the cop thing indirectly. We were talking about people taking back their neighborhoods and policing themselves. The problem might be that we took cops out of policing where they live. Maybe police should be policing the neighborhood they live in where they can know everyone. And then it's like, you don't show up scared of Bob in a dispute over his lawnmower and shoot him. You know that Bob and Steve are always fighting over this fucking lawnmower, and it's not going to be scary to you.
If we're
'cause you
going to
live
do
there.
that, then let's just go all the way and allow neighborhood watches to enforce the law. We can all put our uniforms on. We could do it in rotating shifts, and let's just allow the people to police themselves. Then,
well,
if
I
we're
think
going
that there's
to
gonna be
go
a
that
element.
direction.
But see, the problem is like those can turn into spy networks very easily as well. So you have to be careful. Like, that's the real problem with it, because it's kind of like in Scarface when he's like I can't remember what he called him, a Chavano or whatever he said, like on every corner, reporting on people, and you know what I mean, like.
And Cecil should know from the Fallout series that also would invite the tribalism of neighborhood watch versus how another neighborhood watch is doing it, and then you make a little mob.
Well, you have it on rotating shifts, right? So
No, it's
there's
about the
no
leadership and the regulation of how it's conducted.
it should be decentralized and just rotating shifts and everybody police themselves and because a big part of the problem with current governments is oligarchs. Presidents run 2 terms, but you have generals and congressmen and all this shit that are in office for like 20 years.
Lifetime. Yeah, lifetime.
So it should be everybody is trained the same way. Everybody's trained to know what the law is. Everybody's trained to check people who step out of line the same way. But there is
Now that was early settlers. That was people that came over on the boat. Everyone knew the law because they were coming here to do this new
but there's
land
no
thing.
permanent leadership and there's no permanent positions. It's like service is citizenship. If you want to reap the
That's what
benefits
it would.
of being a citizen, you serve in a police force or a military or some type of service.
That's what I think the Constitution writers had in mind was everybody eventually came to DC for one time in your life to do your turn at 2 years, and you had the best interest in mind because you're not going to fuck over the place you live as a citizen the same way that for the longest time cops aren't going to fuck you over owning a gun because they know when they quit being cops they want to own a gun too. But we've lost all that.
Oh, well, and right now you see that, like, the military in general is looking for A, immigrants, and B, woke people. And again, I don't think
Because immigrants will suppress your own people because they have
Right.
no attachment to this way of life or this country. So yeah, they want to they knew the military would never suppress America, so they have to make the military not Americans, which gives me hope that at least this epic change we're talking about might be the future generation's problem. Not that that makes it better, but that we might not even live to see a full military willing to stomp us in our own streets.
Yeah,
Mic
exactly.
drop.
And no, I agree, and I think that really that is a good thing in one way, because I think the more time that we have to kind of get people to wake up who are native born or first generation, like, I think that's better, because I think even with all these like immigrants coming across the border, like, I don't think it's a good thing, but I do think that, like, it is manageable. And I think that, because I think most people who come here, from my experience, once they start making a living, they're like, oh shit, I don't want this to go down either. I think most people, even though they don't appreciate every piece of what's holding it together, like, they generally are like, wow, this is like Disneyland compared to where I came from, right?
Yeah,
So
you're talking about the Mad TV skit with the Muslim sleeper cells that before they ever got called on to terrorize America, they got big screens and big titty blonde wives, and then they didn't want to do their sleeper cell shit anymore.
yeah, that's actually a good analogy. And I think even like with all these Chinese people coming over, and like everyone's like say, oh, they're special forces. Like, I do think
No,
that's
that one I believe. That one I believe, because the dude that was talking about it says not only are they coming in alternate routes than the typical flooding over the border, but compared to your usual Chinese tourists, these motherfuckers don't want questioned, and they get aggressive about not being questioned about why they're here and where they're going. And those are able-bodied
I
Chinamen.
like, no, don't get me wrong. I definitely believe that there are some. I just don't think that there's millions. I think there's maybe a few thousand.
Now attach that to EBT's special on the storage container or the shipping container armaments, and it all is like, well, I think I'm kind of going tinfoil, but that sounds pretty plausible.
There's a lot of talk about the southern border. There is zero talk about the northern border.
Right.
And keep in mind, Canada is practically a communist country.
They've fallen already. Yeah, Canada's already fallen.
Canada is not. Canada is basically like more of a threat, in my opinion, than Mexico. I hate to say that, but I
all
generally
the way. Mostly because there's so much focus, and you got Texas and all this. They don't. I mean, there's stretches of northern border where there's nothing. You know, you don't know who the fuck is crossing that. The Dakotas and shit, parts of Montana, and then you get some of these blue states that you never hear about, by the way, in the news.
Well, they know
up there they would aid these people. It's like, come on, man.
Well, don't get me wrong. Like, I do think that the military is watching the northern border, but the question is who's running the military. That's really the biggest question of, like, they know who's coming. I mean, they know people are coming across the border for sure.
Well,
they are,
to
because
give you an idea of how it's escalated, just when Cecil was saying that part, I'm on speakerphone and there's activity outside my window. I started turning my speakerphone down just to be like, yeah, that's already living in my building. Like, the people coming over are already even in my apartment building.
No, exactly. And like, I think it's not as bad here in California. I think most of the people coming across the border are not coming to California. They're going everywhere else other than California, from what I
Well,
understand.
everyone that came over that went to California is why the Californians were pissed that their reparations are now going illegal. They're like, I wanted to go to minorities, not these illegals. Like, see.
I don't
But
agree with a lot of what that dude Rocky was saying, but one thing he did say that a theory I've heard before is that California might already be owned by the Chinese. Might already be owned by the Chinese, and they're just not telling people. I'll be
How
back. I gotta go get some shit. I'll get back on when I'm over at my mom's place.
Cecil, for you to, oh, bastard. I was going to say, for him to ponder on how much of America do you think is China owned whenever we openly have Chinese police regulating Chinese citizens here in America?
No, that's exactly right. Like, I mean, I can pretty much tell you, like, yes, China. Let me. There is a huge element of Chinese control in California, 100% for sure. But most of it, I think some of it is CCP run, but I think a lot of it's also just like wealthy Chinese people who are desperately trying to hide their money in American real estate and businesses because
Oh,
China.
hide their money. See, hide their money in American real estate, as in Chinese people purchasing American real estate with their money. It's like hand in hand, you know?
Yeah, but my point is like, and I'm sure a lot of those people are CCP members, but my also point like I'm kind of torn on whether like like my personal understanding, and I could be, I totally admit I could be wrong, but my personal understanding of the situation of China is I think China is very dependent on the West. I don't think that China could sustain its economy without the West
In
very
both
long.
directions. Like
Yeah.
America and China need each other, but this is a different kind of warfare as far as like economic. Like we could fall and never catch a bomb, you know? It's like there's multiple types of warfare going on. It's why we're not fighting China kinetically right now, but Trump and China are always on that heated thing. And then in the same way, Trump and Putin are like, hey, if he can get in on election, he'll just shut this Ukraine thing down. And this is my question of psyop on top of psyop. Like when you see everybody fighting to keep TikTok and like, oh, America's taking TikTok down. I get the thing about ushering in, well, then you could shut any app down. But also it's very well known that TikTok is the biggest invasive Chinese information gathering tool that they've given to us. So it's like psyop on top of psyop. Which one do you fight and which one do you go to agree to by fighting the other aspect?
No, that's a very very good point in my opinion, because like I noticed that a lot of people were suddenly defending TikTok, and I was like, you know, I personally I think all social media should be like, I don't think it should be regulated, but I think that it should be heavily restricted, like to the point where like I don't think anyone under 18 should have a social media account personally, and I think anyone over 18, like, you know, there should be some sort of restrictions on it, because I think that people don't realize like you basically we're being data mined to death, like to the point where like we already have a digital ID, we already have like zero privacy really, because we're so much of our life is online. Like you don't really have a separation between digital and real life anymore, in my opinion. Like,
And that's why the goal for the next step is you will log in online as your classic social security identity, and there will be no more. I mean, unless you're a hacker or something, there probably will be a great lessening of socks and trolls and stuff once you're logging on as your citizen identity.
yeah, I agree. Actually, I agree with you on that point too. I think a lot of the stuff that we have a problem with now is going away, and I think that the age of I think that's what a lot of these trolls don't realize is like they're actually you know, whatever their goals are, whether it be, you know, personal or they're getting paid or whatever, I think that they think that that this is going to last forever, and I think that they're being used as a excuse for a lot of other things personally.
The beast system really is blowing my mind. Like almost everything is on that layered psyop of to oppose a thing makes you help usher in another thing.
Yeah,
And maybe
exactly.
that all goes back to TML's grand thing of like just the whole technology altogether. But I'd like to believe everything creatable is good unless perverted by the beast system. like nuclear can be a good, clean, efficient thing unless perverted into a bomb, and
Yeah,
so on and so on.
And the thing is, like, as doomer pilled as I seem about the general population, I do think in general, at least here in America, like I do think in general, people here in America are. I don't want to say that they're good because no man is good, but I think in general, people here do want to live ethically, I guess is the way I would put it. Like, I don't think most people are out to get other people, but I think that the government or whoever is running shit should be doing everything they can to make that more robust. And I don't think they are doing that. And I think that that really leaves me wondering, like, what exact, like, but I think that I agree with what you're saying. Like, I think that the layered psyops of like, do this bad thing in order to get this other thing. It's like, I don't see them doing that in a way that is ultimately leading to more ethically minded people. And that's
Huh.
kind of a problem, you know?
I think that's the thing that makes me seem arrogant or frustrated. It's like I feel like I've already stepped on over to like, let's no longer pretend this is all for us, and let's not pretend anymore that we're looking for solutions as far as a government in a country. Let's see it as, oh, they're ushering in this WEF NWO in one way or another, even if it's to make you oppose a thing that will help usher that in. I just, that's how I see full blown beast system with my way of encompassing what I experience in my skull looking out.
Do you think, I it's really funny. Like, I agree with what you're saying. I just want to make sure I understand. Do you think that they are doing that to some degree, or do you think that
Oh,
we have to
definitely.
make it happen that way?
Like I'm the guy that's running around saying, even if we don't live to see full blown end times, this is all foundation to build onto end times as far as I'm concerned. Like it's so obvious from my point of view. And I don't knock anybody that disagrees. It's just I don't think you're being psyoped into agreeing to it. I think you believe and are aware of the prophecy, and it's so obvious to you that you question if these people are just doing it on purpose. But like I said, if we're wired for it, it's obviously going down and everybody thinks time is moving faster. And I agree, time seems to just be slipping by faster and faster. And it's just exponentially escalating all of this more and more to where you're not even considering or deciding anymore. It's just happening, and you're being told we're rolling into this and that. It's the same with the digital currency, same with these military and AI taking over jobs, robots, all that jazz, just being ushered in at this point. You know we're on to something if you can get Machine Lies just sit back for like 45 minutes. You know we've been cooking.
Yeah, I'm very curious what he thinks, and I welcome him to jump in. I want to ask this generally to both of you, and I'm going to be a little careful about it just because I don't know who's listening and whatnot. But I
they're
think,
listening.
yeah, I'm sure. But like, have you like along the lines of the layered psyop thing? Have you noticed that? And I kind of assume that both of you have, but have you noticed that? Because I'm thinking of something in particular, but I think that it's much broader than that. But I think that have you noticed that it's like a comedy theatrical output where the bad guys are worse than you think and the good guys may be worse than those guys? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of
You need to start watching Chris Yoon. He's this little Asian Christian guy.
I
But
follow his I follow his
okay, that's what he talks about is this, like, let's use the power outage, the grid down for one example. The grid down could look like a bad dark side, black hat, tyrannical thing. It could literally be the anti-deep state psyop just doing a thing to wake all of us up. Like, hey, let's shut the grid down and get everybody at least thinking on this that would still call it conspiracy. Like there could be that deep layer of psyop on psyop where even the white hats are committing or allowing a thing that still has a greater purpose.
No, that's exactly kind of what I'm saying, and I think that like also like there's I'm trying to think how to describe this without saying exactly what I'm thinking of. Like the
Just say exactly what you're thinking.
well,
Try that.
like you remember the guy who went and cut off the head of the statue? How did you feel about that?
Which
That thing?
statue? Was this like a Confederate statue? I roughly remember what you're talking
The
about.
Baphomet statue. I guess he came in and beheaded it.
Oh, I heard it was like a military guy, right?
I think so. I didn't look into the details.
So I think is what you're saying is there like through his anti-Satanism, it would usher in a suppression of the Abrahamic freedom of religion. Is that what you're saying?
Well, something along those lines. Like I feel like that was bait, and that guy took it, and then now we see. Like I'm just saying, like that's kind of seems how it works. Like they lay some bait, good, straightforward people fall for it, then they use that as an excuse to do what they're going to do. You know what I mean?
Right. And I'm surprised I haven't caught more accusations of being an agent considering how I came in and how long I went as like meth PDF. It's like I should have obviously been some kind of agent angle to just be openly confronting things or taking that beef, in some aspects to it. But I think you're saying what I'm saying is like no regular person is ready for layered psyops. So while we all relate to that guy of get that fucking Baphomet Satanist shit out of here, no matter what anybody wants to say about it, you would be supporting the suppression of a voice, a freedom of a thing that would go against your freedom to that thing. That's why I don't stand against Muslims or small hats, because it's like, hey, if we're not jihading each other, why can't they go to their mosque? The tunnels thing with the small hats is still intriguing, but yeah, if you're not wronging each other, why not be openly conversating between religions and such?
No, that's exactly right. Yeah,
Because to
exactly.
behead the Baphomet, and it's like, yeah.
Well, and my thing is like, I do think that the Satanists, like those guys, are very evil, but they're not evil for the reasons that people think. It's like what I mean is like they're much more clever about how they're fucking with you than you think. Like they're not just putting that Baphomet statue there as an affront to you. They're doing it to get you to react, and then your reaction gives them what they want. And that's like their black magic, I guess. It's like,
Oh yeah, and it's all beast system. Like I'll use the analogy again. Whenever you turn on Grand Theft Auto, for the most part every other thing in that game is out to get you because it's not you, the player. And technically, that's how you can look at this beast system. Even when Satanists are like, no, it's not really demonic. It's just about you, man. Do what's good for you. Make you feel good. That's still a distraction from the way, the truth, and the light. It's still a thing to draw you away.
No, that's a very good point. No, like that, and that's what I know. That's what I was trying to get at with Machine earlier when he was talking about like using that for applied sciences, and it's like, of course it's going to be used for that, and that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like it's because people are worshiping themselves. I can do X, so I ought to do X because I can do it, right? Like you're not thinking like, what does this mean? What am I doing this for, right?
And then you have the Jack Talcots, you have the Talcots and the enslaved people saying you are your source of salvation. Like you will get yourself out of this and rely on you for your. It's like that's still leading away from submitting to your deity.
And when you try to tell them that, they act like you are their enemy or something. It's very strange.
And not just that, like I was saying on my stream, when you just abstain from their lifestyle and choose to do your thing, they take that as an affront. They take offense that you're not going to do their way, and they're offended by it, which is going to help make the three Abrahamic religions hunted and warred on by the Antichrist. What's this motherfucker saying about what? He don't want to fucking have a child to He doesn't want a cabana boy around his house. Why not? What's wrong with him? He must think there's something wrong with having your underage cabana boy that government issued to you. Let's go get him.
Wait, who are you talking about? Who
Over
was
the
that?
top
With the cabana boy?
analogy.
Sorry,
Over
I
the
missed
top analogy. Oh, I was saying
No, but who were
Neurojack
you referring
is
to?
refusing his government issued cabana boy of 15-year-old. Like, what's wrong with him? Has he got a problem with you having your government issued cabana boy? Let's go get him. Let's get him out of here. We don't need those Abrahamic worshippers ruining our government issued cabana
Oh
boy.
yeah, no, that's a good point. And see, like, did you? I don't know if you saw it. The Speakeasy. I don't know who. The Speakeasy panel last night. I watched like 5 minutes of it. Did you see any of that?
Did you see me hating on everybody and equally pointing out that, like, because you all hate Ben so much, you're going against what you think the law and the rights should be? Oh, because you don't like Ben. Oh, let's lock him up for booting his bum ass 21-year-old daughter that doesn't have a job. He can't possibly give her a boot.
No,
I think he needs to give her some more boots.
no. I noticed one thing about Ben. Like, I don't like Ben. I think he's a scumbag. But when he makes sense, I've noticed that all the people, like, they take everything that he's saying that makes sense and throw it away. And then when you really listen to what they're saying, it's like they're saying shit that's way more concerning than what Ben is saying. And I think that's very
That's the
strange.
layered psyop effect. Yep, that's the layered psyop effect. This is why I was okay with nobody liking me. I'm like, if we're all here for truth, why are you gauging yours off how much you like the speaker or don't like the speaker? Like, don't take up for me, take up for truth. And hopefully I'm in a position that helps me that you take up for truth. Because if it's not helping me, then I'm doing something wrong.
The part that I saw that really stood out to me, because I kind of skimmed around a little bit, but what really stood out to me was Jeff and Andrew. Did you see that part where they're kind of yelling at each other about?
Yeah, because I was sitting there hating on Rachel in the chat and hating on Andrew from the chat. I don't like the Wilsons. I don't like them.
Well, I really want to like those guys because, like, I try.
Because they say they're Christian, because they're trad Christians, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I came out of the Jim Bob thing, which came out of the Owen thing, and, like, I know that Owen and Jim Bob are much smarter than the way they pretend to be, and so, like, I don't know exactly what's going on with them, but with Andrew, he's also much smarter than he portrays himself, and I'm like, like, he says things, and then when I remember it and I recall it, and I'm like, kind of like calling it out, they're like, "Oh, you're being dishonest. That was rhetoric to make a point." And I'm like, "Yeah, but, like, when the certain amount of rhetoric kind of adds up, it doesn't lean towards what you're claiming that you're trying to do. So, like,
Yeah.
what exactly are you trying to do?"
Well,
Trying
the
to do, I don't
Wilsons,
understand,
the Wilsons are the type. Whenever you hear about them for trad Christian couple, that's what makes me go, "Hey, that's not all of us." Listen, as a Christian, that's not all of us. I don't associate as the Wilsons. I think Andrew's done a lot of bullshit on this platform, and it kind of gets into the Jim Bob Owen thing where it's like, none of you are citing that biblical reference, and you all keep leaning toward yourselves in one degree or another. Because, like I said, and I loop this all the time, when Revelation says men will be proud lovers of selves, they're talking about the church. Most of Revelations is written for Christians. It's not for non-believers to look into and get. It's like for
No, that's
you from
that's
God.
actually a good point. That's actually a really good point, and I think that that's the thing that they don't want to admit is, like, like, I like, and this is what I was going to ask you right before this. So I'll ask you this first, and I'll return to the point that you're on, if you don't mind. But, like, have you heard this thing that people say that the Baptists were invented by the Jesuits or something like that? Have you ever heard that before?
I've always heard like Zionism was invented by the small hats and Jesuits and stuff, but I've never heard Baptist, because I've always thought Baptist is one of the more secure ones because it's about your not looking outward to your denomination, or, I mean, you're still body of Christ with the church, but in your own life, it's all about that personal walk that's why I tell people it's not just about the KJV. It's not just about a building we congregate in. It's this all those wrapped up for one person to find their individual walk.
Well, no, like I agree, and like I mentioned that because like I'll admit my bias to everyone. Like I grew up as basically a Southern Baptist, and so like I see the church in the Bible. When they say the word the church, it means the collective group of Christians that are actual believers in Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not
Body of
the
Christ.
official trademark church, right? Like I never understood that, and then like. And again, like I'm not saying that to offend the like even if I became an Orthodox Christian, I would still hold that belief to some degree, right? Like I'm not gonna worship a building as if it's the church, right? Like I can't. And again, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't understand how you
No,
can
no,
say
you don't worship the building. That all goes with the structure of society. We know that that structure of wood and roof is not the church, but that is the place in this physical realm that we say that money wouldn't be taxed in a way, and things that function there are considered this. But now you see the perversion of that, man. You see the product. I don't cite me on, don't quote me on Protestants, but one type of church, even the internet is saying, oh, they've gone full, like they've got trans story hour doing church speaking. They've gone apostle, or what is it? Not apostle. You know the word, like they've gone full, like, no, that's not the church anymore. Is it apostolic? You guys know I lose words. Apostolic, yeah, yeah. Apostolic. It's like, yes, you've got a trans, like the freaky style stage looking, big eyelash, big mascara trans person just preaching a sermon. And it's like, we don't hate those people, we don't shun, but you call that out of love. Like, you want to know what Christian loves his fellow man? The guy with the bullhorn, the street preacher that's at the pride parade. Yeah, he's getting tomatoed. He might even catch some physical assault. That dude loves everyone in that parade, whether they think he's a hater or
Yeah,
not.
no, absolutely. Like I've seen this one dude. He's kind of like a I don't want to call him metrosexual, but he's got like a mullet and a beard, and he goes around to all these like woke events, and sometimes he even dresses like he's a woke guy too, and he just literally just has a microphone and a camera and just talks to the people at these events and says, and I think it's a little bit tacky the way he does it, but I think that in general his heart is in the right place, which is you just kind of go and you talk to people about it, and you just see how people react. And I think that the people's reaction does tell you a lot about what's in their inner world. And he goes to a lot of churches that are woke, and they treat him like he is like the literal antichrist, because he's like, I don't think Jesus would approve of you elevating
Apostasy, yeah.
like homosexual relationships. Like I don't think that we are to condemn individual people for
No, no.
those type of things. And like I don't think we're supposed to go and like physically
No, you're supposed to openly, you're supposed to be open about why you don't accept it, why you turn away from it, but you're not supposed to hate the person that's dealing with that, that's struggling with that. It's like anything, whether they're porn fiends or drug addicts or confused about their gender, we're trying to accept this in stride, and hopefully that's why I say whenever I wear my freaky Akira vest and stuff, that's just to be real. I mean, it is kind of my style, but it's also to relate, and my ability to partake of substances in moderation. It's so people don't think you're just some narc fucking Mormon or something. It's like, I can relate to you, street person. Let me hear you out.
No,
And
exactly.
kind of like you're saying about the guy that goes around looking ways. It's like, yeah, let them open up and relate, and don't be like your espionage about it. It's just to be relatable and approachable.
No, exactly. And I think that that's like what I noticed about that whole, and it's not only Andrew and Jim Bob and people like that, but it's like just in general, they're like, they think that you can force people to be good. And I just don't think that that's, first of all, it's not possible. But even if it was, that's not what Jesus told us to do, is like hold a gun to someone's head and make them be good. It's like, that's not, I mean, in an act of evil, yes, but like outside of like the act of evil, you don't
Well,
operate the whole.
this goes along with me pushing back on Paul and Z that want to tell me I'm not a Christian or that I'm a bad Christian. Like, I'll say I'm a bad Christian, but here's the fact about Christianity, man. You will never be good. You will never get human right, because if you do, you are Jesus, God incarnate, who was perfect and sinless. You can never be that. It's why it's faith, not works. It's because if you believe it's your works, then you feel you are taking it upon yourself to salvation. You don't need the blood of the Lamb because you can works your way out. Like, your works you do because of faith, because you want to do that, because you want to lessen that 6 hours that's already been paid in torturous death. You don't want to be more and more of that 6 hours in your own life. He's already paid the price for things you're trying to lessen that price in essence, but
No,
your
no,
faith is all.
no, and that's another point that it kind of like, and again, like this is gonna sound like I'm attacking everybody and whatever, but it's like,
Oh, I love it. Let's sound like that.
yeah,
You know my
well,
thing.
no, but like, and this the thing is like people use the term, and you and I already talked about this with Machine too. Like people use the term faith as if it means belief, but faith is not only belief alone. It's kind of like an active component thing of like, you know,
It's like
actively
it is
believing.
the word. The word
Right.
is the isness in itself. Yeah.
And people misconstrue that. And again, like I think a lot of people that are calling themselves Christians are purposefully misconstruing that word to mislead people. And I have to question like why. And I'm not saying
But
only that
they're
one thing, but
misled.
like,
They're misled in whenever they tell us we're bad Christians or not Christians, they are just as misled in this idea that we've grown up with report cards, with resumes, with job performance, and all of that discombobulates your idea of no, it was Christ's grace to give. It's just that gift to you and nothing more. You have no role. There's nothing you can do except to acknowledge and accept that gift of grace. And now everything past that, we get into heavenly rewards, what your fruits are. But just that salvation thing, it's the most simplest. It's why all walks, rich and poor, mentally handicapped, insane. It's like just that thing is the only thing, but all you can do as well.
well, and just to take it back to what we were talking about before, like a lot of the people I noticed, like they know full well about this layered psyop thing that we were talking about, and they're not guiding people through that murky water. And I think that that's something that very much bothers me is like if you have that knowledge and you have that discernment and you're not passing that on to other people who very obviously don't have it, then I have to kind of question like why wouldn't
Okay.
you wrong, right?
Now, because we've had this conversation before, but now I know you've semi-followed Chris Yoon. This is the essence of why he was breaking his channel down into like levels. Like now he has the preliminary channel of just the info if you want it, but his regular channel is that level 3 stuff. It's because you can't just walk out on it. Someone has to be already seeking the psyop thing for the most part on their own to be acceptant, or you're just going to hit the street talking about layered psyops that could be like that motherfucker crazy because they're
No,
not
no,
already
true.
on some kind of level.
And that's why like I actually liked when people were calling me an agent a few months ago. Like I enjoyed that because I was like, oh good, that means people are actually listening to what I'm saying, because I would use, like you said, like different levels of thought to make a point to lead people to kind of see a multi-layered psyop that I saw but I couldn't explain in plain,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like it's not easy to
And
explain that to people, right?
no, this is why people used to accuse me of baiting or luring people into things. I'm just that good in the pocket. I'm just that good improvisationally in a debate or back and forth. And I mean, everybody has off days, but I'm quick enough and good enough that it looks sometimes like I baited people when they just give me a new thing where it's, oh, from that direction, I can rock this. Now that I see where you're coming from, I can take that direction and spin.
Well,
And
and that's one of the reasons I never joined the actual debates, because after I saw Machine Lies 2 debates on the Crucible and a lot of other debates on other channels, I was like, even if I went and tried to do this, and was very careful and baited people in the right way and made my points the right way. Like you said, so many of these people that I thought are seeking what I'm seeking aren't seeking what I'm seeking, and it's just going to be used to discredit what I'm trying to do. And I was like, I don't want to do that. It's like that's the
And
fucked up part about
that's
it.
why I appreciate people that point out Andrew isn't as correct all the time as much as he has a strategy of debate. Because even when Machine Lies last went on there and the CBO crew was awaiting his after show, it was either after TML got there or before he got, they were talking about how, well, Andrew just kind of has this thing he does that isn't actually being correct. It's just his strategy. And maybe Jim Bob can be accused of that as well. This is why we have to
Jim
be
Bob is
open to being.
definitely doing that for sure. Like 100,
Yeah.
like I know 1,000% that's what Jim Bob's doing. Now,
Yeah.
to what end, I don't know. And, so that's why, like, I don't really attack them because I don't know
To
what
be
their
the
end is.
proud lover of self, winner of debate, allegedly correct if people take debate winning as correct, which I don't. I can appreciate debates, but the people participating and viewing, have to stay aware of that. We're watching a sport of debating that doesn't necessarily mean truth and correct in the end.
Well, and for me, like, I'm only interested in doing something like that where, we're thinking about the audiences, what are they going to get out of this? And if all they're going to get is they're going to get into a cult that they didn't sign up for, well, I'm not okay with that, right? Like, me
And
personally.
this is how I was hating on the Skeet Sleazy crew last night. Like, oh, what a surprise that the poll of who won the debate and a bunch of green names and Skeet Sleazy people. Oh, Ben Thorpe lost. What a fucking surprise that all these members and panel combat regulars are gonna say the alleged pedo incest guy loses, when actually Ben was there saying some real fucking shit about what's happening to our court system. I said, Ben, don't look at this personally as you versus this judge. You are another example of what's happening to our courts and our justice system.
No, that's the fucked up part about it is, like, again, like, I really do not like Thorpe. I'll just make that very clear. But his the way that he actually discusses the ways of approach about the court system or rights and stuff is way better than most other people who talk about the subject. So I'm just saying, like, the fact that people, whatever his problems are, which I'm sure there's a lot, when he makes sense, people will just, like, throw all that away. And again, it's because of his presentation. But
what are you talking about? You're one of those Magic Man believers. What are you trying to tell me to believe or turn my society? You're a Magic Man believer, Neuro. Let's lock this guy up already.
No, but I'm talking about the other Christians. Like, that's the thing is, like, when you, like, they'll say, like, well, there's no such thing as rights, which is technically that is true. But it's like, do you know what's going to happen if we get rid of the concept of rights among the general population of the United States?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're watching
like, you're going to unleash hell on earth in this fucking.
But to that, I don't always catch every chat shared on the bottom, but the person that said go debate these various flat earth people, as far as flat earth Dave, he's already been wrecked by Professor Dave. But it goes back to debate. Yes, go debate the flat earthers where winning isn't necessarily fact or truth, even though fact and truth is you're on a globe. And I'll even support the Bible and all that stationary plane. It's like, yeah, back in rotary phone times is when they wrote that. That was pre 600 BC, where around 600 BC is when we knew we were on a globe.
Just to indulge the audience a bit, have you ever watched Witsit? I have watched it, and, like, I think he's a interesting person, but, like, he wraps way too much conclusion into his debate. Like he actually brings up points that are valid, but, like, he takes them to the conclusion where he's like, well, this must be the X. It's like, what the fuck?
I'm not. I know who Witsit is. I'm not. I don't keep them all straight because I know there's the one, like, gangsta dude with the Flat Earth Mafia that he actually brings some humor and some energy to it. But the thing about all flat earthers is I get off on when they stand on actual globe proof, like Z and Sob Soul both standing on this Aminella thing. I'm like, the reason the hemispheres see Aminella as an upside down figure eight or reverse figure eight of each other is more globe stuff, bro. and they don't get it, and it's why it'll be hard to ever cross them over, because they've spent years standing on what's going to make them realize how stupid they've looked. And I've always been trying to find that out of like, what can we say that lets these flatties come over to Globe and not lose all their dignity publicly on the internet? Because it just is. It's not about debate. It's like the facts a lot of these people in the chat and other channels refuse, or what does Z say all the time about the he has a word he uses in the science realm. It's like, no, that demonstrable. Yes, these things are demonstrable fact that show its globe.
Well, and what's interesting is like,
I still got a lot of love for you, TML. Don't be sharing a bunch of boy chats. Boy's a ridiculous falsity, untruthitude, emotional guy. I recently commented on one of Brown's boys' comments about LOL, like expects more out of Voy. Huh. Oh, see, and don't get me wrong, will.i.am has been a supporter in a lot of situations. I recognize him, but don't give me this intellect shit. None of you, this is my new thing, guys. I know I don't still have all the videos up because I've got to redo them because of lag and other aspects. I've already hit basic, the most core basic things to two eyes on a planet looking is what you have to debunk, and no one is going to debunk, because that's the truth and the fact to it. Like these ways that you do see the crow's nest of a ship be the last thing over that curved horizon. There's no weird, oh, as you zoom in, it takes the no, you're watching it go over the curve because you can zoom that far. You can telescope that far, not shout out to the guy that goes by that name. We do watch the sun and the moon, or not you watch it drop to your feet level. And that's because 90% of the planet is not only in the northern hemisphere, but close enough proximity to the equator that you are that side spin, which is why it comes up from below your eye line in the east and sets down below your eye line in the west, because you're technically the sideways on that spinning globe, except for when you're in the north or the south, and it's like, wow, that sun has been up there for months, or that sun has been gone for months, because you're in that much of the north or south polar opposite rotation axis. I showed the pictures of, like, I'm gonna redo it as if I'm the guy in the spaceship and I shoot 3 drones out. I shoot one to the northern pole, the southern pole, and the equator, and cameraing all 3 at the same time. You can see that star pattern. The equator will have the racing stripes looking up at the equator, and then the poles will have opposite swirly spinning star stripes, because you're just on a globe, guys, and that's why it's something bigger to those who cannot grasp or keep denying it. It's bigger than just shape debate with these people. And I don't.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you this: would you be more open to the fact that we're on a globe, but the sun is not the center of the solar system, than you would be to the flat Earth?
The sun is the center of our planetary rotation dance, but definitely there you get in. Don't quote me. I don't remember how we discern between solar system, galaxy. I think galaxy is many solar systems, because it's all those stars and systems that make that. It kind of looks like a bright bulb with the tails that kind of hook out from it, is like the galaxy look. I forget the macro terminology spread out, but yes, universe, all of it. And you have like galaxies, then solar system is us going around our soul star. Happy birthday to happy
Tommy.
born day, I guess.
Tommy, help me out, bro. Happy birthday to you.
We're probably not timed
Happy
together. Happy
birthday
birthday.
to you.
Probably
Happy
not
birthday,
timed at the same time
St. Patrick. Mother.
because of editing, corn bomb
Birthday to
timing.
Happy
you.
birthday to you.
Fun fact: most happy birthday restaurant rollouts are for someone whose birthday it is not.
Jeez. Dude, those are like fast burning candles or some shit.
Make a wish.
Yeah.
I did.
All right, good job. Now give me that booze. All right, here we go.
The birthday song is a short song unless you're the one it's being sung to. Then it's like the longest, like everyone's looking at me, I'm smiling. Can we move on? Can we finish the
Can of
song?
cider, a little can of knee high. You drink, don't drink it all. Stay, you know. There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was watching one of my favorite musicians, and he was like he was like successful, but his friends were all more successful than him, and they asked him like, what song do you wish you had written? He's like, I wish I wrote Happy Birthday because I would make I would be like a millionaire instead of instead of working my ass
Maybe,
off.
but there is a listing of songs, including Happy Birthday, that have gone beyond, like, who can sue a person for Happy Birthday? Who can claim the rights to Happy Birthday? So some songs make it to that level where YouTube's not going to copyright strike you because we all just sang Happy Birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it get somebody's gonna strike it for.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn how to do. I tried to host a viewing of The Believer yesterday where we would have commentated and spoke on it. I don't know how to set it up to be able to do that. And when it gave me my warning, I'm like, are you saying I have to get the permission of this YouTuber that I was linking the movie from? Or do I have to go to the movie owners? It's not even clear about where you'd get this licensing to be able to do that.
Well, that's the whole thing. They don't want they don't want to tell you. That's the point.
But the guy who I linked the movie off of, it's got like 57K views, and his channel's just sitting there. So I don't know, man. It's crazy. I just want to watch. I don't want to make money. I just wanted to watch that Jewish guy becomes a skinhead movie and talk about it. And I don't know how to achieve that in a non-monetary sense.
Well, I think there's a lot more skinheads that are Jays than we think. Let's just put it that way.
Have you seen The Believer?
No, I've never seen that one.
Oh man, it's a good movie. And well, I guess the link isn't there because they took it down, but it's on YouTube to watch on a channel for free. I had it pinned in the chat. Technically, this marathon super chat thing I'm doing today, it's going to include whoever watched it last night on their own can come talk about it. But that's why I'm about to jump off, because I think I'm already going to push back an hour or two the start of my marathon celebration. But come out if you're not streaming later, or if you want to restream it. It's just rando whatever. But if haters or Linguine show up, like if Paul shows up and wants to come up and say nothing on my panel again, he can super chat his way up. If Linguine crew wants to stop and call me PDF today, they're free and unblocked. They can PDF, or they can super chat those PDF questions.
So Tommy, I have a question for you, man, because Flow State was playing the short of Paul asking Snafu how many panels
Give me
or
a
how many
second, guys.
panels he shut down. You know what I'm talking about?
Hold on, what'd you say, TML? For the first time in like an hour, what'd you say, TML?
Oh no, I'm just saying, give me a second because it seems my camera's not working. I'll be right back, guys.
All right, technology, am I right?
But yeah,
so
go ahead. Yeah.
What were you saying, Cecil?
Okay, so Flow State had a short of Paul asking Snafu, I guess, how many panels he had shut down today or something like that. I guess he's got like this little crew that's going around mass reporting people or something like that.
Yeah, it's just him. He calls it a crew. It's just him.
Okay, so how is he mass reporting people then? It's just one
He's
person.
mass report. We can all go out and mass report, and the only thing that's going to matter is if you actually violated a thing. Like I can sit here on TML and report child prawn all day, and if there's no child prawn, they're not going to do anything. If anything, they might digress my priority of reporting if I report nothingness all the time. They might make this account not come up as often because they're like, he's just reporting everything and it's nothing. But yeah,
Okay, so it's
Snafu.
actually spam reporting. Then it's just one
Yeah,
person
he's
just
spam
spamming.
reporting. Well, no, he could be spam reporting multiple channels, but if YouTube finds nothing wrong, they're not going to do anything. Now there is that aspect of if you did get a crew to mass report all at once on a live, YouTube will default to shut it down until we can look at it. But if they don't find any infraction, you're not going to get the strike or any penalization.
Okay.
Yeah, Snafu is just a narc fucking Karen that helps Paul be a contradiction of everything he built here. If he built anything, he's contradicting it with Snafu, and he contradicted it by shutting down the first channel that had all his core startup on it. He's done. I've vanquished him. Whether he sticks around or not, he can't come to me and not get beat. I've established that.
I have a really I have a really hard time believing that somebody like Paul would have 20,000 subs.
No, that's why we questioned. That was back in the day that he might have been aware of purchasing subs and we weren't, and so he was just willy-nilly. Or we could give him 20K subs off the fact that that was the channel that had its interview with High Impact Flicks like 2 times. A number of channels that are bigger than us, but we still don't know them because we're nothing. Channels bigger than us are nothing. But when Paul went on them, it gave him that first rollout of interest. And then when he trashed it, I think those people would never be back. They've already seen the Howard Stern, as he likes to call it, the less rights and freedoms. Those 20,000 people are probably never coming back to recheck it.
Okay, so Paul got 15 minutes of fame somewhere from some
And ruined it. Yes, and ruined it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And also, the only time I was embarrassed on Lauren De Laguna is I vouched for Paul's released, gets pulled over and released video. And Lauren was, because I've seen a lot of guys pull that off, even at one of the people. He has a system for filing paperwork with his sheriff and then showing whoever pulls him over that alternate paperwork that goes with what he filed. So when Lauren hit me with, well, there's no end to this video where he gets released, it never shows him get released at the end, I was like deer in the headlights. And then I thought to myself, if Paul's always talking about getting shook down and put in jail, then why wasn't he released? Why is he fronting being released when he's also fronting being shook down and taken to jail? He's a fraud. He's a front. He's a grifter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He could be showing the freaking cops that pull him over on camera a temporary license. Those are issued in paper, and just being like, look, and then telling him fucking, and then it won't be actually what that is, and they'll think he's a 5150 for whatever, right? But it doesn't matter. He's getting his camera footage, and that's all he cares about.
Right. And because of the new event, the first time he spoke to the cops for Brian O'Shea, yeah, it turned into a man-on-man crying event. They rolled on. Maybe they even had something else they were called to. This second time he got Brian cuffed and taken away. I haven't seen it yet, but all the talking in the world didn't keep Brian from getting cuffed in jail.
Some old person, freaking, who knows?
Hey, you respect your mother. She's a saint.
There's a lot of old people in this neighborhood. Okay, just calm down.
Yeah, but we get even.
Yeah, calm down. Some old person.
The old people in my neighborhood, I say, ma'am, are you going right home? Do you know where you are? Ma'am, do I need to walk you to your house? Is it far? That's the old people in my neighborhood.
Right. We got some of those around here too, but
yeah.
My mom's a rare instance of being pretty damn functional at the ripe old age of 80. So
I was walking at like 3 a.m. and there's this black lady with her SUV at the car wash vacuums. I said, ma'am, I've got a pit bull and a gun on me at this hour. You're just here like vacuuming your car, not paying attention. She gave me the look like, this cracker telling me how to ghetto. I'm like, yes, I am telling you how to ghetto.
I remember, dude, I was in Compton drinking at the park this was like 20 years ago, right? And this old black mother comes drive around the block and was telling us, "Hey, the police is on the other side of the park. I just want to let you know, you know." And we were like, "Oh yeah, thank you, ma'am," and freaking tucked all our shit away and just like moved on real quick, dude. It's weird how society has become nowadays.
Dude,
And we were all
when
white. She didn't care. You know,
dude, that's how I carry myself. When Paul accuses us of not making community and not doing anything, I'll walk past a hard ass looking ghetto brother like brother, and I'll just make eye contact looking semi small mustache with my red Akira vest. And I'll just look at a stranger and say, "Hey, we may never share the black experience, but we share the stop and frisk experience." And that hard ass dude will say, "You have a nice day." And I say, "You too." And he gets it then. Because we
Right.
have shared the stop and frisk. And I don't hate cops either, but I know what it is to look stop and friskable.
It's very heavily promoted in our society that law enforcement has this baseism and racism and all that. The only color
That's
they
the
care about,
individual. Yeah, the individuals might.
you know, the cops are profiled to look at you and see if you appear to have enough money to be able to afford a lawyer. That's
Well,
the main,
also,
far
also
above
it,
race or whatever you are or whatever, you know.
well, with cops and AI, it's not always racism as much as the numbers and statistics show young black youth this. I should check these questionable young black youth. Even I've ran kids off at this dead diesel fucking business that shut down. I walked by just as they're pulling a bar back to hit the window. Two of them have masks, one of them don't. Ooh, two of you are worried about your health. I ran them little crackers. It was like it was various racial of 3 kids. I ran them the fuck off just because, no, not my fucking neighborhood. And then as they talked shit, as I got a block away and they shouted some shit, I just pulled the back of my shirt up so they could see 3 of them weren't going to do shit. And then I've never seen them in this neighborhood since. But, fuck, I forget whatever you were saying. I had another point to hit on that. I totally neurojacked it. I totally talcotted it.
We were talking about how cops care more about how much money you
Oh,
have as opposed to what race you are.
You'd think initially signing up for that job would be some kind of concern for the society. Like you're not just signing up to be a cop to go crooked. It's like you'd think most of those guys are signing up wanting to do their part of that professional neighborhood watch, you know?
Right.
And what I was forgetting to say is the thing that makes me stop and friskable looking is also the look that keeps me safe, to look like I'm supposed to be in this downtrodden area. Oh, you look like you live here is also why you're stop and friskable, is you don't look like a white guy to mug.
Well, it's funny. When I used to wear a suit and tie to work every day, I used to go play basketball and soccer with like primarily Hispanic people, right? And I would show up and they would be like, "I didn't recognize you." I'm like, "Why?" They're like, "You look like you're about to jack us." So I'm like, "Why?" You know, because I would dress very differently when I was going out and about.
Yeah, peacocking is a thing, not just in the hookup agenda. It's like peacocking or producing a look. We learned that from nature. Like the bright colored things is a warning, or it's a lure. Like the glowing things in that dark abyss of suffocation and liquid I don't deal with. The bright colorly fascination is a lure a lot of the time to get eaten.
It's like why, like when you look at a woman and she looks very beautiful, but she's got like bright red hair, like giant tattoos that are visible all the time when she's wearing like a low cut thing. It's like, well, there, no matter how attractive you are, you're sending certain signals that kind of
Baggage, insanity. Okay, my dude that died in the Ukraine. I always say his name wrong. I pronounce it Alonzo. He used to talk about that on Red Pill, Coach Red Pill. He's like, he used to have a thing. If a woman has one tattoo, he's like, this woman does not think out her decisions. This is a spontaneous, spur of the moment, crazy woman because it's a woman with a tattoo. That's how hardline he used to be about things.
I wouldn't take it that far, but I actually more or less agree. I mean, just because, like, from my experience, more than anything else, like, it doesn't mean that, like what I'm saying is, it depends on the situation. But yeah, in general, like when I go and I see, like today I was at the grocery store, right, and I see like this woman. She's a mom and she's got all her kids and stuff, but she's got this like one little pyramid tattoo behind her ear, and I'm like, oh, okay, like it's like
Right.
there's a different element at work, right?
Well, that's like the boxer guy that's all over the place right now. Once again, I've lost his name, even though I was saying it for days. Even he has some eyeball with a questionable thing tattooed on his wrist, and it's like, oh, they did get to him. Like, even though he's warning us, they did get to him at some point. It's crazy, man. It is crazy.
The butterfly is
The Monarch, yeah, it's MK.
it's connected to
MK
Project
Ultra stuff.
Monarch. And I've seen that. What's that? I think it's like the Eye of Ra, the Egyptian eye.
Yeah, on your money. On
No,
the
not that
Illuminati
one.
pyramid.
The one that's kind of got the elongated.
Oh, that relates to your brainstem. The
Yeah, it looks
Osiris
kind of
or
like
the
a
Ra.
pineal gland, but it's a stylized eye.
Yeah.
I've seen that one behind there, but that's starting to get to be a more popular place because the skin is real close to the bone, and I guess it would. I don't have any tattoos, but I guess right there would be relatively painless.
That's where you brand your cattle if you're a vampire lord. That's where you brand them so people know not to feed off your cattle. Yeah.
Well, I have a question. If anybody knows about tattoos, I'd be very curious. So, like, I don't see that many like women that are super attractive to me. But there was this woman yesterday. I saw her. She's like mixed of some sort. You know, she's like darker skin, darker hair, but like couldn't tell exactly what she is. Probably like Pacific Islander of some sort. And she had this very interesting tattoo. It was a butterfly, but it had a skull inside of it, and right, like it kind of not integrated, but kind of like right next to it, it has 555.
Venture Brothers. She's a Venture Brothers fan, I think.
What is that? What is Venture Brothers?
Venture Brothers was an Adult Swim cartoon where they used the monarch with the skull, but you can also see that in the moth that they used for Silence of the Lambs. That is a species of moth that makes that skull on its back. But then I think they incorporated it into the monarch.
Think like circa freaking Speed Racer kind of shit. That was like originally a 1970s cartoon.
Johnny Quest shit, yeah. And then Venture Brothers is a parody of Johnny Quest.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And she had the 555, which I guess that's an angel number, I'm assuming, but also I know that it's like means human, and 666 is devil, and 777.
When I was homeless, I was hung up on angel numbers because numbers were following me through all my interactions in homelessness. I now also believe that's just a tool of deception by the beast system, because nothing in the Bible instructs you to follow number sequences or the angel number concept, but it also helped make me rich. It also encouraged me to hold on and keep going. Like, ultimately, it was like a yin yang situation, like how the dark eye and the white is because good can bring evil, and the white eye and the dark is because evil things can create good. And I have angel numbered in my life, but I try not to subscribe to it any further past my current bit of the 311 thing. And just to freak people out on my walks, it still is 311ing me and 11-3ing me.
So just to clarify, angel numbers are what, like doubles or trips or something like that? What
it can be that, but it can also just be the constant showing up and hit, because you can, depending on the source you cite the angel number, you can get different definitions of what it means. That's why it helps with the age of deception and information. You can go to different websites with the same angel number, they're going to tell you different reasons to it.
So, but is this related to gematria, or what is exactly?
It's just related to astrology and stuff. It's just more astrology type stuff.
Okay.
But it wouldn't be presented as like a dark side thing.
I've heard like Reagan's types talking about angel numbers. A lot of people like to get married on angel. It's mostly the women that are into that. Oh, I got married on 11/11. All the shit like that.
Yeah.
But fun fact about 555, that's actually Mr. Mustache's number. He was member number 555 of the NSDAP.
And he had, is that like in gematria terms? Because you can take the 589 of Ripple and crypto, and that is a Trump thing. Like, man, don't even get me started because I got to dip out of here and push my own live back at this
Well, I
point.
think it
You're
mostly,
taking me down. I could just explode another hour on this stuff.
I use that to remind me that he was mostly a member of things that already existed, not so much the founder that he gets the credit for, right? But so the NSDAP existed before him, and he became a member, and he was member number 555.
Yeah. Like I said, man, I buy into either the ritualistic use of the gematria thing or the just way to see that there's more than just the atheist outlook. It is what I'm still looking into. I don't have solid answers, but just the stuff I've seen through the crypto riddlers have to be the top percent, just either letting us know what's going to happen or just throwing the clues out because they might give a shit. I don't know. But they have like a 3-year delta of things that just are consistently correct, and it's mind blowing. And then the gematria or the crypto riddlers, the Trump Q people, and Elon himself, their tweets triangulate and correspond, and it melts my fucking face.
Probably all just another way that freaking elites or whatever communicate with each other in public.
Yeah.
Like they don't use The Simpsons anymore because that got outed, right? So now it's,
But this is the thing. It's like they're also talking to us too. And it's like the thing that'll blow your mind is like some of these riddlers 2 or 3 years ago to the day will like just tweet a picture with no like they tweeted that picture of Trump waving with the 11-3, and now the 3/11/11/3 stuff is coming to fruition in so many ways. They'll do things on year-long or more deltas that come back and show you, look, we said this 2 years ago, and here it is to the day hitting you in your face.
No,
Like the one go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you. No, this is one of the things like I try to make apparent to people. Like I do think that they are, for better or for worse, initiating people into different levels of the esoteric, and Machine has actually proven that pretty well, that that's an intention that they have. And I think that, again, right or wrong, even as Christians, we ought to take that cue as it would behoove us to kind of try to catch up a little bit and see what they're doing and take that into consideration. And it goes back to the PSYOP thing and all that. Like they are kind of informing us what they're doing. And so they're in a way manufacturing consent with us, because as we gain the knowledge of what they're doing, it kind of is on us to either A, educate the public about it, or B, take action to either counteract or accept what they're doing, in my opinion.
So here's the thing, and this will lean back to Chris Ewan, and then I'm definitely going to try and make my exit out of here. All this age of information and age of deception also corresponds with the age of enlightenment. And it's like we all are in this process of deciding, do you want to see this for what it is? Do you want to look into it and acknowledge it? Or do you want to brush it off and ignore it and keep moving? And this is probably what discerns who's going to take a mark and who's not, It's like we're still in that process. And it is going to seem like a clusterfuck unless you're on a level that it doesn't, You can look at a pool break and be like, that's random balls going where they go. But if you're a physicist with all the information of force, direction, point of impact, none of that pool break looks random to you.
Drink your cider. Drink your cider.
I did. That's why I'm perfect.
It's good for you. Okay.
There's no hard cider.
Yeah.
Hey, what's that over there?
Classic exit. Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's an interesting. I just wanted to say that's an interesting concept. This manufactured consent. That's a good one. I'm gonna have to remember that one.
Well, it's what I know that you know this, but it's like it's based on what I guess Chomsky talked about, but I think it's much more complicated than. I mean, and trust me, that fucking book is very complicated, but I think it's very. I think the consequence of what he was talking about is much more deep than probably even he realized at the time, which is that, you know, they're kind of throwing it, like, I don't want to say it's an IQ test, but they're almost putting stuff out to see like who's noticing and who's not. And I think that they kind of want to recruit people like us to some degree, and they also to another degree are like trying to keep us at a distance if we don't want to go along with what they're doing. And I think, you know, those of us that know, it's kind of like the Spider-Man thing, like with great power comes kind of responsibility, and so it kind of is up to us what we do with starting to see through things. This is why, like, I kind of give conspiracy theorist people a hard time. Is like, I'm not saying that you have to do something, but what I'm saying is like, what if you have the knowledge and the understanding of kind of what's going on, you know, I don't know exactly what the right thing to do with it is, but I do know that there's people who know about what's going on and they're not using that knowledge in a good way, as far as I can tell. And so I'm a little bit concerned with that. But, you know, that's different than people like us who, like, I think it's better to do nothing than to use it against people. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I think you're right when you say that they've had a long time to think about this one and probably have seen, you know, which is why it's really important to pay attention to the things that is like they really don't like, you know, and that's why I keep on harping on the Mr. Mustache stuff, because that one is like it trolled them probably the hardest that they have ever been trolled in their existences, because it works. You know, that let's freaking put the power of the currency back in the people. You know, because I mean, you got people out here like iFire that are like, well, we need to freaking reduce the size of government. Okay, so you're gonna talk to a bunch of power addicts that are addicted, like, to probably the most powerful thing in existence, which is power. Are you just gonna calmly talk them down and go, can you please not be a control monger anymore? I don't think that's gonna work, bro.
Well,
okay. It freaking broke. That statement just broke Neuro's transmission right now. Okay. So here's an alternative to attempting to do that load of fail that I was just talking about. And that is, if you, let's say you have somebody like a government official or a corrupt cop or something like that that's abusing their power, how about we all go put our uniforms on and go stand right next to them and go, hey, you know, we could all vote that you like get the fuck out of here, you know, and we can conduct our own elections, and it doesn't have to involve an electronic voting machine, and we can all get together. Now, again, this is kind of a long shot also, because it involves close to total involvement by the people in their system, which is probably only going to happen until things get so bad that it's practically irreversible damage is happening. At this point, anyway, that's what it looks like. So, what do you say to that, Neuro?
Well, yeah, I think I mean, no matter what you do, the more organized that you try to make something like that, the more they're going to be able to infiltrate it. And without giving too much away, because I do have a plan to kind of talk about some people that did this pretty in depth, and I was looking them up, and I think I shared a link about it in my Discord, but maybe I didn't. But you know, there is people who've tried to make huge waves in politics with very little money and very little people, and they did it very successfully. But you don't know the unintended consequences of doing that, number one, and like, you pretty much have to be a cult in order to do stuff like that. So, you know, like, this thing is like, there's always dangers in doing that. But I think that if you generally just popularize the idea of, you know, personal responsibility, like, I think it's like, if people get personally responsible for their own environment, exponentially, it's going to put more pressure on the larger system to have to negotiate with the smaller independent groups of people that decide to get together and do shit, right? So I think that that's more or less a good thing as long as you don't totally destabilize the population that you're trying to help.
Right. How would you go about co-opting 98% of the population holding a copy of the Constitution in their hands?
You're asking like how did they do that, you mean?
No, I mean, how would you go about, let's say you have close to total involvement of your citizenship in it with, we could supplicate the 10 Commandments or the 10 Amendments or whatever, close to total involvement of your population with finite written in stone laws that are proven to work. How would you co-opt that or knock that off balance?
Exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. That's a good way to put it. Like I think that something that simple and that people take it seriously. And this is why like I'm trying to warn a lot of these Christians because they're like, oh, well, we need to go, we need to give everybody a duty. It's like, well, do you think that what you see as duty and what the power structure wants you to have as your duty is going to be the same thing? Like you better really know your shit as far as the 10 Commandments are concerned or something like that. And alternatively, I think that the Bill of Rights is a more or less like good start to like a foundation of a society. And like you said, so I think something that simple, and this is why like I don't think that people wishing for the demise of the United States is a very good idea. I think that the idea that Americans have of I have these rights and I'm willing to fight for them, like, whether it's real, quote unquote, or not, is kind of irrelevant. I think that that's a pretty good way to set up your society, and that we shouldn't just like, if you just throw that away, well, and say, well, God's going to lead us the right way. It's like, yeah, maybe, but a lot of people claim to be for God, and actually they're want to control control you. So,
Okay, well now you're basically just a Q-tard. Trust the plan 2 weeks.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
which is why I have a tendency to take a little bit less Christian viewpoint on my spirituality, and I don't externalize deity. I believe that deity is internal.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way. With the experience I've had the last few months, my sister, who is very against Christianity, I actually had to apologize to her. And I was like, look, like, I still am a Christian, and I, generally think that you should kind of try to understand why I'm a Christian. But I was like, I understand why you're very skeptical of Christians, because it's like people will just and like I'm from the South, and like I experienced this on a much smaller level growing up, but like it reminded me of my experience as a young guy, where people are like, well, I'm a Christian and I'm older than you and I know what's right, and so just shut the fuck up and don't think for yourself.
Okay, so I wanted to bring this up because this is one thing, probably one of the key things that Adam Green has brought up in the past, and he brought it up on TML's show, is the model of moving forward, the model of our quote unquote benefactors that work for the most holy government that is above us is, I'm so professional, I'm more intelligent than you, I'm privy to secretive knowledge, or what. Basically it's, look, I'm more intelligent than you, I'm more trained than you, just do what I say, no, you don't need those rights. Okay. And it's going to be, anybody who does not work for the government has some form of autism and all this bullshit.
Yeah, and the thing is like this, like I put it like this. Here's the kind of message that I'm trying to get across to people is like, rather than blame the government, we ought to blame ourselves and each other, because even if it's not totally true that we don't have total control of the situation, if we act as if we do, we'll end up with more ability to say no. And right now we don't have the ability to say no. And I think that having the ability to say no when it counts is something that we ought to be working towards, because I think we are being given the opportunity to say no, but we're not taking it. And I think that the more and more and I think that that's kind of what the whole C-19 thing was about, was that was kind of like a prelude to what's coming, where like they're going to be like, they're basically saying, well, we're kind of giving you the ultimatum to do this or not, but you don't really have much of a choice. And you see like people, I think that a lot of people were willing to risk it, but they really tried to show in the media that people weren't willing to risk certain things. And I think that also like the self-righteousness that we saw from people is just as dangerous as the people who said, okay, I'll just do what I'm told because I trust the doctor. Like, I think that the self-righteousness because you said no and that pride that people got from saying no is also like a problem, right? And I think that you have to be careful on both sides of it. Like, again, with the more power that you gain, you have to be exponentially more careful with it. And you know, the whatever
Do you
this
mean nationalism? By pride, do you mean nationalism?
no. I just mean like pride, like in myself, because I said no to something that you should have already said no to anyways, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like people felt very proudful. I'm not going to take the vax. But I'm
Okay.
saying like, yes, of course you can say, you should be able to say no, and of course it costs you something. But all I'm saying is like, don't think that you're better than the people that said yes because they trust their doctor. That's all I'm saying. It's like, you know, I'm just saying like, you know, those people may be deluded and whatever, but some of those people really did think they were doing the right thing. And you shouldn't just, like, even if you're right, I don't think it's a good idea to just go say, you're a dumbass, you're a piece of shit, you're a bootlicker. Like, I think that that's just the wrong approach. Like, you're not being very charitable to people that you don't know what their situation was, right? And I just, of course, there's going to be like crazy communist leftist people that were pushing that on other people. I work with them, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I don't. Every time I see those people now, I don't go, "You're a bootlicker." Well, like 3 years later, I'm not like gonna keep on and on, just like breaking them down because they decided to do something that I disagree with. You know what I'm saying?
They'll always come to you. You don't even really have to look that hard for it. But yeah, with family, I noticed that people, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And I was like, I knew that they were pretty religious. And so to be honest, maybe possibly, I don't know, you could tell, but I said like, I don't see, Jesus lining up at the hospital. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I swear to God, they're like, I think he would have trusted modern science. That's what they told me. So it's like, what do you want? What kind of bridge? I love you too. Like.
Yeah, that is the point at which the relentless mind control is overtaking your belief in God. Basically, like you got people telling you that Jesus would get the freaking jibba.
And those
people, I would just ask, like, can you please say that to yourself and just like try to think about the way that you sound.
Well, I'll tell you. Like recently, I went to like my old work and visited some people I used to work with, right? And this guy that I used to work with, he I was kind of ignoring him because I was, so many people were talking to me, and then I went over to him and hugged him, and he was wearing a mask, and he's like, "Don't get close to me because I'm sick. I don't want your kid to get sick." And I was like, I appreciated that, right? Like, I do appreciate that he's trying to wear a mask because he's sick and he has to go to work to feed his family. And he felt that it's the right thing to do to like cover his face just because he doesn't want to get other people and especially other kids, like little kids, sick, right? Like, do I just
saying it was?
fuck you,
Are you saying it was a forced reaction, or was it his conscious decision? He's a nice guy.
I think in that moment it was his conscious decision. He wasn't doing it because he was told to. Like, I mean, probably during the last 3 years, he was doing it because he was told to. I think in this specific situation, he was making a conscious choice. Like, I don't want to get everybody else sick, right? And this guy's Asian, by the way, and he's from Asia, so that probably did.
And don't forget, people like to put up
Okay,
facades too.
okay. So I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I was just thinking about the kind of like unspoken underlying dog whistle of the whole like 2020 thing is like, so people over in Asia, like a third of Asians have hepatitis in Asia. And that what I mean by that is China. Okay. Because They don't have an EPA. It's a very polluted part of the planet. We do have an EPA. That's why most of our country companies move over there, right? So I had this underlying theory in the back of my mind that maybe the whole 2020 thing was them trying to acclimatize, especially the most liberal parts of America, especially the West Coast, to integration with the Asian population because perhaps they already own California, or basically just going to say, like, look, you owe us fucking what? A third of your national debt is to us. Just give us some freaking land and we'll quash this shit.
Well, I'll tell you this. Like, I don't agree with all the mandates, mask and otherwise. I don't. But I will tell you this. If you go to an Asian city that is packed so tight, and you're right next to people, like, you're gonna want to be wearing a mask just because people are gonna be breathing in your fucking face all day, right? So, like, I'm just saying, like, I understand that mentality because I've been in that experience. At the same time, I don't want America to be so fucking packed in the city. Like San Francisco is a good example. San Francisco has so much space for such a small city. Like, there's enough space for people to not be packed together, and I'm very appreciative of that. But they are doing everything they can to pack people way too fucking close together in California, and I think that in the major cities, right? And I think that people should be very resistant to that and stop allowing their cities to be fucking packed like sardines, because again, it's going to give people the excuse. Like, you know why China has such strict rules about everything? Because they have way too many fucking people living way too fucking close together. That's the reason why, right? Like, I mean, it would be harder for them to sell that control if it wasn't that way, right? And I think that, we have to kind of like think consciously, like, if we're going to pack 10 million people into a tiny little city, the rules are not going to be able to apply the same way as if, you put 10 million people across a giant state like California. See, that we have 40 million people living here, allegedly. I mean,
You know what, man?
many people,
To me, it sounds like just moving pieces around the board. Like it just seems like we're just moving a piece over here, a piece, because like in order to be tactical, you would have to understand exactly what they were doing, and I don't know. So I'm not personally going to have a town of 10 million people that I have to take care of, but the understanding of what that would take is a lot of different maneuvers, and it's all based on a what if.
Yep, and you have to have contingency, and that's why I'm saying, like, America is very good at contingency. I mean, we really are. I mean,
what is
America? Like, we have a good way of building contingency plans for, like, if this goes wrong, then this. If this goes wrong, then this. Right? Like, fallback plan.
Where?
Oh, dude, the American industrial or the military industrial complex in this country have got plans to where if a fallout like situation, I mean, what do you really think they're telling us with those video games? Okay, if the population doesn't survive, the military will. Okay, they've got shit, they've got bunkers, they've got that, and if China decides to shit out 250 million people, which is realistically that could be like the thinking behind their no female birth when they banned female births. I don't know if they're still doing it or not.
No, they're not. But a lot of women choose to get abortion when they have women baby. Like, males in China are so much more sought after that the government doesn't have to regulate it. They just do it on their own. That's the fucked up part about it, right?
Right. They're conditioned. This is like advanced domestication of a slave force.
Right. And actually, like, and I think that's the difference between the East and the West, because like here in the West, women are way overvalued and men are way undervalued. So you see, like, there's this flip.
That's a perspective.
Right. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of white and Asian people hooking up, because there's this deficit in both sides of the equation on both ends. And I mean, the guy I know, Pill Eater, wrote a giant book about this very issue, and I think that this is kind of the thing that you have to understand, whether we're being socially engineered directly or, it's just happenstance. Like,
It requires
people-
consent.
Say that again.
Was the name of the book Yellow Fever?
I can't remember. It's a long title. I can't remember, but it.
Okay, so no, that
I'll try to find it and send it. He's not really promoting it, although I told him he should. But because it's a very, I mean, not many people are going to read it. Like Machine Lies book is very long. His book is very
But
long.
it's explaining.
Say it again.
What's it? It sounded like it was explaining dangers or something, or you were trying to give people knowledge about how something may work so that they may make a more informed decision. That's where I was at.
Yeah, basically what I'm saying is like I could see that the problem with the West right now is like we're just encouraging women to start settling down way too fucking late, and I think that people are just really underestimating how devastating that really is. Like, it's gonna tear society apart, in my opinion.
Okay, so how do you change? I mean, let's talk about how do you change it?
Men are gonna have to go and start convincing women to not go pursue a career when they're in their 20s. That's
one way.
Literally
That's
the
one
only. That's the only solution I can think of, personally.
I mean,
It doesn't sound very
I
free
think
will.
you're going to be more. That's going to be a tougher fight than convincing women like, hey, maybe you could, get an education, get a job, but here maybe you could get a freaking work from home job. And I think the thing that we should be convincing them is, hey, could we start getting along again?
No,
Like,
no,
when they want to start throwing all their flags, I'm just like, no, this is not fight.
No, I agree, but here's the thing: is
Are you talking about like reaching many at one time, or are you talking about reaching one person? Because you could just go to a indoor volleyball place, join a team.
No,
I mean, it's
I
like
think that's one of the best ways to meet.
To me, it sounds like you're mixing two plans. You're mixing like the long-term plan with the short-term plan, and I think they both have to be different.
What he's
they have
saying
to be
is,
without each other's understanding connected. Or
what he's saying is convince women to not enter the workforce after college
right.
or whatever. Okay, what I'm saying is that's going to be a way tougher battle than, hey, can we just like, sure, you can get an education, we can get an education, and therefore instead of us having like freaking 50 welfare babies, we could go back to being like classic white people who get educated and start having children at like 30, but you have the money to put them through private school.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think
but here's what I saw with that was hold on. Go ahead, Neuro.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll say two things really quick. So I think that both those solutions work, but mainly what I think that what Lanza was saying about join a volleyball team to meet women, like I think that's one of the best.
I use that as an analogy to say that the same distinction that's made when talking about any or other problem at a political level and starting at the local level would include the wallet-sized photo of today. And yes, the plan would be eventually like, fix the world, but like,
no. Just to be specific, I want to
have that much time, I think.
I'm saying individual men find individual women and convince them on an individual level. I'm not talking like a political movement. I'm saying like, hey guys, go start dating young women and convince them to, settle down when they're but preferably before 30. But even if they wait till they're 30, like try not to make them wait till they're 40. I think that like the closer you get to 40, like it gets harder and harder to want to have kids. Like I'm just telling you, like as someone who's approaching 40 myself, like it's like even me, I've wanted kids my whole life. Now I'm just to the point. It's like it's so much responsibility. I want 10 kids, but like I don't know if I have the time and energy and effort like to really do all the work that it takes because I've done it and it's hard.
I would agree. I don't mean to talk over you, Lanza, but I just want to really quick say I would agree for the women because they have particular biological issues where they stop producing or start being as fertile after about 35. But I think what we're seeing in our society progressing forward is there are a hell of a lot more older men hooking up with younger women.
Yeah,
And
and
have kids.
I think that that's. I mean, I hate to say this because when I was younger, I hated to hear other people say it, but I'll just tell you, like, I think that there's nothing really wrong with that, and I think that
Fuck
it's
yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. Look at some of them young bitches and shit.
well, it's better for everybody involved, and
Especially the guys.
yeah, and I think that the other thing is like I think that because I mean this is going to get way off into the like complicated shit, but more or less, my problem with the trad people is they're like, oh, everybody just remains celibate until you're married, whenever that may be. It's like, you know, I just don't think that that's viable. Number one, number two, like, you know, we have to take things as they are now and work with what we got. And I just think that trying to get people to just go way in the other direction right now is just not the best idea. Like you're not going to convince anyone anyways. So I think just telling people like, hey, if she slept with 3 guys and she's 25, like, you know, that's way better than, you know, other situations that you might run into. I mean, like, it's not good, but it could be a lot worse, right? And I think that generally women are, you know, the kind of women you're going to want to be with are not going to sleep with like 10 plus men before 30. I mean, it's just, you know, in general, like that's just not really what they're going to be doing. So, you know,
You
got to
gotta find, like I was saying the other night, you gotta find a happy medium between some chick that was having orgies when she was a teenager and some chick that's 35 that's only had one dude done missionary in the dark. Okay, there needs to be some centrist,
exactly,
point in there somewhere. You know?
Yeah, exactly right. That's a very way to put it, in my opinion. Yeah, and I think that again, just to go back to it, like I think that in general, a good place to look is like what Lanza said. Like I think going to physical places, not dating apps, to meet women, especially like non-drinking, non-drug related stuff like sports, I think is probably number one place or number one way, other than I don't know, some other kind of social event, you know. Like I'll just tell you this: like, when women start getting older, their physical fitness is way more important. So, like, you kind of want to think about that when they're, you know, you want to find people who are interested in taking care of themselves. That's what I'm saying.
Well, another big part of that is at least for our race, neuro, is like it's important to get some white girls that didn't grow up like on the equator or get a whole bunch of sun. Like we're just not meant to be getting a whole bunch of fucking sun, dude. And for the women, it really shows. Like,
oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, like even for me, like I stayed out of the sun pretty well, but like, you know, I'm more conscious of staying out of the sun right now than I ever before. Like I think it depends on the place. Like some places have so much humidity that it kind of blocks the sun out, but like, you know, California is a good example of a place where no matter how much humidity, the sun is like 100% all the time, unless there's like giant clouds covering, which is not very often. So
very,
you gotta
very
cover
rare.
a lot, right? So
Yeah. Like my mom and I.
What I'm saying is the white women out here look busted in general. That's what I'm saying.
Right. By 30, they're looking pretty damn tired. My mom and I, but my mom used to be a surfer. I grew up down in San Diego. We both have visible skin cancers on us, you know, and that's not just from the sun exposure. That's from like all the pollution that's involved in living in a city. But still,
Yeah, definitely. But again, like I just think that talking about dating in general is like way underserved, and the way that most people talk about it is just like way fucked up, you know. I think, you know, more people need to be thinking about how do we get men and women to start hooking up in long-term relationships, even if you're not going to stay married forever. Like if you can get married and like raise some kids and then you end up divorced, like it's not a bad deal for the guy. It's way worse for the women, but you know, we have to just kind of work with what we got right now. And, you know, that's just the equation, you know?
well, I think that our society, I think the whole point of our current president right now is to kind of get our society to kind of try to swing back towards the non-liberal side of the pendulum. And it may not go all the way over into, again, only missionary in the dark with a virgin, but we should definitely be swinging back into more traditionalism, more heterosexuals getting along with each other, population booms, stuff like that. At least that's what I hope for.
Yeah, we need stability starting in the home for sure. Like that's got to be like number one. I mean, it's not easy because we don't have extended family anymore, but I think that they're trying. My personal opinion is, if they're not just evil psychopaths trying to destroy the world, they're trying to force people back into a situation where people need each other. And so whether that they're doing it on purpose or whether it's just happening, I think that we have to start figuring out a way to make that a reality if the opportunity is presenting itself.
Oh yeah.
What opportunity for what? Sorry. For the whole
Well, for people to hold each other accountable on a personal level, because top down, I don't think top down, telling people what to do is really good for anybody. Really, I think if people start having stable families, that's going to be the best situation. And even if it's unconventional, like even if your woman's the breadwinner or whatever, like I think that's okay relative to single motherhood. See what I mean? Like that's a lot worse in my opinion than figuring out how to survive in the current situation as a family. That's what I'm trying to say,
Shit, rebelling against single motherhood, that in and of itself is rebelling against the system. Because the system has it set up so well to enable single mother, the state can be the father. Women usually win divorces, they usually gain custody of their kids, and therefore that does psychological things to your children. Young men just check out of masculinity and are like, fuck that, and it's just, I mean, sure, your kid might still be intelligent, but is he gonna know what to do? Is he gonna have a correct moral compass? Is he gonna know what to do and when to do it? Type of thing. Like intelligence isn't wisdom. There's definitely a distinction there. And
gain it as someone who didn't really have a dad around as much as I wish that I did, the curve on learning things like that on your own is very hard. It's very even, and I think I got pretty lucky. I did have a lot of men who kind of told me shit, but it's kind of it's different than someone who's there every day, giving you feedback. You know what I mean? It's a very different experience than trying to just figure shit out on your own all the time. It just takes a while. Trial and error is hard.
Would you say nuclear families are easier, or just the proper way to?
Well, I just think that
I think where this irresponsibility is being taken advantage of is actually just through, it's not so much an external corruption as it is an internal corruption. Forgot where I was going with that.
Well, I mean, if you just do for kids and don't let them learn on their own, that's just as bad as giving them no instruction either. You know what I mean? There's a balance.
Yeah, dude, honestly, there's about 30 things I change about almost every subject in life.
And I'll tell you one reason I think that California is not as unstable as people think that it is. It's mainly because I think most people here are family oriented, more or less. I don't think there's as many single moms here on average as other places. So, again, I'm not saying that California is great, but what I'm saying is in general, it's not as unstable relative to the number of people that are here as people kind of assume, in my opinion.
Right,
So
but
that
do you know why that is though, Neuro? Do you know why there's not so many single moms in California?
Probably because they're Hispanic Catholics, if I had to guess.
I was just gonna say because the most common female name in California is Maria. That's that's exactly what I was gonna say. The most common male name is like Paco or Juan or something like that. You know.
Yeah, and even like the Filipinos, like I do not like a lot of things about Filipino culture, but in general, most of the people in their families are getting married young, and it's not really a lot of single moms out there. Even if they get divorced, like they end up getting remarried relatively quickly. So I'm just like that's kind of a stabilizing factor. You know what I'm saying? Not to
I
be
mean,
about it, but yeah.
Filipinos and Mexicans are almost the same thing, though. To be honest with you, and I've heard them tell me that. By the way, that's not just something some
Yeah,
observation or making.
that's why a lot of people end up hooking up. I think out here, like because they're kind of both Catholic, they're both like kind of on the same page. So like I'm Catholic, and I don't think I ever could be. So I'm not really accepted by Catholic societies. So.
Right. Take some Ponzet, some lumpias and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Filipino food is, if it's made at home, is pretty good actually. So not healthy, but it tastes good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now Mexican cuisine is far more healthy.
Well, yeah, some of it's like this carne asada and avocado and shit like that. Like
Low carb, high protein. They did that a lot of that vinaigrated like salsa and stuff. Freaking clean your ass out. Like
Well, you say Mexican food is low carb?
a lot of it is a tortilla is far more low carb than a piece of bread, homie.
Tortilla is bread.
Okay, yeah, but it's like this thick.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
bread.
you hold it.
Just trust me on this one. Okay, like
Have you seen a Mexican? They're huge compared to a Filipino.
but that is not always the case. All right.
I know.
And
Because
it's
one of them
not
used chopsticks
because of the
eating instead of a
amount of
fork.
carbs. What
well,
were
a
you
lot
saying?
of that's due to like Coca-Cola and like slushies and shit. So it's not
I don't
only
think Filipinos use chopsticks.
Cerveza?
yes or maybe.
Correct.
I'm talking about the Corona, and Dos Equis and all that shit. Which I want to point out that like out of all the places that the Mr. Mustache people chose, they could have gone pretty much. Oh, that's probably not true, but the Mr. Mustache people decided to go down to Latin America. Probably for a reason, you know what I mean? Like,
What do you think that is? I'm actually curious. What reason do you think?
now that I think about it, it's probably not because of like the food or whatever. It's probably got something to do with like more closely related to pyramids.
Well, there's
And
a lot of white people in Latin America. People think that like it's all like short brown people in Latin America. It's a lot of blonde hair, blue eyed people in Latin America.
Yeah, that is correct, especially South America.
Yeah,
Especially
like
South America.
go meet a lot of people from Chile or Argentina. Like they're not. They speak Spanish or something, but a lot of them are not short brown people.
No, I mean, you've got like it's just like America. You've got your native Indian population. With Mexico, it's the Aztecs. With South America, it's like the Incas or whatever, I believe. But then you just have got a lot of Europeans that moved down there, and it just wasn't largely talked about. I mean, the Nazis built an entire fleet of stealth cargo submarines just to move shit down there in Antarctica, whatnot. So if I had really had to choose a reason why they decided to move down there, I would say there's probably something again, pyramid or Antarctica or
I think you're
esoteric.
exaggerating. They didn't have a submarine fleet to move stuff to South America.
Say what?
They didn't have a submarine fleet just to move things to South America. They had a submarine fleet to destroy Allied cargo ships.
No, I'm not talking about the attack submarine fleet. I'm talking about the cargo submarine fleet that not a lot of people know about.
Yeah, but it wasn't that big.
But the submarines themselves were huge. We're basically
How big
talking
were they?
about we're basically talking about subsurface tankers.
Okay, do you know what it's called?
I can't think of it right off the top of my head. It's been a while since I've seen the footage, but they created these things in like sections. Like imagine a freaking like the largest Boeing plane you could put, an Airbus or whatever. But instead of it flying through the air, it was like just underneath the water and like floating down there. And yeah.
Are you confusing it with the Japanese submarines?
The ones that were the size of a Suzuki.
No,
No,
the Japanese
no.
submarines can fit a plane in, and they can carry like 3 planes. So the Japanese made a carrier submarine.
That's kind of, is that recent?
It's World War II.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
I think they
That's
attacked like LA with it once.
yeah. That's not really ringing a bell, bro. But I've seen footage of massive cargo submarines that were being created on German assembly lines, and they were basically created in sections and welded together. And that's where that's how a large quantity of the upper echelons of the Reich officials were moved to South America.
I think they just went there normally, not with submarines.
Fuck yeah, Bo. Whatever floats your boat. I mean, I like my version better, but I mean, if that's what you want to believe, cool.
Most of the time, they moved to Spain, which was not part of the war. And then after a while, they moved from Spain to somewhere else.
South America,
Yeah.
Antarctica.
Like the stereotypical one-eyed SS commando guy, forgot his name. He was staying in Spain, and when the Mossad finally found him, he ambushed 2 Mossad agents and told them, like, "Hey, I can kill you right now, or we can make a deal." And then he made a deal, and he betrayed all the other Nazis.
Fuck yeah, bro. What happened is Maria Orsic and I can't remember her sidekick's name. She only had one name and it was very Germanic. What they did was like they used their real powers to like go into the astral plane and they communicated
Wait,
with
what the
like
fuck are you talking about?
the ancient, like have you ever seen the Indiana Jones with the crystal skull? They like communicated with
Yeah,
those
it's all
people.
bullshit. What are you talking about?
The real Gemeinschaft, the real society. You ever heard of that?
No, I don't.
Okay,
believe in
okay. Well,
psychic-
if you've never heard of the Brill Society, it's not surprising that you didn't know about the fleet of cargo submarines. Because the Brill Society is like a pretty well-known society that was taking place during the Third Reich there. So anyway, it was a bunch of psychic mediums that are capable of like looking into like the astral plane and shit. And they were able to like find the location of the original Hanabus that were piloted by the Crystal Skull alien people that were in that Indiana Jones movie. And then they just homed in on that shit, and then everything got a hell of a lot easier after that.
Easier to what?
The Hanabu are actually like the flying saucers that the Nazis had were actually also submarines.
They don't have flying. I
They're
disagree with
called
everything you're
Hanabu.
saying, by
They're
the way.
called Hanabu. Means flying disc. And so they could go underwater and look up Operation High Jump. They could go underwater and they
Yeah,
can
I
go
heard about
above
that.
water.
I don't think Nazis are involved with that, or UFOs.
I mean, if you never heard of this stuff, it's like you probably just found out who Hitler was like yesterday or some shit. Like, are you new here?
What do you mean?
You
don't
never heard of the
recognize me?
Blue Society? You've never heard of Hanabu? You've never heard of the Operation High Jump?
I've heard of high jump.
Okay. So what happened during Operation High Jump?
The U.S. Navy had a voyage to South Antarctica,
Mm-hmm.
and I forgot what exactly happened. But afterwards, the admiral was murdered in his hospital bed.
Okay. So why was that?
I don't know.
Okay. So you literally have just heard about like Nazis like yesterday, then, right?
I don't. They said UFOs. I don't know if anybody said Nazis in Antarctica.
So as the story goes, the Nazis had this group of people called the Vril Society, and it was all female psychic mediums who are capable of like looking into the freaking go. They went wom 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 or freaking I don't know, bro, Ouija board shit or whatever psychic mediums do. You can go ask Reagan or some shit. I don't know. They went into the freaking astral plane and were able of locating some type of alien technology, and that alien technology was basically the Hanabu, which most modern people call UFOs or whatever, flying disc. During the war, they called them Foo Fighters. Okay, and so that was a big part of the Nazi expedition down to South America. So the Nazis were able to get there first and get their hands on the alien technology first, and then when Operation High Jump happened, which actually there was two other operations after that, Operation Phoenix and another one that I can't remember now. But so the Nazis got there first, got the alien technology first. The American Navy showed up in their little freaking low technology warships or whatever, and the Nazis kicked their ass using the advanced systems. And then
Are the
everything since
Nazis still
then has
there?
pretty much been I think Operation Phoenix was they actually dropped a nuke cluster over New Schwabenland, which is the area of Antarctica that the Nazi
Is there
base 211.
documentation of that happening?
I mean, the probably like the Library of Congress would probably have something on this.
What year was this?
Just shortly after the war, I want to say like 47 or maybe 49.
And what did Operation Phoenix?
Operation Phoenix was they dropped nukes in the area of base 211 in the New Swabia area of Antarctica, and it wasn't successful because the base was subterranean and whatever.
You said
This
it
is
was
why
Operation Phoenix?
Operation Phoenix, yes. Believe
And what
that's what
year?
it's called. Just off the top of my head, I would say like I'm kind of confusing the dates with high jump. I think high jump was 47 and Phoenix was 49.
I
But there
can't
was
find
three
anything on Operation Phoenix.
there was three total missions. The last one failed because it was like a nuclear submarine that was out of South Africa that was heading towards them, and they had a double agent on board that detonated the nukes on board before they could get to Antarctica. But yeah, anyway, a lot of people don't know about the other two missions because they only ever talk about high jump.
I'm gonna need a lot of proof for all these claims. I can't find Operation Phoenix anywhere.
Yeah, I've got it. I got it like somewhere in my archives, man. I'm gonna have to look this up for you, but I'll drop it in the Discord or whatever. But yeah. So the main point is though there was a bunch of alien technology in like the Amazon jungle and in Antarctica, and the Nazis got to it first because they were able to use their psychic mediums to locate this stuff. And I like Takis and that sounds gross, dude. Like Takis and my carne sabriel. Anyway. The Wuhan lab has the freaking same symbol as the Umbrella Corp from Resident Evil. You know, I highly doubt that was by accident. But I think what all they were trying to say is like, look, we is diseased over here. And pretty soon this disease, you know, it's not just
Wait,
disease.
are you saying the can we say the word on here? The name?
No, we
Probably
can't talk
not.
about any of that shit. No.
No.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can't talk about any of that shit.
Alright, so in my opinion, what happened was an overreacted. It wasn't as bad as people say it
Well,
was.
we can't even say that. We can't say that at
Okay.
all. Yeah, we
Yeah,
can't
we
say that.
definitely can't say that.
Yeah, we definitely can't say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this show does not give medical or legal advice in terms of the medical health system. Yeah, so please, figure that out for yourself. But yeah, honestly, I mean, this is a show against technology, so you can kind of figure it out what our particular stance may or may not be. But the thing is that we do have we have been warned previously for talking out of line on those topics, so we don't want to present ourselves as somebody who's doing all that. But yeah, we could present a fake scenario and shit. It is what it is.
Okay. I'll just stay away from that. I might have to leave in like 10 minutes to let my CPU cool down.
Yeah,
'Cause
no
for
worries.
whatever reason, StreamYard keeps burning up my computer.
Yeah, no worries. I gotta hop off here pretty soon. Anyways, I think I'll drop you guys off here and have you guys do like a closing statement and stuff, and then I'll probably just watch the Scorbina video with this technology neutral. I know I was gonna go over some more material on my channel, but as it turns out, I do have a extra video that I was not able to post earlier when we were talking about the Kurzweil interview. So I'm gonna try to play that. You know what I mean? Let me try to play some music. So what we'll do is we'll have everybody do a closing statement. And I'll do a little breakdown of the Scorbina video, and then I'll try to premiere this content. Hopefully, this doesn't get my video shut down like earlier. This shit got my entire video shut down just for watching Joe Rogan. So yeah.
Hey, Machine, can I ask you, is this China that you're showing on the screen right now?
I don't know where this is. I have no idea. It's an art video, so I have no idea what this is.
Okay. It could be China or like somewhere over in Russia.
Yeah, I have no idea. But yeah, Firestar, you gotta go soon anyways. You wanna tell these good people anything?
I guess if you're an anti-tech guy, try not to act like a vegan. You know, if somebody likes having a piece of technology, don't say, "Oh, that's not very anti-tech of you to want to upgrade your computer."
Right.
So just If somebody wants to upgrade their computer, don't be a fucking vegan and tell them that they shouldn't. Just let them do it. That's it. See ya.
That's pretty good, Firestarter. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, what about you, Cecil? You got anything for him?
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Oh yeah, Cecil's already celebrating the St. Patty's Day. You know what it is? Yeah, well, thank you guys so much for being out here with me. I'm gonna drop you guys off in the back, and yeah, have a blessed time. And yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday. Try to premiere this video that they didn't allow me to play on Wednesday, man. You know what I mean? I mean, can you believe it? They just they didn't allow your boy to go out there. But we'll see what it is. You know what I mean? We'll definitely see what it is out here. And yeah, I'm gonna play this Scorbina video. I don't know why my camera's not working. See if we can get this fucking camera to work. Yeah, I don't know why the StreamYards isn't allowing my camera to come on, but yeah, yeah, we'll figure it out at some point. We're having some.
If you're a nice looking redhead, I beat you down with my shillelagh, you know what I'm saying? Shit, girl. You don't fucking pot of gold for your ass. Straight up. Calm down. Happy birthday, Mom. The cider's not that bad. Shout out to my cider bros. Definitely endorse Machine Live. His cash app is scrolling by there at the bottom of the screen in the little ticker. Machine can't really lecture at regular colleges because they've gone full crazy, and I concur with that. And want to donate to my gas money fund? It's right there underneath my name there. Apocalypse Theory on Cash App. Machine Live 0 on Cash App. Hit a brother up, you know what I'm saying? The wealth of knowledge. The wealth of knowledge you have here on the YouTube back screen. It'll be a long day today. Yeah. Machine, whatever happened to your tech support, Solid or whatever, helping you out, dude. What's going on there?
Yeah, I don't know why it won't. That's really what I'm trying to think.
Man, I'm like, I'm gonna start uploading.
Glitch with the entire StreamYards thing, but yeah, thanks for holding it down, Cecil. I'm gonna figure out what the rest of the show is. But yeah, bless you, brother, and bless you. Happy birthday, brother, man. And and yeah, man, peace to you, man. Talk to you soon. Yep.
Sure.
All right, let's see what this is. And yeah, go to the previous part of the show if you want to take a look at my mug, cause you ain't gonna be seeing it around today. Okay, can you guys see the screen? No, you guys can't see it. Okay, well, I am going to figure out what the fuck is going on here. And I may have to reset my computer or some shit. Do something like that. I have no idea. But yeah, I may have to come back in. You know what? Let me stop the music. Maybe that'll help. I just want to go on with the music. Let me stop that music there for a second and see what's going on and see now if it will play the motherfucking screen here. I don't know why it won't play the screen, but yeah, obviously if I can't share the motherfucking screen, I'm not going to be able to have a rest of a show here. I'll have to come back in. All right, I'm gonna fucking let Cecil hold this down for a little bit. and I'm gonna be right back, yo. Yo, let me restart my computer, yo. Yo, I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys. Hold on. Peace. I'll be right back. Yo. Hold on. I'll be right back, yo.
So this is what I'm talking about. We need to institute just like Adam Green said, National Socialism is a behavioral pattern, a cultural behavioral pattern that pretty much all peoples can default back to. Like even when we were living in caves, people still viewed their tribe as their family, as their nation, as their state, even though they didn't really have the concept of state, or maybe they did. Yeah, yeah, they're territorial, which is why if you really look at the way Europe was looked at back in like the 1500s, they have this concept of their CON-MUNITIES, which basically means like the at least the farmlands were like communal. You know, it was shared territories. The parks, you know, I mean, if you think about the way your park is in your, where it's like a community land that nobody really wants to fuck up or de-beautify. Of course, we live in the era of modern art now, so de-beautify has a broad definition, but it's the same concept. Like, this is our land for our people, and we're all going to agree about how we use it, and everybody agrees that we're not going to fuck it up. Because we still have, at this particular period of time, we still have the idea that the nation, the country, the government is the people as well, or it is at least beholden to the people on some. You hear about the bad things about monarchy, but the monarchs that did stupid shit, that especially the ones who fucked with the people, the face was always saved, but they ended up not being monarchs very long. So, and usually that was the church stepping in or whatever, but still. So this is why this movement became to be called National Socialism, not to be confused with social nationalism or communistic socialism, or which is also globalism, international socialism, globalism, communism. So we're talking about a form of ethno-fascism that puts the well-being of the people above all else first. Okay. And I I mean, and how do we decide the well-being of the people? Well, it's pretty much common sense. You keep your capitalists on an extremely short leash. There's no lobbying for politicians to pass laws that benefit only the corporations and the capitalists. No businesses or industries that are generally degenerative to your people, like prostitution, pornography, drug dealing, gambling, vice, that's not allowed to be sold, because that we all agree that that's not good for the people. Okay, what is good for the people? Military service, gaining some military skills, serving in the military, being a scientist, being a philosopher, being some type of person that benefits your people, and that is and therein, that is what gives you citizenship in your nation. Ancient tribes viewed this as like the rite of passage. When you pass from being a child into an adult, you were capable of giving something to your community, even if it was as simple as meager as military service. Not to say that that's meager. I mean, you're risking your life for your people, but not definitely not as skilled as being like a scientist or whatever, right? So, yeah, and people have always lived this way. And I don't just promote this among. I just want to say I don't just promote this among my own ethnicity. I promote this amongst all ethnicities: Africans, Asians, and snow monkeys such as myself. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cecil, for that monologue. You know what I mean? A very impressive one, to be honest. You know what I mean? And yeah, I hope I'm helping people express their ideas, or at least maybe seeing me talk or something like that. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me, and thank you so much, Cecil. You enjoy the rest of your day now, my friend.
I will, sir. Thank you. Happy St.
Yeah.
Patrick's Day.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll see you on Wednesday and many times before that in our private conversations if we happen to talk. You know what I mean? Bless you, brother, man.
So you're not doing anything tonight then?
Not really. But I will be praying. I'm going to the prayer. That's why I can't stream at night. So yeah, I gotta
So
go to the mosque.
It's Ramadan. You're doing things during the day instead of at night.
Well, at night I pray. So I can only stream in the morning is the thing. So I just stream in the morning. So yeah. Unfortunately, I'm fasting during the morning, so it's rough. But it is what it is. But yeah, thank you so much, Cecil. Bless you and your sweet mother, and yeah, I'm praying for you guys. You guys have a blessed day now. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah. And yeah, let's get into this Scorbina thing. I had to restart my entire laptop just so I could turn my camera on so you guys could see me. I didn't want to say goodbye, never can say goodbye.
Yeah, as I arrive up in the baseline, sip wine as you reserve my golden rose of flow, great value. This ain't a session for children perpetrating to be a villain. Pen to Philly, strength up the duchies, bouncer, champion is the issue. Qualification is the lingo, the beat in your ear hole. I move the party like an earthquake, don't like a circulating milkshake split. Construct, specialize in AI every time I build the subject matter thrill. If you wildin', Slip a pill in your drink, make you chill. Put me like you read it, steady bass. Axe to dial on that record. Rough you up, tough you up with the beat that bump. If I'm on the campus, I'm bound to hit the mattress with the mistress. I think like Jay-Z, I'm crazy in the nut house. They charge me for a state that I won't pay. Assassination, shoot the new word order. I keep it out of order. I get the salad. Vegetarians wanna know where to go. The route is where I direct. If you misunderstand it, the salad is the cess. I'm puffing, stepping, never tripping. Regular flow to me, verse 1, 2, 3 is always lethal. 50 grand I rock a jam is a plan I sketch. Like an architect, reflects off the motion. Yeah, let's do this. As I combine, the crowd is smiling. That head on shit, I always travel with strictly creepy spider. Make it to the dance floor with the chunk of rising. Keep my friend from the clever. The pickup lines clever. So what's next for the sketch, the text? I like to make sure effect. This be an example of a sample that off the wall. I make you move your feet to the beat. I see shells in the street, not from the beach. Turn that channel. Ladies wanna kick it. The proper shuffle in the huddle. get these right. Yeah. Yeah. You know how it goes. Top 95. Down under. I'm wonder. Yeah. Big tech on the board. Yeah. Check it out. Visible light penetrates states of blindness. The finest display of advanced lyrical highness. Kinematics, full pack of complex. So what's next? I inject best and dissect whatever's left. The priest prays for what he says. I don't figure. It's terror, nigga, clever with a Beretta and never bigger. The triggers lead to the scene, becomes pernicious. The black large and vicious destroys the fictitious travel in blood cells to hit lymphatic and brain. Can't maintain the pain, then splatter. Sustenance with glad the end, paler the nocturnal feast. If not, I see paler. The green ale, the lock stock for antidotes. I gather needles, gels, and cells from cantaloupes. Scanoscope, the heavens and hell to try and locate the medical killer sect who wreck your whole state. The known fate's apocalyptic. That's why I kicked it to stop afflicted. Who's not gifted? Father rips shit like wet linen. The Indian becomes sebaceous. Kept women, the Satan's remain faces. Throughout the metro, the klepto gain status. I'm iller than any serial killer. Don't matter. Hits from rooftop crops of dead bodies, fresh flesh for tests. Niggas step and try to copy. Yo, I see through your membrane and gray matter. Fatter concept shattered your team and they scatter. That'll produce volley of doom inside your system. And now the killer Christian creates middle incisions. Not filling the prisons, I leave your ass Xanax. The praying manners, crushing skulls for mad damage. The cops don't know, they can't trace by many methods for any efforts. The result, uncanny deafness, the beast nature, the ripped souls and then invasion. Since the beginning of time, I've been major. I fought demons, nowadays I make agreement like Keenan, the leaf centuries seeming. I mean it, the break haymakes, the navicular and metacarpus. I extract black vertebrae and burn your carcass. Endoparasital spittle turns to brittle, little sick. In my whole clique, I have a quitter when Phase 4, I gaze more into your psyche. It might be entice the ice, niggas don't like it. Slightly, or of course the fork accelerates and elevates to the whole world obliterates. Until that time, I resign into the chamber. Release anger on the populace to hang you. I'm dropping this to bang you. Reduce holes in your hollow husk with just a plus. You beat tomorrow's dust. I trick parasite, walk wave, seek out. Newborn specimens are hot, honeys are freak out and eat out. Yeah, right, fat gas administered. Your minister can't protect you from the sinister. Cerebral, artificial, art to war, get you like a horse. Get you parts of your tissue, break down to the alpha and omega.